It's fairy dust cloud. It's fairy dust. Already gay.
Those who weren't, okay now.
So my friend in LA, he had to get rid of his Tesla. He couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, really? I totally started the string, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me now.
Yeah.
Turning the freaking frogs gay. Es mi amiga de Los Angeles. Oh, what kind of a... Did you bring up the chat? I hate that Twitch doesn't have the previous chat when you log in. Like, why can't it just save it per video? Sorry guys, if you have a chat, we haven't seen it and we won't see it. It's already lost to time.
We have a chat.
If you put something in the chat, we haven't seen it yet. Okay? God, look at me. I look like a homeless guy.
Joe looking good.
Joe looking good.
Looking like a pretty good homeless guy.
Mm-hmm. Now I actually look the part. Before when I actually was homeless, I was looking not like a homeless guy. Like a haircut, was going to the gym. Always made sure I had clean clothes.
More homeless than homeless now.
More homeless than homeless.
Giving the homeless homes.
Giving the homeless homes. Making the freaking frogs homeless. Now, I know it looks like I gained 40 pounds, but I only gained 10. Or like 14, I think. Yeah, I heard swearing behind me, and I was concerned.
I don't know if I have filters.
Ooh.
I make tea. Organic and chai.
That's fine. Yeah, I like tea. Is that actually tea, or is that like herbal tea?
It's chai tea. Oh, fuck.
Chai just means cinnamon.
Well, I mean,
You can put cinnamon in herbal tea and call it like chai.
it's fucking caffeine, that's all I know.
Oh, if it is caffeine, then yeah.
Alright, I'll put some water on to boil.
Ooh. We're gonna make some tea.
I've got sleepy time tea and not sleepy time tea.
Holy beard, Batman. It's my COVID beard. I started it when the quarantine started. And now this is where I'm at. Haven't shaved. I've trimmed my neck a little bit, but I haven't done that for a couple weeks. You did just see a dog. You did just see a dog. Dog's named Jack, and every time they were saying Jack earlier, I thought it was the other kid that was here.
Jack, come on. Up.
Jack. Jack.
Go.
Jack. They don't want Jack upstairs. Here's an idea. If you don't want the dog, don't buy a dog. I know it's a groundbreaking idea. But maybe if you don't have room for a fucking dog in a townhouse, don't buy the dog. Especially a puppy. Just wants to run around. Crazy. There's no yard. I'm just saying. Waiting. some tea like you to come into my life. Yeah, waiting for someone new
8 people, huh? Nice.
to make
Welcome,
me
people.
feel alive. Yeah, waiting.
So you want to get the tea before we start, or what?
Now let's just start. Let's do the intro part. I assume neither of us planned.
Oh, I thought you did plan. I thought the plan was that I did the Secret of Mana, and you were supposed to do 7.
You did Secret of Mana?
Yeah.
I didn't remember.
That's why I asked. I think I asked you, do you want to do Secret of Mana or do you want to do 7 Remake?
You asked me 3 months ago that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long ago.
Hold on. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah.
Well, you're searching to find out if we actually said that.
I'm skimming through the development
Oh.
on Wikipedia. Because that's how we do things here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't matter. Jace! You need to stop yelling.
What's the secret password? What's the secret password? What is it? I don't think they can hear him.
Yeah, probably not.
No, not with these microphones.
You can definitely hear me yelling.
They might hear like a very quietly.
Oh, man.
Okay.
You good?
On the development, yeah.
You know what? Let's get the jingles. Fuck, we haven't had the opportunity to use these.
Are they hearing us through the webcam or through the mics?
Should be through the mics.
Okay. I heard webcam when I watched 10 minutes of New Clan the other day. Yesterday. The other day? Yesterday. I'm losing track of time. I don't know what's going on in my life. I'm
Yeah,
dying.
it's mics now. It was yesterday and it was.
So you can hear this pretty well.
Yeah, you can see that I could hear because there's a little ditty.
There's so many things I want to do to you. How do you like it?
What was up that made all that room noise? What the fuck was?
This little effects thing,
Oh,
someone had turned the orange thing up.
so the effects line was up.
Yeah. And it must have happened in the last 2 weeks because it wasn't on the New Clan episodes before. The ones I mixed today. Someone touch the mixer.
Alright.
I'm going to touch that mixer. I'm going to mix that toucher. You know what I'm saying? You got the drops?
Yeah, I'm
Okay. I'm ready, man.
All right, let's.
10 seconds of silence.
Jace, shut the door up there. Shut the door. No, come on, do it now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. I am Joe.
I am Caleb.
And today, ladies and gentlemen, 3 months after the game was released, we are going to review Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah, the day has finally come. We've finally both platinumed the game. That was our prerequisite to doing this episode. We were supposed to do it last week. This is the 15th of June right now. It was supposed to be the 8th. But I didn't finish it in time. I had all day that day and the last, 4 chapters of hard mode, and it was just a little bit too long.
Yeah, I was anticipating the episode, man. I was ready. And this
Yeah.
week, I'm half the Joe. So the episode's going to suck.
Yeah.
But anyway, we have tons to get through with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I do have a special announcement at the end. Don't let me forget. I have a special announcement at the end of this episode concerning my movie. But in order to keep things timely, I guess we should probably get into it since we both beat the game twice.
Yeah.
And everybody heard my little mini-sode, which I think I'll probably delete because there's no reason to have it.
Yeah, now that
After
we'll have
this.
the Maxi-sode.
Yeah, now they have the Maxi Pad.
The Maxi Pad Plus.
Maxi Pad Plus.
Extra absorption.
Hey, as well, we are risking COVID by being in the same room today.
Yeah. Joe's extra risking it because 2 people at my work have gotten it. So.
Ah, yeah. And
One
he'd
in the
like to
list.
announce that when I got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. Well, we can't let it get in the way of recording.
Yeah,
We'll be fine. Hopefully.
I hope so. It's just I have an 80-year-old grandfather that I sometimes see. And that's
Yeah.
not going to be a great time.
He wouldn't be fine, but.
No, he would not be. He has breathing problems and everything. So
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
anyway, I guess let's get to it. Let's talk about development of Final Fantasy VII. Oh, excuse me. It's been a long time since I've done this. I'm already having burps and so unprofessional. It's insane.
Yeah. So you're getting rusty. You got to get your own show for these.
Don't fucking remind me. The development for Final Fantasy VII Remake. And some tea. Is the tea ready yet?
I mean, the water boils. It's got to boil first, and then we
Okay.
put it in the.
Now, let me just open this thing and make sure I have. How's everybody doing? Looks like we got a nice little crowd here. That's good. At least the number says we got about 10 people. Is it ready?
it's hot. It's not like boiling.
Wait till it boils. Development won't be long. As long as it actually was in the game.
Yeah.
With the game.
Development for fucking ever, actually.
That's right.
It's not 15, but
That's true. But I mean, people have thought about it, Final Fantasy VII Remake, for a long time.
what kind of alcohol do we put in the tea? Sadly, none. This
None. I gotta drive home. And I don't really feel like it. I just went on a hike. Well, a small walk. And found out we were very out of shape. At least I was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am too. I've done it 3 times in the last month and a half, so a little more used to it.
All right, so Final Fantasy VII, the original game, of course, came out in 1997, and they have actually been... Square has been in talks of remaking Final Fantasy VII since the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
And they had actually announced a remake of it on the PlayStation 2 along with Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX, but that project was abandoned. And then, of course, if you remember this, back in 2005, there was a PlayStation 3 tech demo,
Yep.
which had the very beginning cutscene of Final Fantasy VII made with PlayStation 3 graphics, and it looked amazing. And everybody thought, pretty much, if I can remember back then, everybody pretty much thought that it was Square saying they were going to remake the game for the PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
And then Square had to come out and say, nah, we're not. Not yet.
Yeah, it was kind of a big thing. A lot of people got really pissed off about it because they had that tech demo, and it did look great, and everyone was like, oh, man, I wonder if this is like a low-key announcement Or it's not really all that low key.
No, it wasn't
obviously,
low key. But they had another tech demo for the PlayStation 2 where they redid the Final Fantasy VIII dance scene.
Oh, I
And
remember
so,
that. Yeah.
I think to Square at the time, and they haven't done it since. They didn't do one for PlayStation 4, so I assume they've kind of learned their lesson of
Yeah.
like not doing that because it looks like it's going to be an announcement for a remake. Now, they were going to remake 7, 8, and 9 for the PlayStation 2 hardware, and then they didn't. So maybe the PlayStation 2 tech demo of Final Fantasy VIII would have been a remake sort of thing, but it definitely wasn't, or it seems that it wasn't actually in the works for Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, that seems way too soon, don't you think? Like PS2 remake, full remake.
Yeah, you had a big game in 97. PS2 came out in like 99, right? Or
Yeah, it was like 2000, I think.
was it 2000?
Yeah, and I mean 99. It was 2000 or 2001, and I think 2000 was FF9. It's like why the hell would you remake it? He just barely came out with the damn thing.
Well, I think the jump at the time, because the jump definitely between PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, just that era. I don't remember what number of era of the video games that is technically, but the amount games had changed just between the 2D era to the 3D era. That was a
Yeah.
huge leap. And then PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2, like those two generations of consoles, that is a big leap. That's a majorly big leap.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's true.
So I can see it kind of being like a big. They're just like, wow, it's so much better now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like Final Fantasy VII versus Final Fantasy 12, like an early PS1 and a late PS2, that's like a really big difference between those two.
Yeah, it's a huge chasm of difference. And the thing, I'm not sure about 8 or 9 because those were like high-end PS1 games in terms of how they looked. It's pretty much those two games and then the Metal Gear Solid game. Those are the best-looking games on the PlayStation 1. But as far as like 7 is concerned, 7 was this huge leap forward as a game for the company Square Enix or Square Co. It was such a massive risk financially, and kind of like the whole brand was risking $100-something million back in '97.
Yeah.
On just remember Jurassic Park cost $60 million. Just like putting that much money. I think it was $90 million. Either way, it's less than Final Fantasy VII cost 4 years later for a video game. So, and I think it was the most expensive game ever made at the time. It's still in the top 5. The original Final Fantasy VII, just because of all the different companies involved, all the technology, how long it took to make that game in comparison to other games they made. Now, obviously, the development time is pretty normal now, like a 3-year development time is like regular now. But to put that much stuff on there and then like 2 years later be obsolete, I can imagine, like visually obsolete. I can imagine the company being like, let's give it another go on the PlayStation 2, shall we?
Yeah.
And we'll make some money. But they didn't, for various reasons, and we don't really know what those are.
I wonder if they wanted to do the 10-year anniversary thing that they did.
2007 area, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were making the compilation of Final Fantasy VII stuff.
Yeah, they were busy fucking it all up. Is what
That's
they
right.
were busy doing. They're like, why remake it when we can just destroy it outright?
So, this will be a spoiler-filled review, by the way.
Yeah, don't expect us to skimp on the spoilers. It's gonna be all spoiler.
So the remake project finally began with Shinji Hashimoto, who broached the subject with Kitase, Nojima, and Nomura, and they felt like it was the time to develop a remake, basically.
See,
and,
it's funny because their whole thing was that they wanted a game that surpassed Final Fantasy VII in every way
before they would remake it.
And I think 15 was supposed to be that game, but it wasn't. And then they were like, well, fuck it, we're just going to do it anyway. Because it's like, we did everything we could to make 15 bigger and better, and it didn't.
15 did well, though, right?
Yeah, it did pretty well.
I thought it sold like 9 million copies or something like that. Jace, we are live right now, buddy.
Yeah, go upstairs. Come on. All right.
Shirtless boy running through the living
Yeah,
room.
yeah.
here.
Sorry. No, it's a big game so far, and I mean, it's obviously not done being a big game, so it's gonna be up there. But I think a lot of the, I'm wondering now that they've announced it, now that everything's kind of it's done, it's released. I think that might be why they made 15 such a big deal. Like they had the movie, they had the anime, they had all of these things. They were
just
like
trying
the
to top
huge-
themselves.
Yeah, they're trying to top themselves because they were already working on Final Fantasy VII
If only
Remake.
someone had read the script to Kingsglaive first.
Yeah, maybe we could have justified it, but
And by the way, I've heard people saying you need to watch Kingsglaive in order to understand 15. I don't believe that for a fact. Now, we did watch it first, and I don't believe that for a fact. I think I heard that like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, you don't need to watch that piece of crap movie.
yeah, everything that there's only one thing in there, and honestly, it's better in the game, and you don't even see it in the game. It's the spoilers if you haven't beat 15. It's the death of the king, and in 15, it's like it happened,
They get
so
the
it doesn't
news,
matter.
yeah.
And it's more impactful in the movie, I guess, but like even then, it's still crappy. It's all just okay. So when I tell people, I do recommend to watch the movie. I probably shouldn't, but
If you want to see how bad a movie can be,
yeah,
you gotta watch it.
exactly. I usually recommend to watch it before they play the game, but I don't know why I do that. I mean, honestly, you could just skip it, and it wouldn't be a big deal.
No. So, anyway, it was brought up by them, and then they entered full production by late 2015, and they were led by Division 1. Business Division 1 at Square Enix is usually the division that is left to make the main Final Fantasy games, as far as I remember from previous episodes, previous research. And Nomura was involved from the start. But he only discovered he was the director after seeing himself credited on the internal company presentation video.
Oh, that's nice.
I think he had probably assumed that it was Kitase. Yeah, it says on here he had expected Kitase to fill the role. So Nomura was like, okay, I guess I'm the director for Final Fantasy VII Remake and Kingdom Hearts 3. Just like he was the director for Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts 3 at the same time before. Of course, he was shoved off of 15.
Yeah.
I guess for this, for Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah. Thankfully, he only fucked up one of those two games.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, at least. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3.
And eventually, like, they wanted to make it with better, graphics, of course, which is part of the whole thing with the remake. And then they thought of doing, like, instead of doing the graphical style of Advent Children, they wanted to kind of balance the realism of Advent Children with the original FF7 deformed characters. So
Yeah.
the design that we have of the character models and everything from FF7 Remake is that compromised design.
Do you think they only said that after they couldn't make the cityscape not look like dog shit in those one parts? Like in like chapter 17 when it just looks like ass. Like when you're climbing up the plate and you're getting to the top where it's like collapsed and you look out onto the city and it looks like PS1 graphics, and it's like, well, we tried to blend realism and the old game.
We wanted to have the blockiness of the old game mixed with Advent Children.
Yeah. It's like that's the equivalent of Nomura finding out that he's in charge of it at the fucking meeting thing. It's like, oh shit, we released it that way? Okay, the compromise between the old and the new.
So they developed with another company called CyberConnect 2, and then they also started using the Unreal.
What happened to
engine.
CyberConnect 1?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. I don't feel like going
That's
and
it.
researching that. And if you remember, they made, what is it, the Luminous engine for 15?
They're using it again. They're using Luminous. I saw a trailer for the PlayStation, the Sony event that we did. We did that. We did
the
yeah,
Sony
yeah.
event.
We held Sony's event for them. Now we on Nude Climb we did an episode about that, and I saw in one of their new games the trailer had Luminous Productions, so I think they're using it for something else. Which I was like, that's kind of weird. It's like 7 Remake. They're like, fuck it, all right, we're just gonna use Unreal.
We're just going to use the the most popular game engine in game development. Basically,
Yeah.
is Unreal. Unreal's
Yeah.
like it's an engine and a 3D modeler. It's everything in one package that they
Yeah.
can license out for a certain amount of money.
And it's great. I mean, it worked just fine, obviously.
Yeah, it worked just fine. It worked good for Kingdom Hearts 3. They were
Yeah.
having trouble with the engine or something like that. I don't remember what the story is behind Kingdom Hearts 3 and why they switched engines. Because usually Square Enix develops engines in-house. And now they're like, hey, let's save on development time and money
Yeah.
and use something that works just fine.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know. I'm kind of
They
mixed.
think they're id Software. They think they got their John Carmack and he's like making these amazing technological improvements. But
They're really not.
you couldn't tell me. If I didn't know, I would have no idea that 15 wasn't made on the Unreal Engine.
Yeah, that's true. It basically is the Unreal Engine, huh?
So, I mean, it's a nice looking 3D engine.
Yeah. And it's but that's the thing that's so funny about it is they spend so much fucking money on these engines, and at least with Crystal Tools they used it. And the cool thing about making your own engine is the game does have its own identity, because I think 13 feels like a game that's different than every other game. You know, because of the way the physics and like everything in the game.
That's true. They made that thing specifically for that game.
Yeah, which is cool, but I think you're right. I think maybe that's their thought too, is they're like, well, this might as well be Unreal, because 15 does play like a game that's on the Unreal Engine. We know that because we just played Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's like, it probably could have done this with 15, and it would have been just fine.
Yeah, we could probably saved a couple years.
Yeah, a couple $1 million
And
probably
a few
too.
$1 million. And then as well as you could probably have saved that money on 13.
Yeah.
And all the
Yeah.
other, except for, I'm sure probably in the late 90s, they probably didn't have prepackaged engines that they could make. They probably had to make 3D engines in-house. That technology was most likely like kept under wraps with certain companies. They didn't want to share their engine and stuff like that. I know id Software shared the Quake engine,
Yeah.
but I don't know how prominent that was in the late 90s. I'm just putting this out here. I have no idea. But, yeah, I'm sure they were just used to making their own engine for their main games, and then it worked with Kingdom Hearts 3, and they were like, okay, now we can use someone else's engine.
Yeah, I feel like it was more secretive, because when I was researching the Xbox, the original Xbox, that was one of the things that
DirectX.
that Microsoft like went to Sony and they were like, hey, you know, or they went to someone and
Probably
they were
had
trying to get them to.
Proprietary software things where
Yeah, they wanted to do Sony's PlayStation, like their engine for it. Basically, they wanted to build the console, or at least part of it, the software.
I thought they wanted to use Sony hardware and Microsoft software.
It was one of those things, yeah. And they were like the company that, and then I think that was after Sony basically said no, we're going to make our own in-house engine, and then they tried to get Sony's hardware supplier, and they said no. And so it does seem like it's kind of like a hush hush thing, like no, we can't do business with you because we're doing it with Sony. And so I could see that, yeah. And it just took them 20 years to realize that it's no longer that way. But
they tried to make the game not seem too nostalgic. They made sure the game was like fully voiced and everything like that. In the English language stuff, completely recast, even though like sometimes I couldn't even tell that they were different people. Like, why did you even recast these actors? So that was part of the later development. The game's soundtrack has contributions from Nobuo Uematsu, along with Masashi Hamauzu and Mitsuto Suzuki. That team has worked together before. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I'm reading this wrong. It was the first time Uematsu and Kitase had worked together since Final Fantasy X. Look at that. And the song Hollow, because there is a theme song at the end of this game, it's meant to reflect Cloud's state of mind. So Nomura placed high emphasis on rock music and male vocals. He wanted the song to have an image of rain. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so Hamazu, what else has he done? Saga and some other Final Fantasy games, Saga Frontier, Final Fantasy 13. That's right. Okay.
yeah, that's the one. It sounds like the soundtrack does kind of sound 13.
Yes, we will definitely get to that in music. But first, let's get to story. Let's have some tea. How long has that been boiling? This is completely just a red handle. still water?
Yeah.
Good. Is the real estate sign, is that for you?
No.
Oh.
I just refinanced like 2 days ago.
Really?
Yeah. Got a 15-year at 2.5%.
Oh, so that'll cut it shorter.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
catch up to the balance that I owe now in 6 months. And then the base payment, the base payment is about $600 for principal and then $300 in interest, as opposed to it's supposed to basically the opposite of that. Well, it's like 700 in principal and like 400 in interest. The payment went up by like a couple $100.
I'm glad because I only get organic tea. Is there non-organic tea? I didn't even know that existed. Is there tea that's not tea? They make fake leaves? Or is all tea organic and they were like, we could sell it more if we put the name organic on it? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if they just, it's the whole, like, they don't
Just
use pesticides.
Celestial seasoning is just like making them in a lab.
Fucking dipping my sack in this water here.
Just let it go
You
for
guys
5
like
minutes.
that?
I do. I do so much.
Fat internet slob dips his sack.
That internet piece of shit.
What the fuck?
So story.
Yeah.
This game is, of course, in Final Fantasy VII Remakes is made in parts. In case you're listening to this in the future.
We're not
and-
sure how those parts will play out either.
Yeah, and we definitely we made a lot of guesses on the Secret of Mana review.
Yeah.
Still don't know exactly how the parts are going to be released, but it seems like they're actually going to put Part 2 as its own full game by itself in the future. However, I still think the DLC thing's a good idea, but whatever. Whatever, Square, I'm just trying to make you money right now.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea, that's for sure.
Because it doesn't say Remake Part 1 or anything like that. It's just Final Fantasy VII Remake. Which we'll get into why it's called Final Fantasy VII Remake instead of just Final Fantasy VII, like we were also complaining about
Yeah.
a few weeks ago.
It turns out the entire game is just a rebuttal to our complaints and our concerns, so that was fun.
Yeah. They made it especially for me.
They really did, yeah. Like, we're going to make that little bastard eat his words. Eat every fucking word he's ever uttered.
Oh, dang. Whatever.
Yeah, seriously. It's like, well, I mean.
All right, so if you don't remember the original Final Fantasy VII, it's pretty much the same story up to the Midgar part, just with an added flavor of Dementors.
Yeah. Yeah, if you ever thought that Final Fantasy VII needed some Harry Potter, well, so did Square.
So, yeah. So, you know, opens up. It actually has a slightly different opening than the original game. It has the Red 13's running through the field at
Yeah.
the beginning of the game. Interesting. I don't know if that's a clue to something. And then we see Midgar and Aerith in a slightly more extended sequence of her in the street. And then, of course, we start the bombing mission with Cloud. And basically, it's an extended cut of the Midgar section of the game from then on.
Yeah.
With some added character depth, more exploration of the areas than there was in the original game, obviously, and that's kind of the selling point of the game. It's like,
Yeah, if you thought yeah, fuck, I forgot his name. The director of the Lord of the Rings, Jackson.
Steven Jackson.
Not Steven Jackson.
Peter Jackson.
If you thought Peter Jackson was masturbatory in his extended cuts, you have no fucking idea. Nomura is he's got the stamina of a god.
Yeah. There's pretty much a cutscene every 2 seconds. I do think they balance it a little better than in the other more recent Final Fantasy games like 13. But yeah, you go on from there. You do some terrorism.
Yeah.
Although this time, of course, the bomb is smaller, but you guys don't know that. But we, as the audience, know that because it cuts to Heidegger. Sorry, cuts to Heidegger.
I don't know how many dings he's hitting in those with that voice, but yeah.
Well, it seems like if you could see what Scarlet does with her lackeys, I assume that he also has some similar disgusting, corrupt,
Some
Caligula-like stuff going on.
some
in
weird
his
BDSM
office.
tendencies. They got some waivers they got to sign before they work with that guy. Like, you'll get a 10% salary increase, but you cannot talk about what's going on.
But do they have to have a waiver? Because
I mean, who's going to get
company?
them?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Remember, the mayor's office is in the Shinra building.
Yeah.
There's no government office of any kind. This is a true libertarian paradise.
It's funny because what I was thinking about this last night when I was listening to the George Washington book. I was like, that kind of reminds me of like Washington D.C. because the whole point of Washington D.C. was to like not have the Capitol building in a state, but people fucking live there now, and it's like that totally defeats the entire purpose.
Well, I mean, if you got a whole bunch of senators and stuff coming over there, they have to live there.
Yeah.
You gotta have like hotels and housing for them.
Yeah, for them.
And then you have other people popping up just to, make money off of those people, and then they have to have homes.
Son of a bitch.
Now you got a city.
Yeah, it reminds me of that though. It's like the whole point of like it's just defeated the purpose because the mayor lives in the fucking the tower, the Shinra Tower.
He lives in the Shinra Tower. He's a puppet. They all talk about him being a puppet in the game. But yeah. That's a little later on. But you do the bombing mission, and then suddenly this is a retcon from a definite departure from the original game. I mean, unless it was in like the Japanese translation, I don't know, but I don't think.
Yeah,
it is.
the game's already poorly translated, so that's another thing.
But then like,
Mr. President, you think those were the people that tried to kill you before?
like something like that, and then the Shinra guys blow it up even more, and then they're all like blaming it on Avalanche because Avalanche did want to blow stuff up. They just didn't want to blow the reactor up that much.
Yeah, it's an inside job.
Yeah. So then of course Shinra's after them after that, and the whole time you're going up there, like, this is the first sign of this. Jesse's flirting with Cloud through the entirety of the bombing mission. Up until the Scorpion. And that becomes like kind of a big deal throughout the first half of the game, which of course is not in the original.
Yeah, I think she kind of has the hots for him, but she's not.
Every woman in the game has the hots for Cloud.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, I mean, I enjoyed. I felt like I could live through Cloud for a little bit. That was...
Yeah. I feel you.
Okay. So we do the bombing mission, and then the Scorpion comes out, and my favorite lines, of course, being, "I don't want to die by a goddamn scorpion," from Barrett.
Yeah, my favorite line was "You mean you don't care about the planet?
I can hear the planet cry, Cloud.
You don't hear it? You telling me you don't hear the cries of the planet?" He's like over there, just like his eyes are just bloodshot. He's like, "You don't hear the cries? Listen to the cries." It's like, God, can you just chill?
He's the worst person to be in charge of any sort of mission ever, by the way. It's mostly because he can fly off the handle, and he has a gun strapped to his arm. This guy should not be in any sort of like power situation whatsoever.
Yeah, and every 5 minutes he's shooting right next to somebody's head, threatening them if they fuck up. Like, he's like, "If you step out of line once." It's like, hey, I get it. You got the gun arm. I know you're dangerous. Like, God damn it.
So yeah, you gotta fight the scorpion just like you do in the original game. Only this time it's a pain in the butt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Especially on hard mode when you haven't gone through and done the extra stuff and don't have amazing materia and equipment on you, and you just start playing, you just raw dogging it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You're just it's a terrible situation with that scorpion. Then what happens? Oh, you go back to town. Cloud wants his money. You got to collect money from people. You're reminiscing a little bit with Tifa. There's the part where you're trying to get money, and then the guy is like, "What are you, some kind of punk ass bitch?"
Yeah.
You remember that guy?
Yeah. It's I think it's the weapons shop guy, isn't it? Like he just calls you out, and I'm
He
like,
just calls
God
you a
damn.
punk ass bitch, and it's the most. He says it in the most white way possible too.
Yeah.
You some kind of punk ass bitch. It's like, that was funny. And then eventually you're in your room, right? Because Tifa gives you like a little hotel room with Merle downstairs, and then you hear like, ugh.
Yeah, you heard somebody like sloppily masturbating in the
Yeah,
room next
and then-
door, and you're like, hey, shut the fuck up.
And then of course the guy comes out and he's a zombie person.
Yeah, no, you go into his house, remember? And then, like, you go in there, and then you almost kill the fucking guy because you're like, what's going on in here? Are you okay? And then Cloud bursts in, and then he, like, draws his weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's, like, going to kill this guy in his own fucking house. Because he's, like,
Cloud's got some PTSD.
Yeah, Cloud's super fucked up. It's one of the clone guys from the original Final Fantasy VII, one of the rejects, when they were trying to create the perfect specimen, who, of course, is Sephiroth, right? So he's one of those.
One of the reunion guys.
Yeah, one of the reunion boys. Extended family.
Which they don't get into in this game. You just see a bunch of weird hooded guys with tattoos on their arm saying
Yeah.
the number that they were when they were injected with Genova cells, what I assume it means.
Yeah, and I think they only say the word reunion like twice. This is
Yeah.
surprising.
The first time he sees the guy, he's like, reunion. He says it under his, under his breath or something like that. And then like Tifa's like, what's wrong? Can you check on him every once in a while? And by the way, that honestly, her asking me to check on him every once in a while is like, I've had at least 7 minutes of my life wasted, because I would see the little pointer thing on the map telling me where to go next,
Oh,
and it was
yeah.
for the lady downstairs, and then I'd be like, I guess it wants me to check the room, so I'd keep on going into that room, and Cloud goes, no, I'm not gonna check on him.
Not doing
Standing
it.
in front of the doorway. I'm like, Tifa, why did you give me that instruction and you never have to check on him again
Yeah,
throughout the rest
Cloud's
of the game?
just like, I'm not checking.
I'm not checking on him. It's not my
Look,
problem.
Last time I went in there, I almost killed the guy. Clearly, I can't be around him. Like this, we can't get along.
I can't remember what happens next in the game despite playing it twice.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so you meet up with everybody else. I remember that. And then I think you gotta. Is it no, it's not the second mission. Do you gotta do the second bombing mission? No. You gotta go and like with Jessie on her own little like thing, on her own little mission.
Oh yeah.
In
That's
order
right.
to do the next bombing mission. And now we gotta shut that dog up.
Lay down. No. Lay down. Lay down. What did I say? I didn't say sit, lay. It's freaking out.
Bombing mission goes awry. Yeah, you got that second bombing mission. And that's
remember this is the
that's the one with the annoying guy that you had to kill like 6 times, right? With the fists that come out, and then you fall down in chapter 8 as Cloud. So you have to get the key with Jesse's father, and then you go into the Shinra building again, right?
No, after you get the key, so you meet Roche and you do the whole motorcycle part, and then after that, that's when you go into that other little section of the Shinra thing, and that's where Wedge gets his ass bit.
Right.
And
Oh,
you
that's all
guys-
part of the same deal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what leads up between Chapter 4 and Chapter 8 right now. So I remember... Oh, and then the Cloud meets Aerith, and then the Dementors.
Yeah, and you fight Reno and Rude, and you hang out with Aerith for multiple chapters, and then you abandon Aerith. Because Chapter 8's a big side quest chapter. Chapter 5 is a side quest chapter. Chapter 3 is a side quest chapter. It's kind of how it's set up. And that's usually how I don't know how I think of the chapters, just based on the side quest. Everything else kind of blends together pretty
I can't
fast.
believe I fucking played this game twice and I'm having trouble.
Yeah, so after the fucking...
I haven't pressed record yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's...
Cloud meets Aerith again. Cloud's named to be recruited with another bomb. Okay. Cloud intends to leave Avalanche after receiving his pay. Mysterious ghost-like entities who appear, causing him to recruit. Cloud's named to be recruited for another reactor bombing, which
Yeah.
goes awry.
Yeah, that's after chapter...
So that's the train, and then you go up.
Yeah.
Now I remember. Okay. You go into the Shinra crap 3 times.
Yeah, it's weird. It's more than before. Because before it was only 2.
Yeah. And I said we go up with Jesse. I think that was the last thing I said on the recording.
Yeah.
And it's not just with Jesse, it's also with Biggs and Wedge, and you have to get the key card in order to do another bombing mission.
Yeah, they used it as an excuse to see your parents. Kind
Yes.
of like a little reunion.
But Cloud has to go out with the cats.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, it's funny. Jesse's like, oh, I need you to break into my dad's house. You're a vagrant, right? You seem like the kind of guy that would just fucking break in and steal something. I need you to break into my parents' house while we're eating their food. Because I'm the worst daughter in the world. And you'll know the sign when you
Actress
see
and
it.
everything.
And, yeah. Actress, yeah. And I was like... for a minute, every time I played that part, I was like, is the sign the cats? Because that's a weird, there's some kind of mind control, or some
Nah, the
kinda...
game tells you what to do next. If you're ever
Yeah.
wondering, it's the game will tell you what to do next,
Yeah.
no matter what. Even if you think the game's going to leave you alone to figure out something by yourself, don't worry. The game
Yeah.
will tell you where to go next. But yeah, there are some weird-looking cats in this game. There's there's an obsession with cats. In fact, the first time you get it is right after that motorcycle chase thing, which is great. They put an extra motorcycle scene in
Yeah.
from the original game. Now we have 2, and they're really extended. And there's another soldier guy that comes and
Yeah, Roche.
screws with you for a little bit, and you never see him again. I think you see him one more time in a fight. That's it.
Yeah, later on in that mission, yeah.
Which I could have used some more Roche.
Yeah.
I could have used some more. I enjoyed him as a character, but yeah, those cats look so creepy. I can't even describe it. They do not look like cats.
Yeah.
It's the worst 3D modeling in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, how long ago did...
I don't know what looks worse, the Into the Wild trailer or the cats from Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah. I mean, how long ago... I mean, truly, how long has it been since Japan ate all of their cats? I always thought that was a China
They
thing.
put them all on the island. There's an island of cats.
Yeah, maybe they didn't need to take a fucking trip over to that island and take a look at a
Figure
few
out
of
what a
them.
cat looks like.
Yeah.
Ugh, there's a shiver down my
And
spine
then
with cats.
Yeah, when the one licks its face, it looks fucked up. I don't know.
They look like robot cats. Ironically, there is one robot cat in this game,
Yeah.
and that looks like a freak of nature, a different kind of freak of nature than these cats.
Yeah, that's totally
And by the way, Wedge loves these freaking cats, by the way. Wedge is like, oh, these cats, man, they're my favorite cats.
Yeah. The only thing he loves more than cats is food. And and this is something that I thought was hilarious that Caleb Craig was offended about as I was talking about the game to him. He was like, dude, it bugs me that Wedge only ever talks about food.
Look, it's not like fat is a race.
Yeah.
You chose to eat fat that much. Now
Look,
you're fat.
Look, fat. Yeah. I when I played the hard playthrough, I was like,
Well, it makes sense, dude. Dude, Wedge is like military, man. He's got like guns. They're doing missions. How much is he eating
Yeah.
to keep that shape?
Yeah. It takes a lot. It's a lot of
man,
work.
I really love to eat, man. Ever since Jesse rejected me, I've just been eating my feelings.
I got a lot of feelings, Cloud.
I got a lot of feelings, man. I got to eat these things. That's my Wedge.
That's pretty close.
I think it's all right. I think it's all right.
So I thought that was hilarious that he was getting mad. And then I started watching, or I played it on hard, and I was like, dude, he's totally right. Everything is like an innuendo to food. He's like, oh, I'm going to refuel when I get home. It's like every little line. It's either about like cats, how Jesse rejected him, or about how he's a fat bastard, and all I can think about is getting more food.
So Wedge is always talking about food, and then Tifa's always talking about. She's always making me think about her naked in a shower.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I would suck a dick for a shower right now, and you're like, ugh.
I can't wait for a shower.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's how she says it too.
I'd kill for a shower.
Oh, just so many terrible things for a shower.
Yeah. I started noticing that too. I was like, God, they have like 3 things that they want. These are simple people.
I'm hungry, man.
Yeah. Like you can tell they're poor. That's all I'm saying. Like it's the little things that count to these guys. Like the shower and the food. Although I don't know how he affords the food, if I'm going to be honest.
No,
yeah.
I can't imagine any of these. I guess they are going to people who are calling them punk ass bitches and making them pay up.
Yeah, that's true. For filters.
Filters.
Yeah, air filters so they don't die from the smog.
Is that what it was? I thought it was a water filter, but I
think
guess
it's,
I missed that.
Maybe
useless dialogue.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. They just shove it in the building somewhere. So I know you do it in Tifa's room, which I thought I was going to get laid. But
yeah, Tifa's like, excuse me.
Yeah.
You want to talk?
I was like, yeah.
You got time?
I do want to talk, actually. I don't know.
I would like my money.
Yeah. I don't understand why. Like, Cloud's supposed to be 21 in this game, right? And, like, he's single in this thing. Like, everyone wants him, and he never bites. Not once.
I have theories about this game.
Yeah.
Which we will get to.
We'll get to, yeah.
And I'm wondering if that also has to do with that.
Why is that?
Then again, he is, like, a really traumatized person. And he's probably very insular.
Yeah.
Probably, even if he is attracted to these very attractive women that are also flirting with him nonstop, and maybe he just can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's all Jim says is that Mako poisoning. Maybe it's like whiskey dick. It's like Mako dick. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
That'd be a real problem in Midgar.
Yeah, seriously. Everyone would be fucking just impotent.
Yeah.
It's funny though, the whiskey thing, it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm like reverso, but like usually when I'm wasted it's fine. I just can't feel anything, so it's just endurance mode, but
that's good to know.
Yeah, hey, you should get that backpack. He's like trying to grab the strap.
He's just sitting there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, he's a fiend for destruction. But anyway, dogs aside, yeah, I don't know what it is. They got their weird little things that they're into, and it like playing it twice, I think, is the problem. Playing it twice in quick succession.
Oh, and then you have to play a million other chapters in order to get the platinum.
Yeah, you got to play one chapter a million times.
You got to play chapter 8 and chapter 9 quite a bit.
Yeah.
So then some stuff goes down after the Jesse thing, and you meet the Roche guy again, and you're just fighting Shinra troops at that point, and then that's when you meet Aerith, basically. And it's also, I think, when you get the first Sephiroth cutscene as well.
Yeah.
Where Cloud is going into a corner. I might be getting my timeline a little bit mixed up here, but Cloud is going into an alleyway. Sorry, looking for my words here. He's going into an alleyway, and he's having this vision of Sephiroth in front of him. And would be extremely confusing if this was the first time you were ever playing any sort of Final Fantasy VII media, but
yeah,
that kind of like keeps on happening throughout the game. You're having visions of Sephiroth along with these these zombie guys, like the first one that you meet in the hotel room.
Yeah. And that's one thing Craig was complaining about. He's like, they had way too much Sephiroth. And I was like, well, technically there's no Sephiroth.
Yeah, there's actually no Sephiroth so far.
Yeah, it's just the clone guys. I mean,
Yeah.
unless maybe at the very end. I don't know. Because things do go a little different.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was like, Craig, technically there's no Sephiroth at all.
Yeah,
as far as we know.
'Cause Shinra is after them that night, and then Cloud runs into Aerith, and then Aerith is like swatting at stuff, and Cloud's like, "What's going on?" And then Aerith grabs Cloud, and then Cloud can see what's happening, and there's Dementors
Yeah, she red pills his ass.
flowing all around them, and then that starts becoming a part of the game. And the next day, when you finally get to safety and you separated from Aerith and stuff like that, you just meet her briefly. You get to safety the next day at the bar, and then you leave your house basically, and there's just Dementors everywhere.
Yeah, after you play some darts, of course.
After you play some darts.
It's very important.
Yes. And then you have to go on another bombing run that fails. You fall down into the church, just like in the original in the original building and in the original game. Then you got to fight Reno, which the first time I fought Reno, that was a hard fight.
Yeah.
That was the fight you had to learn how to block.
Yeah, and you don't have to
Because if
before
you
that.
don't block on Reno, you can't beat him.
You don't block, you don't live.
And I remember us like kind of being confused about the blocking in the demo, if you remember that. And I don't remember if the block's the same function, just holding down the R1 button and waiting. But that's kind of how it is in this game.
Yeah, it's weird, and honestly, you really use it in hard mode a lot. And
It becomes the thing after a while.
And it's they made it a big part of the game, and they explained how to do it, but it didn't matter for a large part of the easy playthrough. But hard, it matters a lot.
I didn't play easy, so I don't.
Or normal, I
Normal
mean,
playthrough.
but it's almost not necessary except for those Turk battles. Those are the ones where it really shines.
Yeah.
But you're not used to it by then because it's chapter 8 and you haven't used it once, and then suddenly it's like you have to use it all day.
And then you become Aerith's bodyguard. You got to do some side quests. You learn a little bit about Aerith, basically, and then her mother, or the person caring for her, tells you never see her again.
Yeah.
Then you're like, okay.
I know your type.
And then you're just like, okay. Cloud doesn't even fight it. He's just like, all right, fine, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't see her ever again.
Yeah, and so
I'll
you
just walk out of her life quietly.
Yeah, and but it's not really all that fucking quietly because you got to walk through the messiest hallway of all time in this fucking game with these fucking controls. God damn it, the precision controls in this game.
I only ever hit something twice.
Fuck, dude.
And 9,000 times you have to play that chapter. I
always fucked it up at least 2 or 3 times. I'm so fucking tired, man. Like, I don't know why these people, like, it wasn't messy before, but like she's like, oh, Cloud, good night, Cloud. And she just like fucks up the hallway, like puts all these, these fucking like a little wire with some tin cans on the end of it, and a fucking the loudest stool.
It's a trap.
The loudest.
Where you going?
The loudest stool ever made, and like that fucking chair.
That lady must have kicked so many boys out of the house. If Aerith is just like setting up traps so that she can hear if you're leaving or not. And then if she hears one little thing, you could be going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She hears one little thing, she's like, excuse me? Okay, I'll go back in my room. It's actually a little bit creepy. It's a little bit scary.
She's a little clingy, and like you barely even know her at this point, and the precision controls in this part, and like anytime we try to fucking climb a ladder or like interact with the environment, and you have to like stop Cloud from sprinting, it's just painful. It reminds me of the 15 thing where you're jumping and you're trying to talk to the vendor.
The X button is worse than the triangle button in this game, but it is similarly bad.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, nothing was as bad as that one time in I can't remember what city it is in 15. I think it's Altitia, but it's the one where you get the fucking cup noodle. You got the cup noodle stand, and you do the cup noodle mission.
Mm-hmm.
But there was like a stand in that game. There was 2 food stands right next to each other. And there was one guy that you could talk to. There was the guy with the actual mission, and then
I remember this.
Yeah, and then it's
I
like
remember this.
either I'm jumping up and down or I'm talking to the wrong fucking guy, and I'm just trying to play this game, and I'm like, God, dude, this is fucking painstaking. And it's like, he talks to the one guy, and the guy's like, no, I've got the freshest produce in the fucking world. And it's like, I don't care about you. There's a guy with a fucking icon above him. Why am I even talking to this guy? And then I'm like over there, like just fucking like jumping in front of this guy. And like, it's like, what is he like trying to flex on me here? Like,
I'm
what's
always
going
waiting
on?
in 15. I was always waiting for like one of the other characters to be like, "What's wrong with you, Noctis?
Yeah. What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Stop jumping! You're driving me nuts."
Yeah. Can you
No.
just stay on the ground, please?
So
I know that's your thing, but
in this one, instead, Cloud will just sit there for a little while before he decides to press a button.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's as bad as it gets, because luckily the triangle button is not the jump button.
Yeah, or you'll be running through the map, and I'm like trying to finish this chapter again, and so I'm trying to like sprint, and then I'm trying to get close to the ladder, and he's just like fucking, just like in the corner right next to the ladder. And then I move a little to the side, and he just
Did you
blows
do the
right
auto
past
sprint? You press the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't do that. I did the like manual one, and I pretty much only did the manual one. I never.
Yeah, it makes it hard to control his
I bet.
stupid ass.
That's kind of why I didn't do it. I was like, there's so many like interactions, so many turns and stuff.
Yeah, so many like little tiny things that get in your way. Like there's a ladder, but like the ladder's protruding a little. There's a guard on the ladder, so you can't be left of it or right of it. You have to be right fucking there.
There's
You
a lot
gotta-
of false hallways too. When you're thinking this is gonna lead to something. and
Yeah.
then you're like, nope. I guess that's just the background design.
Yeah.
Guess I
yeah.
can't walk up them stairs. That happens a lot. But yeah. So and then Aerith sees you leaving, and then she catches up with you in the middle of the night, and then you start. The annoying part of the best chapter is going through like, because you're trying to get back to the other sector. You're trying to get back home, and you have to go through Wall Market, basically, or I can't remember. It was Sector 6, right? The place that was already dropped. The
Yeah.
plate. And you have to go through there. You have to go through some like tunnels, and there's a really simple puzzles, and there's 3 of them that are like these giant mech hands. You see one of them in the original game, and now
Yeah.
they made like a mini game out of them.
Yeah.
You got to pick up Aerith or some boxes and move them around with the giant hand. And because you have to, in order to platinum the game, have to play Chapter 9 at least 6 times,
Yeah.
doing that hand thing over and over again did get infuriating because you had to do it, but it's not like it was hard.
Yeah.
But you go through that area, you and Aerith get to chat some more, and then you get to, basically you're going to go into the next sector, and then suddenly you see Tifa in a cart,
Yeah.
and Tifa's all dressed up, by the way. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty good.
and then you're like, what's going on? And apparently Tifa is going to go and infiltrate the mafia leader in charge of Wall Market.
Yeah, because there was earlier in the game they were trying to. There was a separate group of dudes coming after Barrett via Cloud, and I guess that had been happening a lot. And they were investigating Avalanche, and Tifa wanted to find out what they wanted with them. It's kind of the thing.
Yeah, and you eventually find like some plans, but first, in order to infiltrate it yourself with Aerith and everything like that, you got to do a whole bunch of quests, which include Madam M's massage.
Yeah,
Which I chose the cheap one first.
the cheap one and the expensive one are the 2 funniest
Though
ones.
they are really funny. They're a hand massage.
Yeah,
In case you were thinking it was going to be a full body massage, just a hand massage. But Cloud is so beat by this hand massage. He's so drained of all of his energy by it.
His
He just
essence,
sits in the
yeah.
corner, and then Aerith has to do some stuff for a while. You have to impress some dudes with some pull-ups. Or not some pull-ups. That's with Tifa
Oh,
later.
yeah.
But you got to do it with some squats, of course, if you remember that from the original game. Unfortunately, there is no gang rape scene. Like there is like the optional part in the FF7 with all like the big muscle guys, and they all surround Cloud.
Yeah. We
That's
do
not in
get
the original one.
we do get the big bro as a transsexual in the game, though. That's for sure. With Jules.
You know, I wasn't gonna say it. But I laughed out loud when I saw Jules' face for the first time. And I was like, he's going through transition right now.
Yeah.
I should say she. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. Maybe he's just a dude that dresses up like a girl.
Maybe.
He doesn't have to identify as a female.
He has some luscious lips.
He could just be a transvestite.
Could be. But anyway, that is how it looked to me when I texted that to Schweiss. So
Yeah, I laughed pretty hard when I saw it.
And yeah, you're fighting Jules. Or not fighting Jules, you gotta do that thing. But then basically the whole thing is in order to get to the mafia leader, Don Corneo, you have to impress the three. What's the name of them? It's like, I don't know. There's the trio,
The
right?
trio, yeah, that's it.
And the trio includes Sam,
Yeah.
Chocobo Sam Elliott, Chocobo Sam Elliott,
Yeah.
Madam M, of course, which is part of the massage thing, and what the fuck is wrong with me? Andrea.
Andrea, yeah.
That's right. Because
Yeah.
Andrea comes later. So, tell us about Chocobo Sam, Schweiss.
All right, so you first walk into the town and into this area, and then you have to ask Chocobo, or you ask a Chocobo guy about like one of their clients, because that was the cart that was carrying Tifa, and you're trying to figure out where Tifa
She's
went.
in great shape.
Yeah, and you get 3 options to choose, like how to describe Tifa to Sam, because he comes out and he's like, "Why are you harassing my boys?" And he's like, well, what's this friend of yours look like? And then, of course, the best one is she's in great shape, because that pisses off Aerith the most. And then, regardless of whatever option you choose, is like, wait, you talking about Tifa? And then he tells you, what to do or where Tifa went.
She's a pretty girl.
Yeah.
I can't do the voice as well as you.
She's a pretty girl, but you're the one I want to see in a dress. Yeah. You want to see Tifa, boy? I'm gonna have to see you in a dress. Yeah. No.
He's just working for a friend.
Yeah. That was the best. That was my favorite thing about this chapter, because like I did it so many times. Like I came up with this like thing where Chocobo Sam was actually the one after Cloud's dick instead of Andrea, and he's just like, I don't know about you, Andrea, but I've been looking forward to seeing that boy in a dress since the first time I laid eyes on him.
Chocobo Sam, by the way, cowboy hat, big black beard, looks really tough, but has the gayest Chocobo vest I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Probably the only Chocobo vest I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's true.
As well, except for maybe the guy
It's a
who also
Chocobo
was
battle
wearing one.
vest. It's really... It's an unusual image, to say the least.
Yeah.
His assistant also has it. But it fits his assistant more, because his assistant isn't, like, oozing masculinity and then wears this stupid little vest.
Maybe he's in between jobs, and it's like the equivalent of working at like the fucking the hot dog factory, with the little spinner hat thing back in the day.
It's like a stupid outfit you have to wear because your boss told.
like-
But he's the boss.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess Don Corneo's the boss. I don't
Yeah,
think Don
yeah.
Corneo was like, you gotta wear this, and they just like gave it to him.
Yeah, I want you to wear this stupid fucking vest. I want you to wear this gay little vest. Sam's like, all right, well, I guess I'll put it on. Only if the Don says so. But yeah, you have to get their approval, and you have to do a couple of side quests for each of them. There's like a bunch of different options in the section of the game too, which is good because you have to do it like a million times.
Yeah.
And depending on which quest line you take, your responses kind of alter the outcome of this chapter. And you can sort of get different quest lines unlocked. You can get different like dialogue and shit from these characters to kind of
Different dress.
alter which dress you get. Yeah, for later in the chapter.
Yeah, if they pop, because they don't always pop. Cloud's dress, second dress, doesn't always pop, even if you do all the right things.
Oh, really?
It's a chance. Yeah, and it's a long freaking chapter, and you're already 20 minutes in before that
Before you
becomes
even
an
get
option.
there, yeah.
Yeah, and so you have to do Madam M's massage, and after like that section, then if the other quests pop.
Oh, okay.
just based upon the 2 extra quests that come in, and it's a chance thing. It's not every time. It was so I had to do it 3 times just for Cloud's dress.
Wait. What's the chance thing?
You have to. So Cloud has 3 dresses you can do. 1 dress is you do no side quests. 1 dress is you do like the Jewel side quest and something else, and then the other 2 quests, which only happen if you don't talk to Johnny, and you say no deal to Sam, and then you get the expensive massage from Madame M.
Okay, yeah.
But sometimes it doesn't pop,
Oh.
and you get the other 2 quests again.
Oh, see, I heard that you also have to talk to the guy in front of the inn that tries to ask you and Aerith if you want a room, and that's how you make sure it happens.
I followed a guide, and it just took multiple tries. I don't remember about
That's
the guy on the end.
fucked up because that chapter is really long.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
I did it. I did that chapter many times,
yeah.
at least up to a certain point. And then you got to prove yourself to Madame M, and you got to do your you got to do the arena fights, which I don't even remember if the arena fights in the original game were required. I don't think they were.
I think you had to do at least 1 set of them. I think it was like when you got thrown down. I think you got thrown into the arena. Remember, because you don't go into the sewers, you get thrown into the arena. The sewers is after. I think it's after the Shinra building or something. In the
We might
original
be
game.
getting mixed up. It's been a while.
But I think Corneo tosses you into the ring, and you have to do like 1 set of battles. It's been a long time though, but
Yeah. So you got to do it, and then you have to fight the Hell House, which is the worst thing in the world. The first time you play the game,
yeah,
the Hell House is such a pain.
the arena is such a cool part too. Like all the characters, they did a really good job. Of
Yeah, that was
fleshing
really
this out.
fun. So the chapter 9 is kind of where the entire the remake shines the most, I think. Because that chapter or that section of Final Fantasy VII, the original, it is a funny section, and it's out of place with the rest of the game. It's just like there's whores everywhere, and you got to dress up as a woman, and it's crazy. And there's like a mafia boss, and you threaten to chop off his balls and stuff like that. And then, of course, you go into the sewers, and the game becomes normal again. But they really expanded it into like a good chunk of the game here in just 1 chapter. And there's so many layers to it, so many crazy characters. I love the characters when you're doing the arena fights. I like the announcer guys.
Yeah,
The first time, because after that you don't want to watch it again. But the first time you play the game and they're making all these jokes and stuff like that, that was really enjoyable. And Johnny was really funny and like chasing him around. He's like, he calls you bro. Can I call you bro? And then Cloud goes no, and then he keeps calling him bro. And that was a pretty funny like character moment thing as you're chasing Johnny around the town. Madame M, of course, is like this really like hothead lady. Of course, we already talked about Sam Elliott.
yeah.
And then there's Don Corneo himself, who is really gross.
Yeah.
They made it worse in this one. And then I think the best part of the game, which I didn't expect to be the best part, because people before on the Discord chat, there was an FF7 room that I had to make because they kept on talking about FF7 spoilers in the general Ultima Final Fantasy room on Discord. Check our pinned tweets or check our Twitter descriptions for details. At least it's in my Twitter description. They were like, Joe's going to hate Chapter 9. Joe's going to hate it. It's so weird. Then I got to it, and it was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was so funny. Just all the characters and all the crazy situations you have to go into, and then when you have to do a dance-off with Andrea, the obviously gay character, Andrea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sam Elliott, he's cloaking his homosexuality in the vest. I don't know how effective it is, but Andrea, yeah, for sure.
So you got to do a dance-off with Andrea, and it just comes out of nowhere, basically. It's like, you have to do this to impress the trio in order to get to Don Corneo. I'm sorry, Cloud, but you have to dance. And it's so... The dance choreography is so funny, and it's just, It was just heaven. It was so good. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah, it's really good. It was funny, and it was also really well done. Like, it's pretty tasteful for what it was. I mean, because Andrea's talking about, like, basically, like, oh, don't worry about, like, gender and all these other things. Like, just express yourself. And I was like,
be yourself.
yeah, and like, Cloud was, like, oddly into it. Like, when he whirled him that last time, I was like, man, Cloud looks like he's about to kiss this guy. He's like, oh, this is the perfect moment. I was like, I'm not gay, but I was in that moment. I had to be.
I thought about it.
Yeah, in that moment, I thought I had to be gay. But like, it was a really great chapter. Yeah, and I like that part a lot. It's super funny. It's super over the top. I don't know of a single person that dislikes that part of the game. Like,
No.
even Craig
That
loved
was
it.
the best. That was the best part of the game.
Yeah,
And then the next great scene is that Cloud is put into a dress
yeah.
on stage. He's put
Mhm.
into a dress.
They dress him up right there. Yeah.
And I gotta say, the blue dress makes Cloud look the prettiest.
Which blue one?
The more blue than black one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that was the first one I got to. It's the one that you do when you do like the one set of quests, the one that's easy to pop.
Yeah.
And then Aerith is like chasing him, but Cloud won't say anything until he like finally like turns around and gets dressed up completely as a woman. And then they have to go into the Don Corneo thing, and then Tifa doesn't recognize him for a second. And that was funny. And then they have to then it follows from where the original FF7 is.
Yeah, I thought it was funny, the guy at the gate too. I can't remember what his name is, but that little shit's in that fucking Turks the Kids Are All Right book. I can't remember what that guy's name is right now.
I don't remember either.
But he like sees Cloud and he's just like, oh, no way. Like, he knows exactly who it is, and he's like, I don't think this is gonna work out. But he lets you in anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tifa's like, hi, and like doesn't recognize you for a second, and then she does, and she's like, oh my gosh, Cloud, I can't believe it. And then he's like, yeah, I know, killed it. Like, let's move on. He doesn't want to talk about it at all.
I remember that line now. That was great.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then unfortunately the chapter ends after you threaten to smash Don Corneo's balls.
Yeah. Corneo is so perfect in this game too. Like, he's so nasty. He's got like a disgustingly gyrating stomach.
I don't know who's more nasty, him or Heidegger.
Heidegger's just like a chain smoker. I don't know how he isn't ever seen smoking, given the sound of Heidegger's voice. But the Don, it is so perfectly done. It almost sounds like Mark Hamill too. It's like kind of like the guy's putting on his Mark Hamill impersonation.
Like a Joker?
Yeah, like a Joker. Not like normal Mark Hamill.
No.
But like a Joker, Mark Hamill doing his Joker. It was. I really thought all of it was pretty well done in this chapter.
And then it kind of turns regular FF7, only extended. So you drop
Yeah.
into the sewers.
It's got the extends.
It's got the extends.
Yeah.
I remember when some guy tried to buy that at the gas station I was working at. Then they tried to return it, and there's no returns on those items.
Yeah, you're like, sorry, man.
Sorry.
You're gonna have to get an erection. I don't know what else to say. You're gonna have to throw it away, or
It gets bigger if you get hard.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. You know, you're supposed to eat it, and then you get the boner.
It's just vitamins, I think, if that. I don't
Yeah.
even know what's in those things. But
I don't know.
so you're in the sewers. You got to get out of the sewers, and then
Yeah, there's that mini game in the sewers though. That fucking pump thing. You remember that? Oh my god.
that's the worst mini game in the game.
That thing fucks
Most
you.
of the mini games are really fun, and that one in the pull-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the second time around in hard mode, I got to that part and I was like, "Damn it!
It's harder.
I forgot about this fucking thing."
It's harder. Yeah, and it's like, because you have to like, Tifa's like starting this engine to get this fucking door opened because the electricity's busted in the sewers, and Aerith has to like pump this fucking, or no, maybe it's the other way around. And one of them's
Aerith
like
has to pull the thing down, and Tifa has to like
pump it,
yeah.
and then Aerith has to like cut it off, like cut
That's
the
right.
steam off
That's
as
right.
it's in this little the needle like threads its way into this little box that gets bigger the more you fuck up, which is good, until it gets to its max width in this like red zone, and you have to like push the button or push up on the controller right when it hits there to fucking stop it from, I guess, to activate phase 2 of this hellish minigame, and you get the door opened up.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's brutal.
I hated that mini game. It's not because it was like bad mechanics or anything. It was just like it's so unforgiving, and I don't know. You don't get anything out of it. There's no trophy.
Yeah.
And then you got to go through a train yard. If I'm getting the order of this game correct, there was a couple just filler chapters. Basically, you got to go through a train yard. Yeah.
Yeah, we forgot about the Airbuster though. That was a crazy part.
Airbuster.
Yeah.
The Airbuster.
And there was some pretty good dialogue in that chapter too, because Barrett was they were talking. They were on like TV basically, and Barrett had like this random speech that he gave in the middle of the hallway or in the middle of this room, and everyone's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "If they're gonna put me on TV, I'm gonna be dropping some truth." And then they're like, "I bet you there's no sound of the
they
video."
probably muted it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in there, and the Airbuster was a crazy fight too. It was a big fucking fight.
That was a tough fight the first time around.
Yeah.
Really tough.
But anyway, we're
so you go through. I can't remember when you turn on all the freaking lights. That might have been earlier in the game, but that was an annoying part.
that was way earlier, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the second
The
Shinra
lamp
mission.
thing,
that
yeah.
was up to
Yeah, because
the second of 3 Shinra missions.
yeah, there's a lot of Shinra bombing missions in this
Yeah.
one, and a lot of shit you got to do
Well,
to
the
get to
third
those
one's
spots.
a rescue mission, to be fair. Which, of course, at a certain point, you get back to the thing. They find out that Shinra is actually about to blow up the plate and just get rid of Avalanche that way.
Yeah, and that's what the Don tells you,
Yeah, and so
and you kind of can't believe it.
yeah,
first.
you got to get everybody out of there. Jesse and Wedge and everybody, they're all fighting the Shinra soldiers off of the tower that's holding up the plate.
And the Dementors are not having it.
The Dementors are not. Yeah, they're not having. Pretty much the second half of the game,
Yeah,
they like to show up, and then you have to like fight your way through them.
yeah, you're going to Azkaban, like they're fucking coming.
They need Expecto Patronum. They need to figure that shit out, because
Yeah.
otherwise you're just like slicing at things until the game's like, oh, I guess this one's ready to move on. Because they never die, they never run out, so the game just has a timer on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you find out the second plate is there, and then of course everything goes to hell. So Wedge is injured, Biggs is injured. You think he dies for a second.
Wait, he should have, but
He
yeah,
should have died, and then Jesse actually dies
in front of you. Yeah.
in front of you. This was after, of course, the scene where Wedge is like, "No, don't believe anything she says, Cloud. She's a tease, man. She's a tease."
Yeah. She'll play with your balls, but never the tip, Cloud. Don't let her. Yeah, it's.
But Jesse actually dies. The other two that die in the original game don't die.
Yeah, at least not here.
And then the plate falls, but luckily you get everybody out. But Aerith had to make a deal with the devil, basically, and she's now caught with the Shinra people. And you find out that she was an ancient.
Yeah, I'm going to say here real fast, though. This is the one chapter that I think was poorly paced in the game. Like, they really gave it the extended cut on everything in the game. I think this is the one part where I don't think that worked out very well, because you're supposed to be hauling ass up this, this big platform to go save your friends who are getting shot down by heavy, machine gun fire.
And then they throw a bunch of guys that are weak to fire in front of you.
Yeah, and it takes like forever to get up there, and it feels really, really, really dragged out. And it's fine pretty much everywhere else in the game, but I think the pacing right here is the only place in this game that it struggles. And I don't know, playing it on hard, I was pretty much flying through it, but still, it feels like it's like, oh my god, we got to go up there and save him, and then like an hour later we get up there.
Yeah,
it's like there's no fucking urgency here. Like, everyone's fine apparently.
There's the general complaint I had with the game was in this part when you're doing the lamp thing and stuff like that.
Yeah, they just, some of it seems
or through the beginning of chapter 9 with the freaking claws. It's just like we have to stop. The game looks like it's going to give you a puzzle that you have to figure out.
Yeah.
But then you walk 10 feet and they'll be like, oh, look, there's the light over there.
Yeah.
We better get to it, Cloud, and you can't skip those little tiny cutscenes.
Yeah, you think it's a puzzle, but it's a fucking two-piecer. It's like
No.
the two-piece puzzle, and you just fucking like...
No,
ooh.
and you're just like, okay, I guess that's where I go next. And I really wish the game had let you breathe a little bit in those moments. Not when he's running up the tower like you're talking about right now, but just in other moments of the game. But yeah, you make it up the tower. Jesse's dead, of course. You fight Reno and Root again, and then you barely miss the blowing up of it. You have to like do some action movie bullshit with a
crane.
with a pulley,
Yeah.
and then you have to slide down a rope.
Yeah. I remember...
And then you see a random fucking cat.
Yeah. I remember laughing at that scene in the original game because like it just looks so funny seeing Barrett like flying through the air with the other two on his back. Not so funny in this one. It's pretty brutal. Everyone's dying. Shit's falling down. You see Wedge get...
It's brutal until you laugh out loud at the strange-looking creature that just randomly pops up for no reason.
At the very end, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like shows the panoramic view of the city, and like it's just devastation. You just a bunch of people die, and you're like, wow, that was crazy. Because Aerith was trying to get everybody out, but not everybody got out. You know, there's some stragglers. There's always people that stay behind in these kind of situations.
And then you see Fritz the cat for a second.
Yeah, yeah. And then you see the cat like get down on his knees and cry out to God, and then pound one fist on the ground, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
See a Mickey Mouse looking cat.
And you're like,
Yeah.
What the fuck is
Just
a cat?
randomly shove in Kate Sith, who you never see again during the game, so it doesn't even really like...
Why would Reeve need to use the robot cat at this point either? Like, why is he coming out as the robot cat? Like, was he trying to stop it as the robot cat? Because he was nowhere near
Here's the
that
thing.
city. Like, what
This
the fuck?
this game is a standalone game. It has an ending, it has a beginning, and then in
And
the
it has a
middle of the
cat.
fucking thing, it has a random fucking cat. And I'm looking at this game. There's another thing near the end, in the end, by the way, where I'm like, you can't play this game without playing the original game, and this was part 1 of that.
Yeah,
And it was
yeah.
just like, if you had never played the original 7, never watched Advent Children, you just heard that the 7 remake came out, it's a remake of a really popular game, and it's supposed to be a really good remake. You turn this thing on, you play through that mission, it's pretty powerful scene, and then there's a Mickey Mouse cat.
Yeah.
You're like,
What's the
what
cat?
the fuck is that thing?
And-
And it's never brought
yeah,
up again.
And the game just like, I don't know, what's the cat?
What is the cat?
Don't
Good
you
question.
know? And it's like, nope. I saw a lot of people on YouTube or like Twitch videos, and they're like, wait, what's the cat? What is that little cat doing? Like, it's like, you're never going to know because the game's not going to fucking tell you. It's like, Dad, that is so dumb. Yeah, that chapter's like, that's just like the fuck off chapter.
I really like the fight with Reno and Root.
Yeah, that
I
was
enjoy
really
it,
good.
gameplay.
I like their camaraderie. I like those two as characters a
Yeah.
lot, actually.
No, they're
and I've
great.
always liked them. They've been good in the original. They were good. They were good in Advent Children, and they're good in this. And they've got the same kind of like bromance thing going in this that they had in Advent Children. And they bring back the sunglass joke where he's always replacing his sunglasses.
Sunglasses. Great.
I love Reno and Root in this. It's great.
Um,
They're fucking hard on hard mode though. They fucked me up. Like, God damn it, that was rough.
my
I
hard mode was not as hard as yours.
no, it wasn't as long either. Yeah. So you were the one buying the extends that night.
That's
apparently.
right.
You're like, let's crack this open and beat this fucking game.
Let's crack open some extends.
Yeah. You know what I need? Less blood to the brain, more blood to the dick.
That's right.
That's how you beat this game.
But Aerith saves Marlene in the whole chaos of the thing, and she
Yeah.
makes a deal with Shinra, and
And sang, yeah.
Sang is the guy we see him in the flashback, and Aerith is taken to be experimented on by Hojo, basically.
Yeah, Hojo's gonna prod her.
And then the next kind of up to the end of chapter 17 is the rescue mission for Aerith. And you have to go up through the whole... you have to climb your way up the broken down plate.
Yeah, well, no, before you do that, though, we get that emotional scene where Barrett's stupidly raging about Marlene. Because remember, he's like...
Marlene!
He's mad about everyone else dying, and then he's like pounding his fist about Marlene. And it's like, you just fucking saw Marlene with Aerith, with Sung. It's like, they're obviously not dead.
Yeah, what have you done to my little girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Uh,
I don't know who's more over the top, Heidegger or Barrett.
I
Who's the more over the top voice performance?
I think Barrett's is better, honestly, which is funny.
Barrett's
'cause-
is better because Barrett's physical movement matches the over the topness of the voice.
Yeah,
That's what I would argue with.
and it's weird because John DiMaggio usually does a pretty good job, I think, and in this one,
Usually,
I don't know.
if that direction on make Heidegger the most cliched B movie bad guy from the 1950s that you can.
Yeah,
Like, just make it just the most cliche thing you can possibly think of, and that's what Heidegger is, which I found it's one of the detriments of the game, I think, is Heidegger.
yeah. I mean, in the original game, he does kind of act that way. Though. He does laugh loudly by himself with no one around. Like, he's like a cheese. And maybe just the translation of it is just so weird because it just has been weird. Because I remember that in the original game, like him just laughing
That's
randomly.
just too much of a cliche to continue now. The
Yeah.
laughing bad guy,
It's too much now.
too much.
This is 2020.
It's too much. Like, if he's, like, snapped or something and it, like, makes sense with the plot.
Yeah, yeah.
But he hasn't. He's just a guy and he loves his power. I think the much better bad guy would have been Scarlet with her, like, gimp.
Yeah, their BDSM thing, yeah.
Which, shocking, by the way, in this game. I can't believe this game is rated teen.
It's pushing it, yeah.
It is. It really is pushing it because it's clearly Chapter 9. We all know what it's about. They never say anything, I guess, but
Yeah.
we all know what's going on there. And then, yeah, the gimp guy. Scarlet has a gimp. She has, like, a servant in a Shinra guard uniform that crawls on his hands and knees.
Yeah, and is used as her footrest.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah.
I
I also think I saw her step on his balls at one point, but I might have.
don't remember that. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to go back into the Shinra building. You have to climb up. That was another kind of long part where they were just like extending it quite a bit. You just have to climb up to the Shinra building, and then you got to go inside, and there's a million guards there. But for some reason, there's no one when you get to the stairs.
Yeah.
And then you meet the mayor, and the mayor lets you up.
I really liked both ways because I stupidly when I don't know why I did chapter 18 again. Or no, 16. That's chapter 16 for the Shinra building. But I went up the stairs twice. And then I finally went up the elevator, and both of them are funny. Like, I love both of them.
Yeah, they're both great.
Because the stairs, like, Barrett's just having, like, he's, like, mentally breaking down.
I can't do these stairs.
And it just gets funnier and funnier and better and better. And then
Hold up.
And the elevator is fucking funny, too, because there's, like, one part where, like, a guy gets on his phone, and he, like, just gets in the elevator, and he doesn't notice, and the guys are, like, in the background just kind of, like, trying to be casual in their fucking war outfits. And this guy's on the phone with, like, his mom or something like that, and he just, like, hits the floor, and then they're just back there, like, trying to be calm and cool, and the guy just walks out of the elevator and nothing happens. Yeah, so I loved both of those, getting up there. And then the fucking spy movie that it turns into for Tifa, it's like I'm playing Splinter Cell suddenly.
Yeah, you gotta, like, oh, man.
And, like, the music is totally spy music, too, yeah. She's like, oh, hand over hand, huh? Bring it on. And then it's just like Siphon Filter theme song starts playing.
Because you have to get a key card that's in some fuck off spot. So Tifa starts climbing. And then you see the car, and you're like, we're going to see that car later. Like the little, the tri truck?
Yeah, the fucking, like...
Truxicle?
It's like it's like the first Ford in baby blue with only 3 wheels.
Only 3 wheels. They forgot a wheel.
Yeah. Barrett's like, give me in the smallest car you have. Like, that's the car they steal, the one where it's like fucking tiny.
But yeah, you go up the Shinra building, and then stuff starts going down, basically. And then you're doing like a tour of Shinra. I remember that. And then you start seeing things. You start seeing like, or you learn more about the ancients, and then I guess Sephiroth, is it right? He somehow messed with the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah,
there's that.
He hacked in. I thought that was actually pretty cool. I think they tried to paint
cool.
Shinra in like they're trying to find the ancients, like their promised land. Of course, they were trying to do that in the original game, but it doesn't seem nearly as nefarious always as it was before. And even with President Shinra in the game, it doesn't really... I don't know if his motives are necessarily truly bad. Because I think they're just trying to figure out what the fuck it is. And it's almost like their society's version of, like, you know, the utopia. And they're curious about what the fuck this place is.
Saudi Arabian oil fields.
Yeah. He's
Gotta find the promised land.
We need to find the promised land, and we need to liberate the fuck out of it. But yeah, and
that'd be the Iraq ones. We gotta liberate that promised land.
yeah, got no choice. I don't know what else to do.
Gotta liberate by bombing the shit out of their main city. Liberation.
That's right. That's the Shinra way.
That's the Shinra way.
But yeah, it does get crazy in this chapter. This is when we run into Hojo. We find him in the Shinra building.
Yeah, and he's talking about all the crazy experiments he wants to do, and then you guys come up because you got to save Aerith, and basically, everything's alerted to your presence at that point. And Hojo makes you go through like a series of
tests
of his own like creations, his creatures that he's been messing with. He's making you fight against them.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Hojo should have definitely been played by Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, doing like a German accent.
Yeah, something. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, you go up there and you gotta rescue Aerith.
What about the guy from Human Centipede? Because I always felt like that guy was Hojo when I was watching that movie.
You gotta have a better actor.
Feed her! Feed her!
Human Centipede. Terrible movie.
Yeah.
So it
Pretty
is
bad.
disgusting, but it's also a bad movie.
It is, yeah.
It could have been, like, if it was a good movie and disgusting, probably could have handled it more. But it's also a bad movie.
Yeah, you gotta
and
watch.
a lot of it is because its cast is awful.
They're terrible, yeah.
It's a pretty bad performances in Human Centipede. I'm not saying it's the actor's fault. Maybe they're good in other stuff, but in that movie, they're bad. All of them. Every single one.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I want that character to be played by that actor. I don't know. I'd have
The
to,
second movie
have to do some screen tests.
is grosser by a large degree.
Have you seen the third one?
No, but I love that poster. It's fucking hilarious. It's just the whole prison yard of them, and then it just says politically incorrect in the middle in Human Centipede 3. I'm like, dude, I want to watch this. I don't know if I could
just see
stomach.
how much you can handle.
Yeah, I don't know if I could stomach anything after that second one. Oh, God, near the end, it's just... God damn, that's fucking nasty.
I believe you.
Yeah, the guy's not a surgeon in the second one.
I might watch the third one. The second one doesn't look like it would be any fun at all. Like, it's in black and white and, like, gross black and white. It's not even, like...
It sets up an interesting thing.
Why is it in black and white? Is it just too gory?
I don't know.
It just makes it so seem like not a sequel to the first one.
Well, it's weird because they treat the first one in the second one as if the first one was a movie in that world, and this guy's trying to copy it.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was like, it's kind of a cool premise, but it's a fucking disgusting movie. So
It's more disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How? Okay, I'm sorry. Let's move on to the game.
Staples instead of stitches.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you rescue Aerith, and then some other stuff goes down in the Shinra building.
Yeah.
Notably, that one of the guys says that he saw Sephiroth.
Yeah,
one of the
Palmer.
Shinra people.
Yeah, Palmer.
Yeah, and then you go up there, and you go up to the top of the tower, and President Shinra is hanging off the tower, and I think you don't let Barrett kill him or something like that, right?
Yeah, Barrett is like basically toying with him, and he's basically telling Barrett like, "Oh, I'll give you everything you ever wanted, like money, whatever." And he's like, "Well, I kind of just want to kill your ass. Like, I'd like to see you fall this whole way. That'd give me pretty." He says like that'll make me pretty much even on what I want in this life. And you guys decide not to kill him, and then Sephiroth fucking shows up and kills him anyway. And then he kills everybody, basically. He kills Barrett, and he kills Tifa, I think. It shows him killing Tifa. Or no, maybe not Tifa. I know he gores Barrett, like he runs Barrett through after killing Shinra. But you also see the Nomura creations fly into Barrett's body and kind of surround everything. They're like, "Oh fuck, shit's going down."
That's right.
And they kind of interfere with it
The
a lot.
Dementors.
Yeah, and shit goes crazy at this point. This is where it starts to really...
The president's son shows up, and you have to fight him because he thinks that you guys are the...
Well, before that, though, you
there's
fight Genova. Yeah,
That's right.
Because after it goes crazy, Cloud's like trying to chase the dude down because you find... I mean, it's obviously not Sephiroth. It's another one of the clones. And the clone, like, falls to his death.
That's right.
And Genova breaks out, and you fight Genova. And it's a pretty fucking sweet Genova fight inside the Shinra building. It's crazy.
It's long. And I had to do it twice in hard mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did.
I almost didn't die at all after I got the Super Boss done. But that was satisfying and hard. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I liked it. I didn't die, though. So
hard and satisfying.
The satisfaction...
Long, hard, and satisfying.
Yeah, Extends. Today's episode brought to you by Extends.
I tried it.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, did you
I
really?
never tried
Like,
it.
how did it work?
I would kill myself before I looked a cashier in the eye
And bought Extends.
and bought Extends.
Yeah, because you have to buy it at a gas station. I think they have a monopoly on it.
Yeah, I think they do too. I think
The product.
yeah.
Yeah, it's Maverick and 7-Eleven.
I would also kill myself if my parents
found it.
yeah picked up the package and it was like a pill bottle, which I assume is what they come in. You know, shaking around. It's like,
Yeah.
Joe, what did you get? Did you get pills? I'll just vitamins.
Yeah.
I'll take it away.
It's just
Take
vitamins.
the label off.
Just my vitamins.
Just vitamins.
Yeah. So shit hits the fan in the Shinra building here, and yeah, you fight Genova.
You fight Genova, and then Cloud has to fight Rufus Shinra.
Rufus Shinra, yeah, a
And
really
then-
awesome part.
Right afterwards, Barrett and Aerith have to fight.
Fucking God
And-
mech.
Yeah, some asshole fucking thing. That,
You-
oh my god!
you
the
remember-
first time I played this game, that guy was so difficult.
Yeah, yeah. You remember that guy in the original because you had to fight him on the elevator.
Yeah.
As you're going down.
Yeah,
In this one, he
and
just
it was kind of
blows-
hard in the original too.
Yeah, he was because you had your B party almost.
Yeah,
In the OG game, you had like Red 13, and it's like, well, he only hits him with the limit break.
I had my B party in this one
Aerith.
too. Barrett and Aerith were my worst characters.
Yeah.
as far as materia. And-
Yeah. In hard mode, I had to do it twice, and I got to the very end. But right before it like did the mission critical thing, and like he became the tunnel, and you had to just kill him before he killed you, which I also didn't realize there was some cover over there. But Aerith didn't have rays on her, and I got to the very end, and Barrett died right before that,
Oh,
and I couldn't kill him as Aerith, and so I had to start the whole thing over again.
you didn't do the Ray of Judgment.
Yeah, it
The
wasn't.
melter. Oh, that's a great move.
It wasn't quite enough in hard mode,
Oh, it's too bad.
and he dunked on me.
Damn.
But
It
yeah,
was close in hard mode when I played hard mode. It was close.
yeah, he's
Because
yeah,
they were still my GIF characters. Despite having done everything in the game,
yeah.
they were still kind of eh.
And that's a long fight too, because you got to destroy all of his like armor dudes, the repair guys, and then you're still
Awful.
doing almost no
Awful.
damage.
Yeah, and then you're doing no damage, then you have to get behind him. And
Yeah,
I mean, what eventually, I assume you did this too, but this was my thing, was like you had each character on different sides of the room. And when that guy started to aim it towards the other character, or to the character I was playing, I would switch characters and then start attacking from behind from the other
yeah.
guy.
Until I got to where it was like telling me to target his gun that he was gonna blast me with, and then I went Barrett. Like I would go do a special move with Aerith, and then I'd go back to Barrett and do his like I can't remember what the name of it is, Maximum Overdrive or some shit.
Yeah,
Like,
it's maximum overdrive.
yeah. Awesome movie, but great move in this game, and I would just hit him with that, and it would blow up his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a tough fight though. That was hard both times.
And then everybody, we totally like after the Hojo section, but whatever.
Yeah, Barrett's not dead.
Everybody meets up, and they get in the little truck, and then Cloud has to swipe everybody away in a big motorcycle chase scene. And then the Dementors start to gather.
Yeah, they're like going
crazy.
They're like going nuts around the Shinra building at this point.
Yeah, and this is basically like the whole like Hojo section up to the end of the game is like the third act, kind of everything's coming to a head. A very incomplete head. But the Dementors are going crazy, and then you're gonna escape the city. You know, you're gonna say goodbye to. You don't have time to say goodbye to Marlene or anything like that. You got to get out of there. You know, Sephiroth is gonna destroy the world, which okay. It is the Sephiroth stuff is kind of shoved in there in this version of the game, I think, but we can get to that later. And then you get to the end of the bridge, and it's just like a wall of Dementors. And then Aerith has like this moment where she's like, "This is fate. This is destiny. We're fighting destiny," or whatever. "You sure you want to do this?" basically. And then you have to fight the Arbiter of Fate, which is like the ultimate Dementor.
Yeah.
And then after you fight the ultimate Dementor, then you fight a version of Sephiroth, and then the game ends, and you are on the other side of Midgar.
Yeah, it's
And yes, see some cutscenes.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's really weird. It really goes off the rails, and you can kind of see it earlier on because, like, you notice, like, well, these guys are kind of stopping me every time I try to do something that I didn't do in the original game. You're like, oh, that's interesting. That's weird. And it almost, I don't know, it almost seemed like a Nomura, like, shit show for a minute there with the whole time plot thing.
I just thought when I started the game, I was about midway through before I had a moment, because they were talking about Destiny a lot. It's the theme of the game. Theme of 7 is not Destiny.
Yeah.
They never talk about Destiny in the original game. But this game, Destiny was brought up in conversations a lot, and I'm thinking, like, screenwriting wise, I'm like, okay, they're talking about fate and all this stuff, and
Yeah.
that, of course, is what becomes the big thing in Chapter 18, is fate. That somehow this isn't the way it's supposed to be, and these Dementors are stopping them. And the only person who can really judge that is Aerith, because she has some weird connection with these. Yeah, she has some knowledge that she's not.
Yeah,
she's
and
not
the last zone is called Singularity,
Yeah.
which is, of course, like the point of no return. Basically, it's like I think the idea of the singularity is like when it's basically we're approaching that in real life with technology, where it's getting to the point where it's becoming so advanced that it'll advance infinitely without our control, which is really kind of terrifying when you think about it, because like it's getting to the point where we're gonna have AI making other robots, AI making other AI, and that's like the singularity point, is like the point of no return, where that you can no longer stop it from making itself better over time. So like this is the point of you can no longer stop the changes you're about to inflict. Is kind of what it is.
And then like Sephiroth, right before you defeat him, you're in like this weird plane, and you see a vision of Meteor, because the game gets weird.
Yeah.
Because the game doesn't get clear anymore. It just like has random scenes.
Yeah.
Which aren't that random, but they are if you've never played 7 before. There's a vision of the Meteor, and then Sephiroth goes, what does he say, 7 seconds before the end, or something like that. Like Cloud will have to make a decision of some kind. I think that's how I'm reading that quote. Is that in the Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud's gonna make a decision right at the end, and Sephiroth knows it. Sephiroth knows something, and then you see, as the game is closing and you've destroyed this Arbiter of Fate, you do see a cutscene with a random guy, as far as a first player, like a brand new player would be able to tell.
Yeah.
You would see a random guy with Cloud, and he's about to fight some soldiers.
And he's got Cloud's sword, and you're like, oh, that's weird.
He's got the Cloud sword, and then later, pretty much at the very end, this strange brunette man is looking out, and he's like, wow, I survived all that. And you've defeated this Arbiter of Fates, where there's all these like fluffy, flurry things in the sky, all these like little yellow lights and everything like that. And as you're walking away from Midgar, Aerith sees this brunette man pass her, and then the game ends.
Yeah, so not only do
and then it says to be continued.
Not only should you have played the original Final Fantasy VII, but really you should have played Crisis Core by this point as well.
Oh yeah. You had to play the original Final Fantasy VII and also do all the stuff in Nibelheim that you can very easily miss because I did the first few times.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think the first time I watched those scenes was in doing this podcast.
Yeah.
Because those are extra scenes. The Zack flashback,
All of it's extra.
all of it is extra in the original game. So, of course, the character is Zack, and you wouldn't have fucking known that if you hadn't played the other games. I can't even imagine the Zack who hosts Nude Clan, because I know this was his first time playing any of the Seven stuff.
Any of Final Fantasies.
I can't imagine that ending would have made. First off, it hardly makes sense now, but it makes no sense if you never played the game before. And what the game is saying, and you also see like Biggs Biggs wake up and everything like that.
Yeah, and he's
What
got
the game is saying is that things are now different
yeah.
than what they were in the original 7 game.
Yeah. And the saving of Zack, I thought that one was really weird. And I mean, what?
So did you change the future and then change the past?
Jesus Christ, yeah. I
You
think
destroyed
we
the Arbiter of Fate, and somehow Zack is now alive?
Yeah.
But Cloud doesn't get into it. We don't know his past. Maybe Cloud in that
You know what would be hilarious?
he was already alive? That's so confusing. I don't know.
Is if what was that Final Fantasy VII like non-canonized animated thing? What was that called?
On the way to a smile episode Denzel.
No, it's the other one.
Crisis something crisis. Yeah, it's not canon though.
Yeah, it's that little short where Zack gets sniped after he kills everybody and saves Cloud. Maybe that'll happen. It's just like, nah, just kidding. He's still dead.
He's still dead.
Because one of the things about the Dementors, you know, Wedge, as he was helping you guys in the Shinra building, right before he got out,
Last Order, thank you.
the Last Order, yeah, thanks, Alden, and the right before everyone was getting out and he was still trying to help Cloud and like alter things, the
Yeah.
Dementors killed him.
Oh God.
They like shoved him out of the glass window and he fell to his death, as far as we know. So like they're determined to set things right. I don't know. I mean, what would have stopped? I mean, what makes Zack alive in this thing? Like that's the weird part. Is like what changes the?
I don't know. And here's the thing. So Craig has a pretty good. Here's what I assumed.
I think Craig's wrong, but go ahead.
I assumed, and this was my original theory, because now we know that the reason why Final Fantasy VII Remake is called Final Fantasy VII Remake is because it's a remaking of Fate. It's actually like there's a reason the game is called that. It's not
Yeah.
a remake of Final Fantasy VII in the strictest sense.
Yeah.
It is the same characters getting a second chance. We still don't know who is giving them a second chance or why or how it works. But they are giving a second chance. I guess my assumption is to save Aerith. That was my first thought, is that I don't know if his memory was wiped. I don't know if he's just shutting up and he knows everything. I was wondering if Cloud had somehow messed with time and had gone back in order to get Aerith again and not have her die. That was my, like, what character would be motivated by that? And I thought Cloud in that situation. There's other possibilities because other characters die and maybe they want him back. And then there's, of course, Sephiroth, who seems to know what's up, because Sephiroth is suddenly a much bigger deal in this than he was in the original game. He's suddenly in that Midgar section way more than he was before. And so maybe Sephiroth somehow is going back there. And Craig thought Genova. Craig thinks it's Genova who has the power because Genova's part of the planet or something.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
Cloud is infused with Genova's cells.
Yeah. And so,
although a lot of people are, though.
So those are kind of like the three things. So someone is messing with a timeline, and we're going to find out who in the next 3 games.
Yeah.
Is the assumption that I am making. And I think it's pretty clear from the game that it's not a straight remake. There were some people in our Discord chat that disagreed.
Really?
Yeah, and when I was beginning the game and they were adding the Dementors thing, I was like, they're adding a subplot just to pad the game out. Which is what I assume they are still thinking. But then again, why the fuck would Zack survive all that?
Yeah.
And just being a random scene. Is Aerith just seeing that she can mess with time in different ways, and she's just seeing a possibility?
I think it's Aerith. I think Aerith, because Aerith is the only one that was able to see fate itself. Aerith was the one that knew. And once you guys went beyond the bridge, once you guys entered the singularity, that things weren't going to be the same. I think what it is, honestly, I think it's the Wheel of Time. I think that's what it is, and I think that's cooler than Craig's prediction, because Craig's prediction, I think, is lame, and it's shittier, and I think he knows it, and I know it. But he's convinced.
It's a time loop?
Yeah.
Time repetition, like Chaos from FF1?
Yeah. Craig thinks it's going to be that. I think it's going to be more like a Wheel of Time, where, like, it's not only a time distortion, but, like, it's a distance distortion thing. So, like, in the Wheel of Time, it's like ages, come and pass, and then they come again, but things are a little bit different each time. And I think Cloud is he's remembering things from the past, and I don't know what's making him remember. So this is where
touching Aerith at the right spot.
Yeah, he finds the clitoris and he remembers all. The universe is in there, guys. But you want to change the future, you got to change the past and make her come. But like I don't know what's causing it, but that's what I think is going on. I think the original events of Final Fantasy VII happened, or were supposed to happen. It's either one of those two things. It's like,
is it a prequel? Is it a sequel?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think it's more.
It's definitely not a remake.
I don't know if it's a sequel, or if it's like an alternate universe kind of a thing, or it's more like a Wheel of Time kind of a thing, where it's like, it comes again and these people are reborn and come back into their roles, and they're slightly altering it.
Or is it a dream?
By changing things. Yeah.
That would be the dumb one. Don't do that one, Nomura.
I honestly think that obviously the events of Final Fantasy VII. Well, I guess it's not really obvious.
This game would make absolutely no sense if you'd never played the original one.
Yeah.
So someone just put rebuild after the Evangelion stuff, because the filmmaker, the guy who made the TV show for Neon Genesis Evangelion, came back and did movies that were kind of the same plot, but kind of different, because he was just completely remaking his own material. I don't think it's that kind of a situation. This is clearly, you cannot appreciate this game without having played the original.
I agree, yeah.
Not fully.
I don't think
just
you
be
can.
random shit in there. Not that there isn't random shit and anime-inspired stuff all the time, but
yeah.
those are so big.
The visions of Meteor coming down and things like that doesn't make any sense
No.
unless you played it. But I think, so part of me is wondering if, like, because one of the things in the wheel...
Mostly the Zack thing.
Yeah.
And the cat. But
what happens in the Wheel of Time, like you have the books start out and it shows like the end of an age, right? And it shows the failure of the good character. And he basically realizes that he's killed his family and his whole entire court, and then he stupidly like makes like a mountain come out of the ground, basically, and then he's done. But like that's kind of the tail end of one age in those books, and I almost wonder if like the last age was the equivalent of that, where it's the bad ending.
Is there always a meteor coming down?
Yeah, where Cloud got the bad ending last time, and now he has the chance to change that through like time and space, so like temporally and physically. Over time, he's able to change that, and like little alterations have changed it, and then he's able to fight fate. Although I don't really know.
That would just be that's similar to. I know what you're saying, but it's similar in effect to like an alternate universe thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Aerith is seeing the other universe.
Yeah.
Which is odd. I mean, if that would be if it wasn't part of the plot that there was a time difference, then Aerith looking at the other dimension there'd be no reason for it, except for letting the player know that the sequel of the game, things might go differently than they did in the first one.
Yeah, so
I think would be a waste. It would be like a calorie waste.
Yeah.
Just be like dumb. Like,
I think what they're gonna do is the easier one, the less cool one, which is just them. Somehow Aerith is capable of knowing the future. Maybe it's because if she's an ancient. Maybe there's something that goes with that. Or maybe it's Cloud and Genova. Craig might be right. Genova might be able to fuck with time, and Cloud can see things that are going to happen in the future, and he's trying to alter things. But really, the catalyst seems to be Aerith, right? So
She's the one who knows that something's going on.
yeah, so maybe Aerith can sense what's to come and is trying to change it, or is asking you, Cloud, to help her change it.
Unless it's 7 seconds before the end of Aerith's death, and that's what Holy actually does.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then she goes back. I don't know. Fuck.
I think
It's
there's
all
a,
conjecture at this point. We played the game twice. It's not like there's any extra clues in there.
yeah.
It's weird. It's a sequel or prequel of some kind. It's not a remake,
Yeah,
which is why we're reviewing it on this show.
exactly. Yeah. Well, we didn't know that until we played it.
We didn't
though.
know that until we played it.
So I don't know where it's gonna go from here. I thought I was gonna dislike it. Once I realized what they were doing, but I actually didn't. By the end, it's weird. I'm actually kind of okay with what they did with the story, because they remained true to it in a large way, but they also gave us a reason to keep playing it beyond this point.
Yeah, it's weirdly, geniusly so far. I guess we'll find out with the sequels whether or not it works out. Somehow satisfies the regular, I called them mouth breathing fans last time, the regular fan base that just wanted a remake, because I guess they just want better graphics and voice acting with 7.
Which is what we thought it was going to be.
Which is
of
what we
course.
thought it was going to be. It can mostly satisfy those people, but also for anybody who would have been disappointed by them, quote unquote, ruining 7 with a remake that didn't live up to their expectations. They skirt by that by making it also a sequel.
Yeah.
Pretty cool little move that they pulled there. I was impressed.
I wonder if they're going to make some future point the catalyst for this happening. You know what I mean? 'Cause
I'm wondering if it's going to be Aerith praying on the altar. I'm just thinking of Aerith shit because
and they stop her from
she
dying.
sees it.
I think they're going to stop her from dying.
I think they're going to stop her from dying too.
And the reason why I think that is something has to happen to make this exist. This universe in its form now in this game, there has to have been something that happened that was different than the original game. And so far, nothing really has except for them seeing fate itself. But, like, Cloud still has visions of what's going to happen, you know, and it could be that. It could be like a Legend of Zelda timeline where, like, the moon hits and, like, you get this game, and then if it doesn't hit, you get this set of games.
But Aerith sees both games.
She sees both games,
That's
yeah.
the confusing part. She sees Zack in that second cutscene. Doing the game the second time around
Yeah.
is just, like, clear. She's seeing something very clearly.
Yeah, and Zack is alive because of the actions that they took at that point. So maybe
She is seeing him alive. I don't know if it necessarily means in that timeline that he's alive.
I think it does, and maybe
I think it does, but I'm not saying for sure.
I don't know. Well, here's the problem though: is like the only thing I can make sense of in this game being what they did was fighting the Arbiter of Fate at the end.
Unless Aerith fucked with something to make sure Zack stayed alive earlier.
I wonder.
I don't know.
Well, because it only happens after you kill the Arbiter, where you see Zack and Zack's back. Maybe killing the Arbiter is what caused all of this to happen. But see, that makes it a time loop, and that's what makes Craig hate it, is if that happens, then it is a time loop, and perhaps they were in the loop forever, and this events of 7 just happened perpetually until they were able to break it somehow. But then, like, why were they able to break it? Why weren't they breaking it all the time? If it's happening perpetually, yet it's a loop, why didn't they just break it the first time? Because time loops are fucking stupid. And so, I don't know. Like, it does change the future, you change the past. That's all I can really fucking say about it. Like,
That's the FF13-2 reference for anybody who's confused.
yeah. And it kind of seems like that maybe is what happened, unless there's something at a future date that we'll see. Maybe it's Aerith not dying, and maybe there's something connected with that causes all of this to happen, causes Aerith to be, you know, to take the red pill from Morpheus and see the truth and see that fate is, like, they're being forced into this. And I almost likened it to Final Fantasy XII. So what Vayne Solidor is trying to do in Final Fantasy XII is, like, take the fate of man back from the gods. And I was like, it almost seems like that's what they did in this game. Like, they succeeded where Vayne failed. Like, Vayne Solidor always said we couldn't stop fate from or Or no, he did say we could, but you killed him in the end, which is really stupid. But it was this them killing fate and stopping fate and changing the future and bringing it back into their own hands as opposed to this predetermined thing. It's almost like Final Fantasy 12, if you one caught that and two cared, but they succeeded in that, Whereas in 12, Vane was trying to do that. He failed. He fucking went nuts and never was able to stop the Akuria, the gods, from controlling and meddling in man's fate. In this game, it's almost like the opposite of that, and you're fighting those gods. You're fighting the god of fate itself, and you destroyed it, and now your fate is in your own hands.
That's a good theory.
But like, what causes all of that, though?
I don't know.
There's no.
We'll find out. I'm
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, it's all.
We better.
It's all conjecture at this point,
Yeah.
which is kind of
all
annoying.
Conjecture. So people are now arguing if Zack is actually.
I think Zack's definitely alive.
He's alive in.
But if he's alive, was he ever actually dead?
Aerith's vision.
If he's brought back, I mean.
Oh, that's confusing. That's totally confusing because that event happened before Cloud showed up.
Exactly.
In the game.
Yeah.
So them fighting the Arbiter of Fate later shouldn't really screw up that. So confusing.
But if
I don't
Aerith
know,
was cognizant of that, then she must know that they're going to bring Zack back. And so maybe that's why she was. I don't know. Fuck. It's all weird. It's all weird and confusing. I don't know. It's all theory.
It could be cool. We'll see what they do with it.
I like what they've done so far, though.
Yeah, we're talking about story right now, wrapping up a story. I really enjoyed the story of the game. Now, it's mostly 7. And I think the 7 story is probably better than this remake's story. But I really enjoyed, because, the Dementors and the defying fate and stuff like that. It did feel a little forced.
Kind of lame.
At the beginning, I guess I wasn't that sold on it. And then the second time I was playing it for the Platinum, I was trying to pay attention to the Dementor scenes especially. I was just, trying to figure out
and everything
what clues is the game giving me right now.
Yeah. Everything they tried to do was prodding you towards reenacting the original game, pretty much.
Yeah. So that was interesting. But, yeah, mostly just revisiting these characters in this way was really what was the most satisfying thing.
Yeah.
I have issues with Heidegger's performance. I think it's crazy. and it's laughable, and it's not funny on purpose. Except when he's like, "Oh, the camera's still on." Oh, that's a little too broad. It wasn't funny. I don't know. I don't really care for Heidegger. The Chapter 9 stuff was so damn golden.
Yeah.
Just that chapter, I think, kind of, it totally makes playing the game worth it. It is odd that it's not a complete game. I don't even think if you played it for the first time it would feel like a complete game. It definitely feels like a first act to something bigger. And I am excited to see what they do with the sequels when they save Aerith.
Yeah. So it's weird because it's like, I don't know. It's interesting because it's almost Wheel of Timey, but it's also like Dark Tower-ish. Where it's like the author, maybe Aerith is like Stephen King in that series, and she kind of controls what's going on. I don't know. It's weird. I'm excited to see where they go from there. There is some 13.2 change the future, change the past kind of stuff. Aldwin brought up the Zack you see in game is from an alternate universe, and you can see it on the potato chip bag. They use a slightly altered dog mascot. That's right, but if you think about it, that doesn't mean it's a different universe.
Yeah,
that could just mean
they changed the designs of lots of stuff in this game.
That could just mean that you changed that. You changed the future. You change the past by changing the future.
I don't know, man. I'd have to look into some video on YouTube.
Yeah. We need to watch that.
Look, he's got the triangle symbol above his head.
Yeah,
it's clear that Zack's part of the Illuminati.
I'm gonna need some autistic
Let's look
YouTuber.
At this potato chip bag.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some autistic YouTuber named Final Fantasy Peasant to fucking show us to tell us what's going on. No, really though, I'm interested to see what I didn't look at any of his stuff. I was like, this is all us.
I don't think there was really that much that we missed. We played the whole fucking game.
Yeah, and that's the thing is even if we were seeing an alternate universe, is it altered because of what happened and now that is canonized in this world that they live in at this point? We don't know yet. We won't know until we see the second game. There's a lot of cool theories. There's a lot of things that I hope happen. Where it's more of like a it's more of a thing where he remembers because he's done it before, and something's fucking up and making him capable of remembering. And maybe it's something with
do
Aerith.
they all have to go back to the singularity where time has changed in order to then maybe they have to kill Sephiroth earlier and they need Zack?
Something, yeah.
I don't know.
There's something
I
that
have no
has to
idea.
happen in the second or third one, and I think it's going to bring it all back together. I'm excited, though.
Yeah.
I think this is a big fuck you from Square Enix to us. Over the years, we've, of course, been highly critical of this game and what all that it would be and all that it would stand for, and none of it is what it
No,
is.
they surprised us. And here's the thing that was always confusing me about that, especially when it came to Kitase, all the original guys that are still working on this one. It's like they would need a reason more than just it's the right time. That's what they said to someone had to come up with an idea
that was so
that
fucking
was so good that they were like, okay, we'll dive back into the 7 universe. You know, as creators, they put so much into that first 7 game, they would not want to remake it.
Yeah.
And the other remakes of the Final Fantasy games, like the 3D remake of 4 and 3,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
whatever.
made by the original people.
Yeah, those are paid. They pay another studio to
If
do
you were
it.
an artist and they were like, just redo your album for us, will you?
Yeah, you'd be like,
And this time you record it digitally so it's a little clearer. And
you would just send it off to another studio to
you're like,
remaster.
Hey, how about you go fuck yourself?
Yeah.
I have new stuff to make. And so that was always like a thing. It was like, I get why some fanboys who have no creative bone in their body would probably be like, why don't they just remake it so that we can all be happy? But I'm thinking about the creators, and I'm like, those creators don't want to remake it. They don't. And now it makes total sense why they did.
I think this is the middle ground between the corporate side and the creative side of the company.
Yeah.
And I think you're totally right about that. I think the creators, I mean, Nomura was very involved
We'll
in
redo 7 if there's a reason to remake 7.
Yeah, and I think they let Nomura do his crazy, zany shit. And, you know, we've given him shit over the years, but he is a big...
It's Nomura and Nojima co-write, by the way.
Yeah, fuck Nojima.
The most crazy writers in the entire Square Enix, I'm pretty sure.
No, maybe. Nojima is he the 13 guy?
Yeah, I think.
No,
correct me
Kazushige
on that.
Nojima. I think he's he's definitely the one that did the fucking Turks. The Kids Are All Right. Because I remember I saw that in the beginning and I was instantly triggered, and I was like, "Ooh, fuck you, Nojima, you fuck." Although maybe that story's not.
Oh
as
no,
bad.
Nomura's not a writer on this. Not credited anyway.
Okay, who are the writers?
Nojima is the only writer that has a Wikipedia page. Nojima and then 3 other guys.
Okay.
Nojima wrote Advent Children, Crisis Core, 10 and 10-2, Kingdom Hearts series, and
Yeah.
the lyrics to the Filiberelli Fatali, Final Fantasy VIII theme.
So he doesn't know how to write. No.
He's definitely the guy who's weird.
He's the guy who makes stories that don't make sense. Although so is the 13 guy. I would say that Nojima and the 13 guy are the two fuck off guys. As far as story goes, as far as convoluted mess of a story, 10 and 13, those are there.
I think 10's great, but whatever. Okay, well,
Yeah, I do too.
overall thoughts, good.
Yeah,
Pretty solid.
refreshing.
Refreshingly so. Enjoyed it.
Toriyama, that's right. Toriyama's a fucker. But no, I think it's good. I think it's a direct middle finger to us.
To the UFF podcast?
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, I'm glad they at least acknowledge us in this way.
Yeah.
Even though it's them saying, fuck you guys are wrong the whole time. But admittedly, what you guys need to remember is our whole beef with this game was that it was going to be what we just made fun of it for not being, which was a direct, like, build from the ground up, make it modernized version of Final Fantasy VII. And it's like, yeah, they did that.
And then they also, like, the thing that was making me more mad over the last 2 years was that they were making it the project
Yeah.
for the next big Final Fantasy project, and I'm sitting here going, I want 16.
Yeah. And I
I
what?
want them to not take 10 years for the next mainline Final Fantasy game.
Part of me thinks that they're not going to take that long with this. And if they are, I think 16's probably already being worked on.
Yeah, there's rumors right now.
I think 16's been... Like, I don't think... This is their big game now. This is their next mainline Final Fantasy. But it ain't going to be the only one that's on the table. I'm pretty sure of that, and I think they've shown a lot of promise with this game.
They did. It seems like this has been mostly beloved.
Yeah.
Weird moment for Square over the last 15 years.
Yeah.
To make a game that everybody likes. I don't know. They haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, it's been almost since Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, 10 or the remake of 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different crowd though, largely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they did a pretty goddamn good job. The story it's tantalizing enough that I want to play the next part because I want to know which one of these million theories is correct.
Yeah,
and they're all kind of cool. The time loop one is the least cool. But if it's a time loop, like I'm saying, like a Wheel of Time thing where it's not quite a time loop, but it's like, they have these characters, these people that aren't necessarily the exact same people, but they personify. It's almost like the archetype, right? And these are the new representations
I'm getting what
of the
you're
archetype.
saying, Schweiz. I'm not 100% sold on it.
I don't know, though. I think it's a cooler idea, but I don't know if Nomura's...
I think someone in 7 messed with it.
Yeah.
That's what I think so. But again, we'll find out, and we should probably... We're going to see a million conjectures probably in the emails that we got, none of which I've read so far. They're all probably like 5 pages long.
I don't know if he's cool enough to do that or pull it off, so it's probably just going to be a time plot thing.
Yeah, I mean, time plots are Final Fantasies,
Bane.
We've done that a few times.
Fucking God.
13 series, 10 series.
8 is the dumbest one. 8 is the dumbest one ever.
FF1.
Yeah.
Straight up from the beginning.
Yeah, yeah. The 8, though, you setting up the thing to then fight it later, but you had to fight it to set it up. It's like, you can't make sense of that. I want it to be, here's what I want it to be. I want it to be something more along the lines of, like, Arrival, where, it's a time plot.
Don't tell anyone.
But holy fuck, it's a good time plot.
Yeah.
Like, it's perfect. And maybe this is the point where we start seeing things like, maybe when Cloud first gets his vision, there's something connected to that moment when he's seeing the future. I don't know. I'm excited, though, because we don't know, and it's all just guessing, and it's all educated guesses or really uneducated, stupid guesses.
Yeah, I know. I know we got some things mixed up in our plot.
Yeah, I'm sure we did.
Yeah, I'm sure we got the timeline mixed up a little bit. But then again, in order to platinum the game, you have to go back to random chapters all the time.
Yeah, it does kind of break up the flow.
Yeah, it breaks up the flow.
Plus, if we're talking about this, I mean, the guy did have visions of Meteor and like all these things that happen in the future happening that didn't happen and might not happen at all. So the time is fucked up in this world anyway. So maybe we're just a product of that time fluctuation, and we're fucked up too because of this game.
Yes.
It's so powerful of an alteration that even the real world is fucked over.
Shall we get to gameplay?
Yeah, let's dive in.
Shall we get to bathroom break?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's another thing. You should turn on some music.
Fuck, I don't remember where I hid these.
Just put melodies of life in the search bar. Damn. Son.
What?
It's just a lot of files. We've done so many episodes.
What was that, guys?
all the same. I'm good. Sounds in harmony. They're like okay. Thank you.
I wanted to like slowly reduce the sound, but the Windows Media Player didn't have the sound bar. And I'm like, yeah, let's kill it. Whatever.
Where's the chat? ¿Dónde está? Chat. El chat. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, one of the other things that Aldwin was saying, and I guess the Japanese version of it, Sephiroth like changes the way he speaks. According to him, like his speech pattern like changes near the end of the game, and he thought that it implied that Sephiroth wasn't the bad guy anymore.
Craig thinks that Sephiroth is going to ask Cloud to join him to save the world as part of the Genova plot that he has in his head.
But why would Genova save the world?
Genova's going to try to kill the world. Sephiroth's going to save it with Cloud.
What caused him to do that?
I don't know why the fuck he would fight you either. That wouldn't make any sense. This is immediately a big hole poke. But of course, we had to fight Bartandalis 12 times in 13, but he really wanted to help you all along.
Oh, he wanted you to do what you did.
He wanted you to do what you ended up doing, yeah.
Which did sort of fuck over everything.
Gameplay?
Yep.
You want to lead this one?
Yeah. All right, so gameplay. Guys, we all know this is on the Unreal Engine. Well, not all of us, but now you all know. They didn't use the Luminous engine that they created, spent so much time and money creating for Final Fantasy 15. No, we have our own. With that being said, the game does kind of play similar to Final Fantasy 15.
It does, but then I went into 15 for like a hot second right after 7, just because I was just seeing my fucking save if it like existed still.
Yeah.
In case we wanted to go back and do the 15 DLCs.
Do something else we said we would never do.
And then I was like, oh no, 15 does feel quite a bit different.
Yeah.
I guess as a mainline Final Fantasy game, 15 is like a weird action-based one that has similar mechanics to Kingdom Hearts, and 7 kind of takes that same approach, and it strips it down from 15. 15's a little bit more of it's both more simple and more complex. It's more simple in the actual like physical mechanics of like the floor and the walls and stuff. You're not zooming around like you are in 15 with like 6 different weapons.
Yeah.
But then you do have more commands and more teamwork kind of ability there. But that's the regular battle system. There is a version in this one called Classic Mode, which I never touched.
Nope,
so I can't do a review on that. And the reason I never touched it was because once I got this game, I knew I wanted to platinum it. And so I made sure to, because I knew I had to play in hard mode later. And I was like, I got to be as good at this as I can be. So I played in normal mode. So unfortunately, for those who played in classic mode, I have no idea if it's any good or not.
Yeah, you're probably all pussies, but
yeah.
can't say for
maybe
sure.
some of the emails will talk about it. But the 7 remake I played was an action game through and through.
Yeah.
And it had a lot of like the same blue interface. It's kind of got a similar look to the original game that way, and all the spells are similar, and the materia system basically works the same way. But with this game, it's a straight up. There's blocking, there's striking, there's dodging, and then you have the regular Final Fantasy RPG things with spells and with limit breaks and other sorts of abilities like that. And I gotta say, it's about on par with 15 with me. I really like the battle system to 15, and I really like the battle system of 7 too. It's not as flashy.
Yeah.
As 15. but it might be a more sturdy system.
I think it's better. I think it's a little less mindless than 15's. I like that you get to take control of the other characters in the fight as well. I feel like it blended.
Should do a little bit in 15, but it's not the
Yeah.
same. It's not the
Yeah.
same. It's not as complex. It's not as interesting.
So this game to me is a mix between 15 and 13 with maybe a little sprinkling of Final Fantasy 10. And the reason why I say 10 is because the hot swapping between characters. Because in 10, when you find a guy that's floating, you like hot swap Waka into the fight, and then you fight with Waka, and then you swap Orin back in, or whatever you want to do, right? And that it felt sort of kind of like that when you were switching between party members. It also felt like 15 because when you were just playing the main guy, the party members were retards. So that was that was reminiscent of Final Fantasy.
If you put
15.
auto cure on them, though,
Yeah, they could do one thing, which is keep your ass alive.
pretty great. Pretty great.
That is
ability.
a good one, yeah. The whole point of the game, though, it's supposed to be fast. It's supposed to be quick. You're supposed to swap between characters.
The original
and-
7's action time battle one is a pretty fast system in comparison to the rest of the series.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, solid, sturdy, very simplified.
And this kind of combines that with 15, or it's like very action based. You're just going in, you're
It's
hitting,
more
hitting.
15, but with like the superficial stuff. Like this is
Yeah.
what cure does. This is what. Well, cure, but this is what lightning does. It's not like the grenade toss in 15. The big change is the summons.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the battle system, the summons work exactly like they do in 12.
Yeah, they come in. You can use their abilities once you have enough like built up action bar,
In certain
basically
fights.
your ATB bar, and certain attacks have like certain values of ATB, and you build that by just doing basic attacks. So that's where it's kind of like a mix between 15 and the original 7. The one unfortunate part about it is that you have
in
to
13 a little bit with that building gauge that
Yeah.
has different. You have to have a certain amount before
to
you
do
can
a
do
certain
blitz
attack. Yeah.
or whatever.
True. 13. I think 13's battle system is better.
I
still,
do too.
which is
don't
really
tell
sad.
anybody who hates 13.
Which kind of sucks because I really like this one, and it's close to being as good.
It seems like the natural progression for what a 16 would be.
Yeah.
Coming off of 15 and like, oh, let's make it a little bit more Final Fantasy themed.
Yeah.
And then they would do this, and it kind of has that stagger stuff from 13 as well. That's
yeah,
also
which I really like.
That's also a big part of this battle system. It seems to be like a greatest hits version
of all the battle systems.
of all like of the recent Final Fantasy battle systems.
Yeah.
It's a
even
greatest
14
hit.
at times.
The
There's
dodging
even
and the
AoE
area of
attacks.
effects.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so it is a greatest hits, but remember that there are always those gems on those albums that were never singles.
Yeah, that's true.
So you gotta miss that you're missing that from 13.
It's the what is it? Is Bohemian Rhapsody the one song on the Queen, the red greatest hits that's not on there? I think it is.
Oh yeah.
Bohemian Rhapsody is the only reason why you
And-
buy the blue disc.
And Under Pressure.
Oh,
one
that's
as well.
true.
That one as well.
That there's like 10 Queen songs that like you kind of get the satisfaction of each of those 10 songs with any one other of those 10 songs. It's like they're all like so close that like you listen to Under Pressure, then you don't have to listen to We Will Rock You. It's like they're not even similar
Is that how you
songs.
feel about that?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
It's like
that's
well, it's,
interesting. I love Queen.
I got my Queen fix.
I have yet to do a deep dive though.
Man.
I'm a greatest hits Queen guy. I've listened to the
I
three
get
greatest
ya.
hit albums, and they're all great.
Yeah, the first one is weird, but
Your first
it's like-
album?
yeah, it's like they're trying to be Beatles.
Oh
almost.
yeah, I've never heard that one.
Or no, maybe not the Beatles. I think it might have been Pink Floyd's first one. It's like shitty Beatles. but-
You're forgetting your band's first.
Forgetting my old bands that I love after a certain point in time. Yeah.
Sorry, I love doing tangents. We do have to keep this one on topic because
Yeah.
we got so many fucking emails.
So it is like a greatest hits version of all those other ones, and I like that they added the 14 elements. They added like the MMO things like, oh, gotta go hide behind the rubble when the scorpion gets fucking.
This is now. This is phase 3 of Final Fantasy games. This is what it's become.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. After kind of 12 was the transition point, and then 13 on, it's like these are now action games basically.
Yeah, which I'm totally fine
They've
with.
just slowly transitioned into that, and they're action games, but with all these like Final Fantasy effect things on.
Yeah,
on top of
they
them.
brought in the
Complications.
partial turn-based Final Fantasy X style, where you get to really plan out your moves. Because if you hit X, you go into your menu and you can choose
Yeah,
a
you get a
spell, you can
second,
choose
yeah.
a thing. You can add special
which
attacks.
is what 15 does. It pauses when you're in that menu. You remember
yeah,
that?
if you choose that game style.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That was optional, huh?
I don't think I ever did, which probably would have been easier.
Probably would have been an easier game. But yeah, that's basically how the system is.
They make it way actiony because you got hotkeys for your certain things, which I really liked. And in 15, you've got you just switch to the weapon and then you hold circle and then he does his move set, and then that's the end of it. In this, you have your special abilities that you learn, which are limit breaks from the other games to some extent, or weapon specific abilities that you have to use with that weapon equipped to learn. So it also brings in a Final Fantasy IX or Final Fantasy VI style of acquiring of abilities or spells. And in this game, you have to use that ability with that weapon equipped, and then you master it, and then you can then attach it and use it whenever you'd like. And that is a system that they added that's really cool.
It's a damn good battle system.
It is,
It's a damn good one.
And the best way to play it is ignoring the retardo AI characters, because if you just
you just use them as support, and that's kind of how you played in 15 as well. I know Craig was bitching about that. That didn't make any sense to me. I was just playing the game normally, and sometimes you use the secondary character.
See, and in the hard playthrough, it's how you're supposed to play the game, and the way you're supposed to play the game is you're supposed to use everybody. You do Cloud, you build up Cloud, and then you do Cloud's special move that does a lot of stagger, and then right as you launch that move, you swap over to Aerith. You get Aerith's bar up.
It's almost as if they have turns there.
Yeah, it's almost like a real-time turn base.
Yeah, it's some quasi system of that.
I get Aerith's bars all the way filled up, so I have Prey ready for when he fucking dunks on me and I need to heal everybody, and then I swap over to Tifa, and then I start doing a bunch of damage with Tifa, then I go back to Cloud. That's how you're supposed to play this game. You're supposed to go through each character and almost
utilize
strategize.
their stuff.
Yeah, utilize them, have them ready.
And just like in 13, you're trying to get that stagger bar up, man.
Yeah.
And
It's
just whatever it takes to get that stagger bar so that you can do some real damage.
Yeah.
Tifa's
and
really good at that.
It's fun. Yeah, Tifa's amazing that way.
She's a stagger builder.
And I think it's a fucking blast to play.
No,
I really do. And the hard playthrough, everyone was totally right about it. The hard playthrough is the ultimate playthrough. This game is so fun on hard because you have to be on your.
This is one of the things.
Game.
This is the thing that separates it from 15 the most. You were saying 15's button mashy. 15's easy.
Yeah.
That's the thing with 15. I know that there's extra dungeons. Don't fucking email me about it.
Yeah.
I played the original game and I played everything in it when I had what I had. Okay, they added that dungeon later. That was the "you will die there" dungeon. Remember?
Yeah, that was. It was weird though because I think it's like a fucking platformer dungeon.
It's supposed to be just the world's biggest pain in the ass. But
Yeah,
I've never touched it.
That's bullshit. The game's not a platformer, so fuck you guys.
Because I did not have the season pass.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is that 7 is difficult.
Yeah. It's a tougher game.
And if you're playing on normal mode, it's a difficult game the first time around.
And see, the thing is 15 was hard.
In a strategic way.
Yeah.
There are some, build up your equipment things, but not much.
Yeah.
It's mostly that the game is...
15's difficulty for me was getting used to the battle system in the beginning. Once you got used to it, it was easy. In 7, you think you got used to it, you think you're up to snuff, and then you get your ass handed to you by the boss.
Yep.
Or the fucking sewer area. It's
Reno.
rough.
Reno's when you find out how to block. We already talked about that earlier.
Reno and Rude, and then the combo fight, you've got to be on your game or you're fucking dead.
Yeah. And then they really, really have difficult super bosses.
Oh, yeah.
They oh, man.
The super boss is fucking easy, but the guy before him is a bitch.
When I say, the fight, the 5-stage fight, stage 4
one of those stages is fucking nuts.
Yeah. And that's another thing about this game. So we both agree the battle system's fucking great.
Yeah, it's fun.
So
it's
solid.
Fun.
The other thing about it is that they added the extra stuff. They nailed that. They nailed it. They must have listened to like the bitching from the Western people about 15 side quests or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had to be like, okay, we're going to make side quests be more substantial. There's less of them. You can't just like go anywhere in this game. This game is very linear. But when you get the moments to do the side quests, usually like they're pretty story based. Usually you got to like do stuff or kill something in a different weird spot.
Yeah.
And then there's things like you have to, the worst side quest in the game is you have to find these fucking cats. But of course there's cats everywhere, so maybe you might get confused about that for about 10 minutes and just be clicking triangle all over every cat you see and like, no, it's the albino cat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
See,
Blackie was the cat in Turks the Kids Are All Right. Now you gotta find Whitey.
You gotta find Whitey.
You gotta find his white cousin.
That's right. You gotta find him for Wedge. He's missing his cats, man. Nah, it's some little girl. But yeah, the side quests were more substantial for sure than 15s were. For the most part, there were some great 15 ones. Just like three of them.
Oh yeah.
But for the most part, 15 had a lot of empty quests, and a lot of people bitched about that. I thought it was fine, but I couldn't compare it to The Witcher, so I just whatever, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, the side quests are there, and then there's the mini games, which we bitched about one mini game.
Yeah.
But the motorcycle stuff is just as fun as it was in the original games. Like this random like fun thing. They really brought the mini games. They brought up their mini game.
Yeah, the darts was fun.
Finally. We haven't had a Final Fantasy game. We talked about this on the show. We're like, none of the Final Fantasy games actually have good mini games when they have mini games.
Usually not, yeah.
Usually not. I think the 7G bike part is pretty much peak mini game. And in terms of mechanics and stuff like that, it's actually fun.
Yeah.
It's not some like the fucking snowboarding.
Yeah, or it's
not
just
some
miserable.
ridiculous, yeah, exactly, miserable thing, or the chocobo thing in FF10.
Yeah.
The mini games in this thing, the dartboard was fun. There were frustrating pull-ups and squat mini games. The pull-up mini game made me want to blow my fucking brains out when I was trying to get the trophy specifically.
Yeah.
Just because it was difficult.
It's tough, yeah.
But it has so many of these mini games pretty well spaced out throughout the game, and that was really cool and refreshing, and the mechanics are mostly great. And yeah, and I think the fight mechanics are really good, and I like the difficulty, and just overall, yeah, the gameplay I think is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to play. I agree with you on the side quests. There were a couple that I was like, these are kind of fucking stupid, but I think the rarity of them made it a little cooler. And I like how there's that one part in the game where you find the roving band of idiots, in the slums, or when you're going through Sector 6, I think, and then getting into Wall Market, and you run into those guys, and you run into those guys multiple times throughout different missions, and they're like, oh, fuck, these guys again? Like, shit. That was really fun. The extra fights were cool. Chadley's annoying, and his plot is retarded. And I've said that word like 5 times in this review.
Really
I really
dumb,
don't like it. Did
you know I'm a robot?
Yeah, and now...
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, kind of, I thought you were, there was something wrong with you. He's like either a robot or highly autistic, one of those two things. It's like, and then you free him, and then it's like, I don't even care. And Cloud doesn't care either. He's like, whatever. Chadley's like, thank you so much, Cloud. I was trapped by Shinra, forced to be trapped in their system and like help them develop these weapons and this and that and the other, and you've finally given me the ability to free myself. Cloud's like, whatever. And I was like, that's kind of how I feel. It's like, this is some Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hackers Memory bullshit going on in this fucking game, where it's like, the robot's gonna fucking go out into the real world. Like, what's he gonna do? He's gonna get like a job at Starbucks? Like, what the fuck is Chadley's life gonna be like now?
I don't know.
It's like, now it's in his own hands. It's like,
I gave him all the research though. I didn't even talk to him in the hard playthrough.
Yeah, and it's like,
It's just like, fuck off.
I'm like, well, yeah, you can go live your life, but you're a fucking robot. So what does that even mean?
And then they of course have 2 battle things.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
the battle arena, which you can access twice in the game, and there's a good deal of you can get a good amount of experience on one of them. So you can do AP grinding if you want for the hard mode playthrough. And then, of course, there's the Shinra Battle Simulator, which pops up both in Chapter 16 and Chapter 17.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, when you go through that thing, that's where you get the trophies. Or it's where you get like half the trophies in the damn game is things connected with that battle simulator. And there are some pretty, in the Shinra ones especially, there's some pretty challenging fights.
Yeah.
Of course, the super boss fight. The fourth phase of the super boss fight thing.
See, yeah.
That was the hardest thing.
Before I looked up the guide that you told me to look up, I was getting fucked. I didn't even get to Ifrit. I got there. I did it twice, and I didn't even make it to him.
Oh, I had plays like that too. So the first time I just tried it after I killed Marlboro.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, I made it through Fat Chocobo, I think. Can't remember what phase 3 is.
I think it's Fat Chocobo because it's Shiva.
No, it's Shiva, Fat Chocobo,
Then
and
Leviathan.
Leviathan, that's right. Leviathan was kicking my ass. And then I looked up a guide, and it was that guide that I sent you. And I started to grind for that one.
That guide is better than the PlayStation Profiles guide, by the way.
Oh, really?
That one's, yeah.
Yeah. YouTube. It's a 20-minute YouTube video.
You are really fucking strong. If you follow that to a T, you're ridiculous.
Yeah, so I started following that guide, and then I was like clicking around YouTube, and I saw a guy kill it in like 3 minutes, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, he could do it in 3 minutes. So I started grinding for that one, and then I tried that one, and I could not get the timing on this thing. This guy, I don't know how the fuck he figured this out. He's one with the game, as far as I could tell. He knows exactly when to strike and all that stuff. But he somehow melted every single guy just because his timing was so damn good. With just like, he's using the one ability that like makes your action bar thing go up really fast, and then just in time before the boss makes a move, he does the strike against him to stagger him, and then just like melts. I tried that thing, dude, like 3 times, not 3 times, like 10 times. And I was like, I can't do it. And like eventually I got the Shiva stuff down, but then I would still kind of fuck up on that every once in a while too.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't. I could get to the Leviathan, which is basically where I was getting without any help whatsoever. And then I was just like, okay, I'll go follow the other guide and do it the old-fashioned long way, where the fight's going to be 20 minutes long.
But
then I did that, and it only took 2 tries.
Yeah, when I got it all ground out, every bit of it exactly where he said, I didn't die once.
Right.
And on Bahamut, he got to half health like fast. And all I was doing was basically keeping myself alive because I was getting fucking slaughtered.
It wasn't on him that I died the first time.
He's whirling around and going crazy. I got to him. I think I died on Leviathan once, and then I got to Bahamut twice.
I definitely tried this super boss thing like 20 to 30 times total.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No shit. I knew I wasn't able to do it.
Not after I'd done that guy. Only twice after that. But I did try it other times. I was just like, just give it another go, and just be like destroyed.
I got pissed because it was 20 minutes each time, and I would die.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I believe that.
There's one more phase. And then the last guy, he can fuck you pretty hard, pretty fast, but he only usually gets 1 over 2 of you, and then you can res.
I think the best way to play through this game is, first off, play it on normal. Just be good. Just get good enough to play it on normal. You gotta, you might have to retry a bunch of fights a few times. And then go do all of the other trophies that are not replaying the game on hard.
Yeah.
Don't replay the game on hard. Just go find the guide for the super boss, grind it out on Chapter 16, just the beginning of Chapter 16 up to the stairway. That's the most AP per minute in the game. And go around to different chapters on easy mode or whatever. And
do the dresses.
And get all the stuff. Do the dresses. Enjoy that. That's probably the worst part about doing the platinum.
Yeah.
And then
then
go through, kill the super boss, and by the time you are done with the super boss, first off, you're way better at the game now because you've been doing all those fights in like the arenas and the combat simulator, and you have like basically your MP is maxed out and it's the best in the game right now.
Yeah. Everything's maxed, and then you get the what is it, like Rotterdammerung?
The Gotterdammerung, which is amazing.
Yeah.
you're immediately, every single battle, you start out with a full limit break. So if you have refresh on too, you just start every battle with refresh, so you get the 3 slots for actions,
Yeah. Yeah.
which just makes you just a god.
See, I would always, once I got it, because I waited and I was like halfway through the hard playthrough when I actually went and did it. Once I got it, I would just start out the match and I would do cross slash or whatever with Cloud and instantly kill one of the 2 things every time.
So play through normal, get all the other trophies, because then by the end of that you'll be a god, and then the hard mode playthrough is going to be fun.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is do 2 of the sets of dresses in Chapter 9, and then on hard, just do the 3rd set.
I guess you could do that. I kind of like having like the complete list and then not have to worry about any quests.
Yeah, I did too, but then I
Third time
worried
around.
about some anyway because I wanted to get those little tomes. So like one of the other things in this game is
That's
each
true.
weapon has you have a mini Final Fantasy 13 Crystarium on each weapon in the game, and you, as your character levels up and as you find these or do these things to get these
SP.
these tomes, these books, you get SP, and you can use that SP to obtain different abilities within these weapons. And as when you're playing
You
on
get more
hard,
slots too.
yeah, when you're playing on hard, especially, you'll doing certain side quests or finishing the bosses on hard or chapters on hard, you'll unlock these telluric tomes or whatever the hell they are, and basically that gives you more SP for each item, and so you can further customize each of these weapons until it becomes the best it could possibly be.
I kind of just put that on auto and then got enough tomes so that the weapon that I needed for the super boss was completely maxed out, and the hard edge.
I think it's somewhat connected to getting those tomes, though. I think it might unlock further things in the game. Because, like, you'll have, like, different galaxies is what I call them. Because you got, like, the fucking sun and then, like, the little planets rotating around the sun, and those are your upgrades. And there's, like, some that I didn't have unlocked, and I wonder if those are connected to those extra books. But I didn't need them, so I didn't get all of them. I got enough, and probably more than I needed as I was playing on hard. But I did a bunch of the side quests just to make sure I had it. Because I didn't get the super item, the super accessory to have the limit break before I started hard mode, which I should have. I think that's the right way to do it. And we can see that's the fastest way to do it because you beat the game.
I beat the game in 95 hours.
Yeah, and I beat it in like 106 or something.
Which, to be fair, I even played it kind of slow. I really took my time with the first playthrough because I wanted to get everything.
I think we both, wasn't it around 42 hours for you?
I was on 37, I think.
Oh, I've spent.
Oh, no, it might have been in the 40s.
I spent 42 hours the first time. So post game, I spent over 60 hours in this thing, and that was mostly over the course of like 10 days.
Yeah.
So I hammered it once I actually got to it. But
Yeah, but like the rest of the stuff you can do without hard mode playthrough, so
yeah,
you might as well. I enjoyed platinuming the game. I enjoyed the full gameplay experience, and I would recommend it to anybody. I know I saw someone in the Discord was like, platinuming the game ruins the game. And it kind of ruins the beginning of Chapter 9. Like, you want to kill yourself every time you have to, like, lift Aerith up into the next thing. But, you know, that's maybe 10 minutes. It's frustrating because you're trying to get through that shit as fast as possible and you're skipping all the cutscenes and stuff like that. But
yeah, I would totally disagree with it ruining the game. I think hard mode is the best thing
it's the best
about
part.
the game.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's the best run. But
And
only if you're fully prepared. Otherwise, you're going to get fucked.
yeah, you got to be ready or else it's going to hit you hard and it's going to hit you fast.
Call it hard mode for a reason.
Yeah, one of the other things that I wrote down, there's another mechanic in the game, and it's the thing. So the equipment upgrades, and then the leveling, and then the materia increasing your stats. That reminded me of how 15 couldn't figure out how exactly you're supposed to get better. Because, like, it'll have level ups, but those don't really matter. You got to eat the food. But then it's like, well, does the food really matter? And like,
food matters for the day.
yeah, for the day. So this game kind of plays around with that. One of the other things that it adds is the most caring, heartfelt company in the world, Potion Energy Drink. These guys provide you with a vending machine that's very reasonable, has some tunes in it every once in a while, and you can buy equipment and materia from. and they also give you the ultimate bench in the game. So when you're playing
It's not the ultimate bench. It's a half-assed bench. What are you talking about?
when you're
It
playing
heals
on,
your health, but like screw your MP.
only on hard. On normal,
Yeah, I
it'll-
mean, but that's what's in my head right now is hard
yeah.
mode.
And I wrote down a little thing, and it's like it was the Shane Company fucking song, but it was like, now you have a friend in the energy drink business. Potion Company, open weekends till 8, Saturday till 5,
Such
closed
a Utah
Sunday.
specific joke.
Yeah, I was like, 5 people are gonna love it online at potioncompany.com. That's what I was thinking the whole time, and I was like, it's just so random that they have this in this fucking game. Like, you'll just be like, oh man, about to hit
It's
it.
a nice little bench.
It's
with
like
a vending machine.
Sephiroth. Oh, he totally killed the president's Shenmue. Let's go take a nap on this fucking
Excuse
bench.
me, I need to take a rest for a second, man.
Yeah.
I'm really feeling it.
Thank God we have this lovely company, the Potion Company, Potion Energy Drink. They care.
Hard mode's the best because they take the items away, I think.
Yeah.
Because it really just is like clearly based upon your materia choices
Yeah.
and your ability to use abilities.
What's really
as
what it
opposed
is?
to using spells all the time for like healing and stuff like that. Or
Yeah, you
gotta
use
You have to
pray
be very
and-
careful about when you use spells because you can't refresh MP very easily.
Yeah, you break. There's these Shinra boxes that you can shatter and
Yeah.
gain MP back. But really, the way to play it is to upgrade 2 prey materias and have it on 2 different people.
Chakra too is helpful.
And chakra, and then just don't use magic to heal very often because you'll get your mana.
Not unless you're in a situation where you have to use it, which definitely happens on hard
Yeah,
mode, but
it does.
it's great.
You can, but the benches will still heal you all the way. It just won't give you your mana back. So sometimes you got to heal, sometimes you don't. I thought that was going to be the big thing on hard. It really wasn't. The big thing on hard is that everything fucks you hard. That's the big thing on hard. It's not that you can't cure or you can't use items, because the items, it doesn't. I mean, the items made it way easier in the first playthrough, which kind of sucks because then it was a crutch and then you didn't have that
That's
crutch.
exactly what it is. It's a
And then you're
crutch.
just shambling along.
But you don't have all the materia anyway because you got to go back and get some materia.
Yeah.
So it's
Once you
that
do
probably
the-
is the way you're supposed to play normal, but
Yeah. So you're prepared when you go into the hard mode, though. If you prepared for the super boss.
that's right.
It was just a lot of fun. It made it a complete joy.
Gameplay is good. I think we covered most aspects of gameplay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about music and design real quick,
Let's do it.
and let's get some tea.
I wonder if that's his pet name for his daughter, Marlene. He calls her Bugaboo.
You only have one of these left?
Yeah, you can have it all.
Peppermint? Pure peppermint?
Yeah, I have when I'm sick.
Corona? My Corona.
I hope that's what I had in the.
I was sick of it.
No, there's actually report that's not. I don't know if it's totally fact. But it was talking about how there's a chance based on looking at the virus that it's been around since like June.
Yeah, I mean, they confirmed that it was definitely here before they thought it was here.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been saying that the whole time. I was like, the reason why that made sense is when the very first case they couldn't trace back to China. I said, yeah, it had to have been here. This is something that's been here for a little while. And then it had mass outbreaks. It's like, yep, that doesn't just happen overnight.
It is.
Especially when they're banning people coming from the country that it's coming from. It's like, fuck.
There being only one magnify materia in the game is now. Well,
Yeah.
it's not one.
That was crazy. Yeah,
You
like
gotta
no
go
matter how many times you played it, there was just the one. You only got one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you couldn't get it again.
Oh,
It's
I didn't.
weird. It's
I didn't know that. I only ever used the one, so I just
save file specific. I wanted another one.
gotta use it on the cure.
I wanted another one.
Everyone's got to have the sickness. Everyone seems to need the worst song on that album. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think it is the worst song. I think it's Slither. It's not that great. All right. So, Nobuo Uematsu and two other dudes, one of which worked as the Final Fantasy 13 composer.
Two dudes, one to boo.
Two dudes, one Naboo.com.
Yeah.
Everybody look it up. It's great for parties.
Hopefully it's okay to look up. Possibly NSFW, not sure.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, they were the ones basically in charge of this soundtrack. A lot of like remixes of Nobuo's scores are in the game, and
Yeah.
really good. Really hits the nostalgia points pretty good. They're all great. The remix of the original scores, I think, are fantastic.
Yeah, the only one that I didn't like was Cosmo Canyon.
Oh, you
They
only
made
get
it-
that for like a second. I don't think that's full Cosmo Canyon. I think it was like a motif of Cosmo Canyon. Like it was like a build
Yeah.
up to Cosmo Canyon. I doubt that that's what the Cosmo Canyon theme is going to sound like when you get to that area in
I
part
hope
2.
not, because that's not nearly heavy enough.
No, it's not
It's-
as crazy as it
yeah.
should be. But I would say, yeah, the Nobuo stuff is great. There is the new stuff. I without even looking up who the composer was,
You know exactly who.
it
yeah.
sounded like 13 stuff. I was like,
Yeah.
this is weird. This sounds exactly like 13. Like the little like the beats when Tifa's like crawling on
Yeah.
the thing. I'm like, this sounds like 13. When you're in the underground area going to Wall Market as well, and that track specifically could have come right
Yeah,
out.
it's got
of
the
13.
techno-y beat, and then it's got the weird little like
Which-
like speech part. and
Which
then it
I
goes back.
think 13 soundtrack is weird for the series, especially coming after 12.
Yeah,
But
but it fits the game.
But I think you did a good job in this one. I thought it was actually kind of like fun and interesting, and like there's some like dance beaty type tracks that go along with the plot, of course, or with the mini games.
Yeah,
Where I thought that actually the FF13-esque kind of techno-y stuff was appropriate, and I thought worked pretty well.
yeah. I still think it's like, dude, it just reminded me of Siphon Filter soundtrack when she's like jumped up onto the rungs and started doing the like fucking the monkey bars thing and just like kicks into this like spy movie fucking soundtrack, and I was like, this is pretty sweet. It's pretty good. Yeah, I like the soundtrack a lot in this game. All of the remixes I think are good.
Yeah, I haven't. There was nothing in the game that annoyed me either. I don't know about you.
No, there was some parts where I was like, this reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy 13, and it's funny that you mentioned that too.
I mentioned it over the chat in PSN.
Yeah, it's like it feels like FF13 in a couple of moments. The track at the end, the vocal track, and I don't really care. I mean,
It's not bad enough for me to hate on, and it's
yeah.
not good enough for me to be interested in it.
The one thing that this game made me realize is like, I don't really know how much I actually like Crisis Core now that it's been a few years. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why that. I mean, the ending obviously made me think about Crisis Core and about how like the longer it goes, the further it slips into my good graces.
From your good graces?
From my good graces, yeah. I like that they had the remixes. I think it's appropriate for this game. I think it kind of fits the theme of the game where it's like almost the same thing, but something's off. So the music is off. I mean, it's obviously you can tell that it's changed. I think it's all fun. The Chapter 9 stuff, like that soundtrack was awesome, and like just everything being toyed with and like amped up was really good.
Yeah, agree. Concur. It's a good discussion on the music. Okay, design. The art design is graphics.
I think it looks pretty good.
I think it looks pretty good too. There's some weak moments though, aren't there?
Yeah, when you're up on the plate and you're seeing all the devastation there, like you're climbing up this big ladder and it like gives you like this panoramic view of the beautiful, shitty city. And like it looks fucking bad, dude. I was like climbing and I was like,
I didn't even have
am I
that
like
thought.
blind or? And I got closer to the TV and I'm like, no, it's Cloud looks great, the ladder looks great, but the cityscape just looks like dog shit. And I'm like, it's
Well,
almost
it's
like
supposed to be a shitty city too.
yeah. It's almost like they had the old pre-rendered backgrounds, but like somehow it looks even worse.
No, that's funny.
And it's just like, here is Shitville,
No,
USA.
I think most of the game looks pretty good. It definitely there was not that much detail put into the environments as maybe we were used to with 15
Yeah, or 13.
as a comparison. 13, you were on rails even more than you were in this game, so they controlled the environment a lot more.
That's true.
It's like a cheat.
It looks great because there's nothing to look at.
Yes.
It's the, what is that, Potemkin Village? Is that what those were in like Russia, where they would bring people over and like, look how awesome it is, and it's like this fake actor village.
Oh, really?
It's like Nibelheim. Yeah, they used to do that, like
they
dignitaries.
do that still with North Korea.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
The
They
section
got
of
the
town
fucking
where the tourists can see.
Yeah, and then everyone goes back and they're like, it's great.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, 13 is a giant Potemkin village. Yeah, this one, that's true. This one and 15 the same way. They're more interactive environments. You can do more in them. I tend to agree. It does look pretty good for the most part.
Pretty good. There are some weird lighting things with like the characters, and sometimes I'm like, this isn't AAA level graphics.
Yeah.
It's not. It seems like early PS4 more than like what they would produce now. But then again, they put it on the Unreal Engine, which is kind of like a baseline engine. They weren't making their own things, which a lot of the reasons why Square Enix makes their own engines is because specifically with the new Final Fantasy games, they're supposed to be like the graphical
pinnacle
of JRPGs, and this one they stepped back a little bit and they focused on other things. There's like 3 pre-rendered cutscenes in the game where you notice that Cloud's sword changes all of a sudden to the Buster Sword for some reason, even though everybody's using the hard edge.
Curious.
And those scenes do look really good. As Square has done since Final Fantasy VIII has made amazing looking pre-rendered cutscenes.
Yeah, they did. The rest of them are all in game, and they look fantastic.
And they look good. Yeah, they look really good. So I think there's some weak moments with the graphics. But who cares?
I love the way they made Tifa look in this game, dude.
Oh, is that what? Yeah. Let's talk about the character designs.
Yeah,
Tifa is very attractive.
She's amazing.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah,
love it.
That's all I gotta say about
that. They made
her
tits smaller, but like they're huge. They're
still
so huge.
They're still big.
And Cloud's a small man. That's enough. That's enough to go around. He's only like 5'7". I mean.
Oh, there's a thing. Weird tangent.
So he looks like a child next to Zach, probably too. That's the funny thing. It's like, how the hell could anyone think it's him? It's like, did you like get your legs blown off? Like, are you like fucking at the shin here?
Maybe. I guess we'll find out. When Zach comes back.
Yeah.
In part 2. There's those scenes where Aerith is like looking into people. She's like, "Oh, your eyes," or something like that, and then Cloud's like, "Man, it's the Mako." I didn't notice a difference between Aerith's eyes and Cloud's eyes. They were both ridiculous and shiny and weird.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know. Because I was looking for him. Like, why are Cloud's eyes different? I'm like, no, they both have like shimmering eyes. Everybody in this game has shimmering eyes.
Yeah, it's almost like what they did with FF12, where like everyone kind of has like roomy looking eyes. They're just like everyone's got something in their eye in Final Fantasy 12. You know, like everyone's eyes are like kind of watery looking.
Yeah,
it's kind of something like that. Yeah, like
exactly
they fuck up the eyes so much in these things. I don't know, man. There's just something like. I like the redesigns that they did. I think Tifa looks great. I think she looks even better than she did in Advent Children. I love the alternate costumes for her. It's like, oh, man. Usually I'm not quite like that with the games, and I'm like, dude.
They're not a horn dog about
but like I kind of
3D model.
I kind of am about the Tifa, dude. I'm like, I kind of want to fuck this 3D model.
All right, which was the best dress? Blue dress. Trick question.
Yeah, the blue one.
Blue dress, by far the best dress.
Oh yeah.
On Tifa. I mean, Aerith's pretty too, but just different.
Yeah.
Tifa's got more sex appeal, I think.
Yeah. Man, I fuck, dude. It's so good.
Best version of Tifa.
Easily the best version of Tifa. I think Cloud looks cool. It's weird because I've been playing Dissidia NT again. I got all of the.
Don't want to get into that right now.
I just got the trophy for 100 online wins. By the way.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Kind of miss doing the show weekly so we could dive into that more. The fuck's the matter with you? You fucking.
I wanted.
What the fuck is the matter with you? That's the worst fucking game in this series.
It's honestly not that bad. I don't know if it's the Stockholm syndrome kicking in or what, but I'm actually getting pretty good at it. I fucked with some internet settings so that I only play against bots most of the time, but when I play against real people, I still kind of fuck them up. So
Who is playing that game?
I like 6 people. I keep running into the same people, and I'm like, you remember me, motherfucker? I like pound them again, pound them into the dust.
Did you have to play every character?
Yeah, I had to get. It was
The fuck, dude?
three wins. Not only 3 wins, but 3 wins with an A++ ranking with each character.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Yeah, and so I think it's like 15.
What's the completion percentage for the platinum?
1.85% of people.
That's higher than I would think.
So 30,000 players, 559 of them have the platinum.
These are super nerds that have PlayStation profiles, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so in the last 5 days, 5 days, I've done 100 matches online. Yeah.
What the fuck? All right. The design is great for the most part. There's some weak points.
And I only
Character
brought up
designs are great. Enemy designs are great.
I only brought up Dissidia because it was really weird playing as Cloud in that game. After playing as Cloud in the 7 remake, I'm like, you could still tell it's Cloud, but I was like, it's so weirdly wrong now to me because I spent 100 hours playing the 7 remake, and it's like going back to old Cloud. No, new Cloud's a much better design.
I do like the in between design between the original ones and this one.
Yeah.
The Avid Children, I mean.
Yeah, I do too. Barrett is a great design in this one too. I like the way his character looks. He's just huge.
Yeah, I prefer chest hair to the weird
smooth
mesh.
skin. Yeah, the weird, like fucking nightclub, like gay nightclub mesh suit that he was wearing in Advent Children. Yeah, I liked his character development in the game too. I mean, I liked the scenes with him and Marlene; those were really good. Everything looked pretty good in this game. I don't know.
I can't believe they got Robert Downey Jr. to play him.
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, I was seeing stuff. I was seeing people who wanted to cancel Robert Downey Jr. for Tropic Thunder, and I can only imagine they have never actually seen the movie.
Yeah.
Because the entire point was that the character's wearing blackface, and he shouldn't be. That's the point of that thing, and it's hilarious, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. I can hear the planet cry, Cloud.
Yeah,
It's so over the top.
It is. It fits though. I like that. I pretty much like all of the characters' designs in this game. Like Don Corneo is perfect.
It fits like a machine gun glove.
Yeah. I did find it hilarious. There were a few times in the cutscenes where Barrett would cock his gun, but I'd have like the wrecking ball on, or like the claw arm, which looks like it would just slice you in half, like with like cutting a piece of paper, like it's so vicious looking. But he would grab and he would like, and it's this fucking claw. I'm like, oh man, I can't imagine him launching that fucking thing like a cannon that just cuts someone in half, just long ways, like fucking straight up.
You know that part in 7 where the guy like fucks the person to death with the contraption on him?
Oh yeah.
That's what that looks like.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It's like the double claw thing.
Ugh. God, that part is so gross in that movie.
I mean, you don't see it for anybody who's scared to watch 7 now.
Yeah.
They just talk about it. That
you
part's
see the
fucked.
device.
I don't know what's more fucked, that part or the part where like it looks like a dead person but they're not dead and they just suddenly like start moving. They're like skin and bones.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's the fat guy that's like almost dead.
No, the fat guy is definitely dead.
No, I can't remember which one.
That's all right.
Zodiac's the better version of that movie. They're very different at the same
They're
time.
way different movies. It's just a David Fincher serial killer movie.
Yeah. Only one of them has the Allstate guy in it, though. So take that for what you will. 7. He's the Allstate guy. Morgan Freeman.
No, he's not.
Of course he is.
God damn it, dude. All right.
Crossing the podcast here.
Don't be doing that.
No, I like the designs. I think the world looked really good. I like how big they made it. I know that was one of the things Craig was like bitching about, but he's a little punk, so whatever. He's like, no, they just feel like it made it all last way too long. And it's like, yeah, but they kind of made it to scale. I mean, Midgar is supposed to be a city full of like millions of people, and now you kind of feel like it could be a city full of millions of people. It's big.
I'd say a couple 100,000.
It's expansive. Yeah, probably not that big. I mean, but it's like, I don't know. I like the way they the way they built it out. They fleshed out the game. Because now we can do that, and I'm excited to see what they do with the rest of the world. Because like this is a big world, even in the original game, and now everything's even bigger in this thing. So, I like the scale. I like the design of it. I think they did a good job in this category as well. I think it's solid.
All right. So before we get into how we feel about the game, we have a bunch of questions.
Oh shit!
And a bunch of reviews to get through from listeners. So let me pull up our email from my phone as well, and we will get into it. And someone was like, "Oh, I got 1,500 words," and I'm like, "Fucking trim it." I appreciate everybody emailing us these things.
Yeah, you need to bushwhack that fucking thing now.
But oh my god.
Oh no, there's 2 new ones.
No.
I mean, thank you.
All right, let's open up the question ones first. Do you have the question jingle? So I don't have to add it.
Yes. Oh, do you want me to do that? I just thought it was like I don't know, just a question.
All right, I'm opening up the Matt Curtis one.
Okay, did you stop it, or is it still going?
No, it's still going. I'm waiting for you to fucking...
Oh, so you still want me to do the questions?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I suppose I probably ought to do it then. But see, the problem is...
Why it's fucking 12:20 already? Come on,
the problem
hurry the fuck up.
is finding it. All right, let's cut the...
Just open the fucking
cut the
soundboard.
chit-chat.
Let's get the chit-chat, asshole. Not true. All right. We got a shitload of emails. A shitload of emails. I can't believe how much response we got to this thing.
Well, see, now you're making it seem like we're just fucking weak. Because it's like 24 emails.
Look, man. Usually we get like...
We like 3.
I think in the early days of the podcast when we were doing main series, like people were really into asking questions because they were games that they were familiar with.
Yeah, it's been...
So we used to get like a lot of questions, and then the less popular games, we have gotten like 3 reviews where we got no questions.
I think, honestly, that we have more feedback from this than we did from 15 by a good amount.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So the first question is from Matt Curtis. This pertains to 7 and 10 being connected in the same universe. Do you think that the company Photo and Shinra HQ further connects the game's universes? Is this just an Easter egg or nothing at all? And it's got...
Guy in a mask.
Guy in a mask that, interestingly enough, resembles a certain kid who's just a kid.
Yeah.
In the Final Fantasy X games. I think, yeah, that's an Easter egg.
I mean, it could just be the Doom guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
could be the Doom guy.
they accidentally open up the portal to hell, and he comes out. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably an Easter egg. I think that's stupid though, because it's an Easter egg, not meant to be taken super seriously, because obviously Shinra isn't the fucking guy who brings them to the new planet, because that guy's been dead forever. But I think it is kind of a little fun nod to the game. I hope they don't go too far into that with the 7 remake. But they did. Okay, one of the things we were bitching about them doing that they did, which is also another middle finger to us, is adding all of the extended universe stuff. But none of it sucks. So like it's weird because the extended universe kind of sucks. But Marl and Kiri, it's like Kiri's annoying, but Marl's hair is distracting. That's about it, though. You know what I mean? Like so. That is another one of those little nods, which is kind of fun. I think that's all it is, though. It's just fun.
The next guy with just questions is Brandon Lloyd. His first question is, did you find Palmer in the Honeybee Inn?
No, I didn't. I didn't find Palmer in there. Did you find him? I found the one teacher as a honeybee. Which was hilarious.
I did. I found that too. She's like, I'm just doing this for money. Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell the kids. And I'm like, why would I tell the kids
I'll
I found
fired.
you? That I found you at this like strip club thing. Why the fuck would I tell children that?
It's a similar thing. It's like a teacher having a sex tape out there.
Yeah.
Oof.
Which would be awesome. It was in high school.
I'm waiting for someone who I knew in high school to have a sex tape, but no one has released one. No one's become a porn star.
Fucking ridiculous. What a ripoff.
Stupid. Second question is probably
self-esteem.
probably discussed during your review, but is this a reboot or a sequel? He's having a hard time compartmentalizing in his head the relation to other FF7 stuff. I think it takes place. I think it's a sequel. We obviously did dive into this a lot more in the story section. I think it's a sequel. I think it takes place after Advent Children. I think someone from there on went back and is changing stuff.
Yeah, so he says Jim Sterling thinks it's a reboot. Tim Rogers thinks it's a sequel. I don't know who the fuck those people are. I think it's a reboot and a sequel. That's what I think. So I think it happens after, but I think it's also a rebooting of that event, and we'll see what happens.
I think it's a sequel because you have to play the original game.
Yeah, it's a sequel in our world, but in their world,
gotcha.
I think it's a reboot.
In a way.
In a way, and a sequel in a way.
It's a sequel to one character.
Yeah. Someone it's a sequel
Someone,
to.
yeah.
The
Unless it's your Wheel of Time thing.
You never know. We don't know yet. So both of those guys are wrong for having definite opinions. Okay. No, I'm just kidding.
Is that a quote? That's a quote. Oh, okay. All right, go
ahead. Either interpretation seems to make sense right now. Agreed. How do I break it to my non-gamer older brother who played FF7 over and over in the late 90s as a teenager before stopping games entirely, and who was planning on buying a PS5 just to play the set of games, that this is in fact not a straight remake and not really for him? I had been hyping how perfect the game is to him during the first 90% of my playthrough, and now I don't know what to say. I know for a fact he will be very disappointed. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know if that's true either. I guess, well, out of our small sample size, I guess Craig's the only one that I know that was disappointed in the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Craig's impossible to please nowadays anyway.
That's true.
Do I spoil it or let him get conned? Let him play it. I say just hand it to him and don't tell him a thing. Because the thing is that's the secret. And the name of the game...
It depends on how you say it. Like, if you were to give it away and you were like, dude, it's awesome because it's both a sequel and a remake.
Yeah, here's what I told my buddy at work.
Which is what I told my friend.
Here's what I told my buddy at work. I said, I finished the game. I think it's good. I think you would like it. I think you need to keep playing it. And that's it. Because he was like, oh, they changed some stuff. It's kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about this thing. And it's like, don't worry. I think you're going to like it. But just keep going. I don't think it's necessarily him getting conned. And, maybe it won't be for him. But
it's still like the rest of the game is still great. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think the battle system, everything else. It's not FF7 again.
Yeah, I say just let him have it. Just let him play it.
Which I think is a positive. But last question is, this could probably be a whole episodic topic, but what do you think the last 20 years of Square would look like if it had been Nomura banished to Hawaii and then later leave the company instead of Sakaguchi? How would the games be different? Which games would have been made or not made, etc.? Keep in mind, IRC, half of the... What does that stand for?
If I remember correctly.
If I remember correctly, half of the FF12. Sorry, guys, I'm not a texter. Staff left with Sakaguchi, including the original director, Matsuno, tactics director. Ito finished 12. But I'm guessing the reason he hasn't done anything since is somehow related to that fiasco That's maybe. Also, Kingdom Hearts was originally Hashimoto and Sakaguchi's idea, so it would probably still exist in some form. Actually, I learned while I was double-checking this that most of the reason that the first Kingdom Hearts is much more grounded and I dare say better than the rest of the games is because of Sakaguchi's influence. This has all got me thinking that I hope to God that they are consulting with Sakaguchi on what they're doing with this 7 remake thing. I don't think he is the best creator as himself as his work, since leaving Square lacks a certain flair, but it seems pretty clear that the man has an eye for quality and reined in the more outrageous ideas of the rest of the staff. Here's the thing, I think there's like multiple geniuses at Square.
Yeah, I think Ito's one of them.
And I think the leadership of Sakaguchi was probably a good thing to have back in the day.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that missing Sakaguchi is a detriment to this company, though. You got to realize that some of these, it's just like any big band. Like, it can't keep up the momentum if it starts really, really strong. Usually, it's never going to reach those heights again, and that's something you got to take into consideration. Another thing to take into consideration is Nomura was actually very involved with Final Fantasy VII. It is kind of his big thing, like Cloud's backstory. There's a lot of the stuff in Final Fantasy VII that is Nomura, so having him direct it isn't really a problem to me.
I think there has been a weird shift after Kitase has stepped down from directing as well. That's a weird one for me.
Yeah.
I think that line, I think there's a line in the sand with him too. When it comes like what his position is. So Kitase was the guy who wanted to be a movie director and ended up directing video games.
Yeah.
And so that cinematic approach to those PlayStation and PlayStation 2 Final Fantasy games, that's him. That's his influence.
Yeah,
I think the old school RPG-ness is where Sakaguchi probably kept everything grounded.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
So if Sakaguchi was still around, maybe we'd have more turn-based stuff.
I think it might also be more westernized as well.
You think so?
I think, yeah. More old school RPG. And they might have gone a direction like Dragon Quest, where they're still kind of sticking to their guns in the Dragon Quest series.
That's what I'm saying. I think
they're not evolving like Final Fantasy has.
I think they probably would, because Final Fantasy tries to set the trends. Dragon Quest kind of just has their niche.
I think actually having new blood in the Final Fantasy series is probably going to be part of its legacy.
Yeah, I think the problem it's the Kurt Cobain problem. Although I kind of feel like Kurt Cobain was never that great, but
fuck you.
if he wouldn't have died, he would have ended up being a washed out singer just like everybody else, But since he died, he added that legacy. So since the Gooch got fired, it's forever shrouded in mystery, and it's forever like what could have been.
I think I've heard Last Story and Blue Dragon are supposed to be like really great games.
Yeah, so he's still pretty good.
So there must be something going on with him. I do wonder if it's also the size of the company too.
Yeah, the size of it and the size of the series. Like, there's more to it now. With Blue Dragon and those other ones, it's more of an indie game, so you can kind of do what you want.
He also used to be the business guy. He was the CEO for a little while at Square. Just remember that too. So Sakaguchi is probably more. What is it, left-brained? He's probably more left-brained than the other guys at Square. He might rein in people a little bit more. Of course, he couldn't rein in himself with the movie budget.
Yeah. Couldn't rein in that spending, that's for sure.
Couldn't do that.
That's an interesting thing to talk about, though. That's
a good episode topic.
Yeah.
Alden Ryder has the last email that's only questions. Do you think it was underhanded of Square to keep quiet about the nature of the game not being a real remake?
No, I think that's what makes it awesome.
I do too.
That's why we told the guy earlier, don't tell your brother what it is. I haven't told anyone what it is.
I've
and
told
you know
one
what?
person what it is.
If you don't tell him, no one will know. And I think that's why the title is so genius, and we thought it was so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But it's genius because it makes you think what you're supposed to think, which isn't at all what's actually happening.
Yeah. Pleasantly surprised. No, not.
I like that they kept quiet. It's awesome.
What changes to gameplay do you want to see added to the next part? I fucking loved the gameplay. Yeah. I guess just more spells, difficult. I don't know. Ultima, holy.
Yeah. I don't know what I would change about the gameplay. It's already kind of set in stone.
Yeah.
Maybe the more characters is going to be fun. They're all fun characters to play, though.
I can't wait to play those the more refined versions of the mini games from the original 7 in that gameplay respect. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it'll be like the Snake skateboarding, the Metal Gear Solid 2 skateboarding game.
I never played that.
It's actually pretty fucking good. It's weird. It's like
really okay.
I mean, it's not like Tony Hawk 1 and 2, but like it's pretty fucking good for what it is. Maybe it'll be like that. I'm just excited to play with the other characters.
I really want them to continue on from my old save somehow.
I think they have to. And here's the thing. No one should play Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. No one should play it without playing Part 1. In fact, I like the DLC idea, and you can't play it until you finish Part 1, because this ain't no fucking MMO where your buddies are in, Disc 2, and you gotta join your buddies, because you don't have buddies. It's a single-player game.
They're all the same characters.
Yeah. I say you make it just like Final Fantasy XIV. You get in, you level 50. The guys who join you, they're like Kate Sith and fucking Red 13. Not that you're gonna use Kate Sith, but
they're gonna be level 52.
They should be level 50, yeah, as well. And then you just play the game. I think that's the only way to go forward.
We'll see. I want them to keep my save because I worked so hard on it.
Yeah, we put a lot of fucking time into that thing.
Would you want to see other FF games remade in the similar way?
No.
They would have to have.
There's got to be a reason for it to be.
A reason for it, once again, which we talked about earlier in the episode, which you didn't know when you asked this question. But, yeah, it's because of the FF7 remake being
what it is.
Remaking of Fate or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes it way more interesting to me than, like, an FF4 style, just upgrade the graphics and add voiceover. Fuck that.
So I don't know if they can remake another FF game in a similar way.
I love the original game, and I love it as an old game.
Yeah, the cat's kind of out of the bag with this thing. Well, not really, because not that many people know about it, I don't think. But like,
I don't know about the cat.
Yeah, the cat. But
the weird, goofy cat that just shows up midway through the game.
I don't know if you can remake the other games in this kind of a way.
No, not without it being like,
this
is exactly what they did with Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's like now they're just pulling. It's like the Pokemon Gen 2.
They can do sequels to the other Final Fantasy games, sure. I'd be into that.
Yeah, we've never been opposed to the sequel. We've played every one of them. I mean,
yeah, that's true, and they've all the sequels so far have been good.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting, but I feel like it would. I don't know how you'd be able to pull it off story-wise. And then it would seem like they're just grasping at straws, like making any excuse to like, oh, well, what if we fucked with this and made it a different world completely?
All right.
So I don't know if you could pull it off.
So the rest of these are questions mixed with reviews, so we're just going to go through each email in a row. So let's start with Greg Troyan. The Final Fantasy series has consistently had the goal of evolving with each release. FF has been known for pushing the envelope in terms of gameplay, story, and graphics in the JRPG genre, and they pride themselves in bold experimentation and leading the industry forward. So that's why I think FF7 Remake is brilliant in terms of story. The title FF7 Remake initially sounds very stupid and uninspired. Why bother calling it remake? We know what it is. It's a remake of the original game, or rather, that's what we thought. It's not a remake, but a sequel. FF7R takes place in an alternate timeline that has diverged from the original. The Spectres were trying to get the cast to follow the events of the original game and follow Fate, but through the course of the game, the characters broke free from the hands of Fate, and now the remake series is able to diverge and branch on its own path. The original game, Crisis Core, Advent Children, and the remake are all separate timelines. Remake allows the characters to remake their own story through new actions and choices, and with the ending of the game, the future installments have the ability to go off in new directions. This is great because it allows the story to become unpredictable and offer new elements. What's the point of playing this game if it just follows the same story as the original? It seems the creators weren't satisfied with simply redoing the same story with graphical upgrades, and it successfully makes the game become essential for fans of the original game to play because of the story divergence. It also keeps the original in its integrity and as an essential piece of art in its own right, and allows for satisfactory answers to fans who would be upset over any changes to the story. Exactly. We've had all these sentiments already.
Yeah.
Things were bound to change in the remake, but this allows the justification for those changes and also canonizes the rest of the expanded universe in a way that makes sense with seemingly contradictory material, except for Rufus Shinra.
I didn't see. You know what I didn't see?
I didn't see no fucking slide.
I didn't see a fucking tube slide down the side of that building. I forgot to bring that up, but I was like, I don't see a slide. Inside job.
The future of the series might allow for timeline branching, going into the parallel timelines, teaming up with the Still Lives Act, which we talked about that possibility too, or maybe a giant crossover where all the timelines team up together to defeat the ultimate evil. But at bare minimum,
God, it's like some FF7 Dissidia bullshit.
this meta concept of remake is absolutely shocking for an IP as valued as FF7, and it would have been a safer cash grab to simply redo the original story. Hell, FF7 is my favorite video game of all time, and I would have been fine with that kind of remake. However, the fact that they are taking such a bold artistic risk, I think, is brilliant. There's absolutely room for it to fail and become a shit show, but at this point, that's true. FF7's remake future is unpredictable, and that is brilliant in my opinion. It's also an amazing meta troll that they were able to hide for a bunch of years, which is simply outstanding. Also, hot take: remakes are a valid form of art. The silent film versions of Ben-Hur was cool, but so is the Heston remake. Most remakes are terrible, but some are great. Yeah, we've talked about that. Some are great.
Yeah, I agree, and it's exciting, and that's why I want everyone who started it to finish the damn thing, because you got to know, man. You got to know.
Are you on Franz?
Yeah, I'll do Fran Ruff's.
Okay.
FF7 Remake. Spoilers. Splurge from Discord here. I figured I would share my review with you now that I got to sleep on it. I will write a book so that Joe has to read it all. Unfortunately, it's my turn.
Schweiss is reading it.
I am about as big of an FF7 fan as you will find. I still play the original on a yearly basis, Jesus, including twice last year. I have played from start to finish over 50 times at this point. It is safe to say that this is my favorite game of all time. When I heard about the remake, I was anxious because I did not want Square Enix to ruin a classic for me. As the release got closer, I opened my mind a bit more to the possibilities. I got the game on Friday morning and finished it by Monday night. I found that the stuff they kept from the original game was really well done for the most part. All the main characters were just as I remembered. I really worried that they would ruin Cloud based on the Advent Children movie, but they nailed it.
Cloud's character is nailed. We didn't talk about that, but yeah, Cloud's the best version of Cloud.
He was cocky, cold, and only cared about money. The characters that did not get much screen time in the original were a welcomed addition, like the Avalanche crew. Jessie, in particular, was excellent, and now I cannot imagine the game without her. Team Jessie all the way. The combat was very good for the most part.
I don't know about that armor, but okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I love the titanium tits, though.
Titanium tits.
Yeah, space titanium tits.
Space titanium tits. That's going to be my next company.
Yeah, born out of the beautiful phoenix, reborn out of the ashes of the previous company. My only complaint was that items were linked to the ATB bar. Yeah, that's bullshit. Also, the spells being linked to the ATB bar and taking your mana when you get interrupted is horseshit. But whatever. After the fight against the Hell House and Wall Market, I had to change the game to easy mode. I was dying against bosses multiple times, and I just wanted to enjoy the story. The game is difficult to judge
so fast.
because the original exists. I only noticed the fluff that some others complained about because I had played the original. Had I not played the original, I wouldn't have noticed any of those things at all. The only major flaw in the game, from a story perspective, is the Honeybee Inn dance portion. Before I get roasted, I'm not some sort of homophobe. My opinion is based strictly on the fact that this whole thing goes against Cloud's character that they had built up for the first 8 chapters of the game. The cold, non-caring guy who just 5 minutes ago would not high-five Aerith is suddenly going to jump into a choreographed dance scene. It just made no sense at all based on the character.
I don't know.
That's the one thing in the game that stands out.
He's
and doesn't
there
fit.
to help Tifa. It's the only person in the game he has a connection to.
Yeah, and he gave up. I mean, there's the part in the early part of the game where Tifa says, "Oh no, I need to get
We don't actually have the money," and he's like, "Oh,
yeah," and he feels bad.
He obviously has a soft spot for her.
Yeah, and he's like,
And we
"Well,
all do.
I'll go help you get the money." Yeah,
We have a soft and a hard spot for her.
yeah,
at the
it's
same
soft and then hardened immediately.
Yeah,
Um,
we're gross. Good.
yeah. So I think it does make sense because of Tifa, but that's fine. I really enjoy how they made Tifa conflicted. They showed Shinra workers on the train or in the Shinra building just doing their work, and she was pointing out that they were just people trying to earn a paycheck. This is something that was missing in the original for most of the game until Kate Sis said something to bear it on the high wind. I really thought this was a great addition that made sense. It felt like it should have been there all along. Yeah, it might have been. I mean, Seven's translation is absolute trash, so... Now to the ending. I loved it. I did not know how many games this was going to be or how they were going to fit it all in, and now they have no constraints. The gang defeated fate, and they are free to write their own story. Prior to beating the game, I was expecting to see many of my favorite parts of the game recreated. In order for this to be a success, they had to keep everything in for me. Now, they will likely cut a lot of that. Places like Fort Condor, Calm, the Icicle Inn, Gungaga, etc. might not be needed. I still think we'll see Junin, Cosmo Canyon, Temple of the Ancients, and the Northern Cave. Outside of that, though, I don't know if we need to see everything anymore. I want to see how this other timeline will impact the current one. The title of the game now makes sense to me. It was not FF7 Remake Part 1 because this is the only portion that is a remake. Maybe. The rest is a new story. Yeah, that's actually true. Some major things might stay the same, but I expect something new and fresh featuring the characters and setting that I love. I'm really excited for what comes next. I think they can wrap this up in an only one more release. Sorry. And I think we could see the second game as soon as next year.
No, we're not. I wish.
I know.
They're already talking about it.
This game was a 10 for me. It was a good mixture of nostalgia plus a really fucking good game on its own. Outside of the few flaws I pointed out, I thought it was nearly perfect. The game was beautiful. When the group climbed up the Shinra building and looked down on Midgar, it was one of the most gorgeous shots that I could remember in a long time.
Oh, at the end?
When you're in the Shinra building. That looked good.
Oh, okay.
What I was bitching about was when you were climbing up the plate and you looked out during the day and it just looks like dog shit.
Okay.
The characters were all great and all fit the tone of the game. I didn't think they added any new characters that did not make sense. Was Sam the Chocobo dude the same voice actor that played Dave from FF15? Sure sounded like it. You boys want to find some dog tags? Now, see, Sam is like a high-class Southern guy. Dave is like the white trash Southern guy from 15. Also, you found him in an outhouse. Just fucking stupid. Anyway, I cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say.
Lena Marble says, this is Lena Ghosh. This is, what's her other title?
It's
I forgot
Felicia Nomiko.
Felicia Nomiko, thank you.
Alias number 3.
And she says, I will try to keep this as concise as I can, which I read before I noticed that it was the longest email we have to read so far. So thank you for keeping it as concise as you can, Felicia. But she has some thoughts. As I'm sure most of us do. Just to be fair and open, I love OG FF7. I played it back in the day several times, but I haven't played it again recently. I was warily looking forward to this game. I was both excited to play the game again with modern graphics and gameplay, but terrified they would bungle the whole thing and make a hot mess of the game. And then I played the demo. I got chills playing it and made way too many girly noises of glee over every nostalgia-laden moment of it.
Yeah, us too.
They nailed the first mission, and it made me genuinely giddy to play the game. Even if it did take 2 full days, I'm trying to read this as fast as possible, Schweizer, you're making me fucking laugh. Even if it did take 2 full days to download it with the crappy free Wi-Fi we have here, I complain, but it's free, so I should shut up. By the way, she has a podcast about that. You can go
about her crappy free
ask her
Wi-Fi?
about it on Discord. No, she's living in a bus. Bus life. Hashtag bus life. Like I was doing hashtag tiny car life.
Oh, nice.
But we all want to do hashtag van life. The graphics and character designs are probably the first and most notably great things about the remake, aside from the breast reduction for Tifa, but considering how much utter shit they would get for having OG Tifa boobs in this game, well, I'll let it slide. We do not need a Me Too brigade going after this game. Yikes. Cloud looks amazing. Biggs and Wedge look amazing. Jessie, best girl, looks amazing. Every character looks amazing in this game. And I don't just mean that they look good and that their designs are true to the OG. I mean every expression, every gesture, even their strides and stances embody their personalities and who they are. Cloud doesn't walk like Biggs, and Tifa doesn't walk or stand like Aerith or Jessie. They all emote and gesture differently, expanding and adding nuance to the OG personalities. It was like they came to life, and it was brilliant.
Yeah, Biggs or Wedge walks like a fat ass, so no one else walks like that.
Midgar got much the same treatment and looked amazing as well. It was bigger, more to scale, which is to be expected, but it was so true to the OG and yet more polished, more detailed, and so much better. And here is also where we get our first gripe. They did not give us a jump, which is and why is plainly clear. If we could jump, then most of these obstacles would not look like obstacles, and we'd be hitting more invisible walls than anyone would have patience for. As it was, I often tried to explore something that looked Sorry, something that looked and obviously was open and got the big wrong way symbol swished in my face. Yeah, I think we touched on that for like half a second. Why oh why did they not just put something in the way as at those moments when we wouldn't be allowed to explore an open path? They had gates and blockages in other parts of the game that later disappeared or opened when the plot was ready for it. Why not do that for the paths that were plot dependent? Thankfully, there weren't many of them, but every single one was an eye-rolling annoyance. And I don't mind that Midgar isn't an open-world experience. As cool as that would be, it wouldn't really jive with the plotline and characters as well. Midgar is a bit on the totalitarian side, and freedom of movement isn't as well-known isn't a well-known part of such systems. I liked how much we get to see the city and how much we get to see and do in the city.
Yeah, it's open but also kind of closed off. Yeah. It's kind of a good mix.
Gameplay itself I found very enjoyable. The controls were responsive, the buttons were used well, everything is very fluid and easy to navigate except when navigating Aerith's house. Why can't Cloud take small steps? Why does he have to take giant-ass steps and 12-point turns? How big are the man's balls? I really love how the weapons get stronger. I see myself using the Buster Sword as much as I can, and with the weapon system I can without taking a huge handicap. Combat is a bit of a mixed bag for me. I like it a lot. I think it's exactly what I was looking for at 15. It does exactly what I said then it should do. We have VATS and Fallout. I know the tech can support pausing the fight, so we can have some time to sift through the menu so we can have all the old school options, and bam, they did exactly that, and it looks so damn cool. I never tire of seeing the slow-mo while I use my next spell.
Yeah, it's fucking slow.
Wish they'd had this in 15 so I can control all the three guys like this. Love it, love it, love it. The materia system has always been my favorite magic system, even more so than jobs, as much as I love those two. Materia just allows for greater fine-tuning of abilities and combos, so happy to be using the system again, but the combat on normal is so much harder than it needs to be. I know several of us were complaining about this, except Abrak the jerk. I hate that items are tied to ATB. Yes, I know that they were in the OG, but they were all actions. I'm fine with spells and abilities being tied to ATB, but that makes sense. But items? I can see why, because if all the items were allowed at any time, one could spam grenades all at once. Fine. They have two item categories, healing and combat. Allow healing anytime and make combat items take an ATB bar. Well, wait till you play hard mode there.
Yeah. Get fucked.
No items. Because it sucks when you spend your first ATB bar on healing items. And don't get me started on being interrupted mid-ability or spell 75% of the time. Do you know how often I got to interrupt enemies? Like 20% of the time. It was frustrating as hell, and the difficulty curve was so random. I played on normal in the beginning and got a handle on the combat, or so I thought. I used blocking spells, ability of the different modes, and switching between characters a lot. It seemed to be working until I got to Airbuster. And got my ass busted over and over. No matter how I changed up my materia and strategies, he just hammered me down every time. So I gave up and put him on easy, and easy was a cakewalk most of the time on a boss. Okay, fine. I figured I'd get stronger and get good at the combat. I put back on normal and then went on with the game. Then came to a fight at the graveyard at section 5. I died and died and died with some basic ass bitches I'd been tearing up an hour ago. What the fuck? So I went back to easy and didn't look back. This combat is hard as fuck, and I don't know why. It was so random. Sometimes sorry, this is hilarious. Sometimes it seemed that a change in materia would be the answer, but A, changing materia every couple enemies is annoying. B, I didn't always know what the enemy was coming up next would mean. I would need to change with my materia. I got caught in a spot in the graveyard fight where I would come back right inside a fight zone, so I wouldn't change my materia after I died. So a few deaths, I was in the wrong materia. I just started with the wrong materia. I restarted the last save and got more progress than I wanted to. So while I love the combat, it is uneven and overly hard for normal. I wish they would do one of two things: make normal a little easier, or make classic mode use the normal difficulty or enemy. Classic mode is a cupcake, easy is cake, and normal is a 10-pound hamburger you have to eat in under an hour. Why? Okay, moving on. Before I beat a dead horse on glue, before I beat a dead horse into glue, I'm very pleased with the overall story, plot, and characters in this game. As a teen, I didn't really care why he was there either. I was more focused on what I wanted. which was to go on an adventure with these people, and any excuse would work for me. It didn't really matter how believable the reason was, so long as I got to play the game. As an older person, as a writer, I find the character motivations matter to me a whole lot more. They need to do reasonable things for me to stay immersed in the world this game has shown me. I love spending more time with Avalanche in this version. The motivations of the characters were so much better in this, or at least much more clear. In the OG, it wasn't real clear why Cloud was sticking around for the first mission. Yes, Tifa was there, but I didn't feel he had any real connection to her anymore. In this version, he's sticking around was far more clear, and the side quests all helped reinforce the world and the character motivations. After a side quest disaster like 15, I was worried about side quests in this game, but I need not have been. They all fit the world and make sense with the concerns of the people living in the slums. So as long as it doesn't get metagame, what is coming up, then it makes sense that a soft-hearted merc waiting to get paid would do stuff around the slums for the people there, especially with cute girls urging him on. And I love this version of Cloud. I found myself mirroring his eye rolls and sighs when people bothered him or said stupid stuff or annoyed him. He only came off as a bit of a dick once or twice, and even then it reasonably reflected his personality, and I found myself agreeing with him more often than not. Also, Jessie is best girl. And perhaps the most surprising to me of any change from the OG, I fell in love with Jessie. I was always an Aerith girl and never cared one whit about Biggs. Holy crap, is he a hottie. Oh, Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
We have not mentioned the first thing I thought of was Charlie Sheen. I immediately got onto Twitter to make a Charlie Sheen joke about Biggs, and someone else had beat me to the punch. One of our listeners had beat me to the punch. I was like, damn it. So good. He looks like Charlie Sheen in Hot Shots.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, if you don't know that movie, go ahead and look up Charlie Sheen in Hot Shots and go have a laugh at Biggs. It says Biggs or Wedge or Jessie, but in this version we spend a real time with these characters, and I just love Jessie's personality. She was punky and fun and clever and knew what she wanted. I had a hard time. She just wants to play, man. That's all she wants to do. I had a hard time with her and her demise. I almost cried when the plate fell on Wedge trying to save his cats. I was so attached to these people, so much more than before. The ending was the only disappointment I had with the plot/pacing. I really felt the fight in the Singularity and the giant Whisper of Doom was a waste of time. I didn't care about it and just wanted to get it over with. I felt the end was going to be when they went through the white light at the Oh, she thought that's what they... Okay. The end was going to be when they went through the white light at the crossroads after the highway escaped from the Shinra building. I think the ending should have been them going through the white light, getting their flash forwards, and then arriving outside Midgar. If the Sephiroth competition needs to happen, then put it there. They go through, and then Cloud meets Sephiroth there, and offer to join the dark side is given there, and they fight, and then Cloud is outside Midgar with the others. I think they put in a climactic battle because they think it's a thing gamers must have, but it felt pointless to me. It took away from the emotional momentum the game had built up at that point. All right. Sorry. My only other main disappointment is the music. Some of it was really good and very much like the OG music, but too much of it I felt had lost its unique and defining characteristic. It sounds like the game is being hit by the same music movement that we're seeing elsewhere, and I can't say I like it. I don't want my FF music to blend in with the background. I want it to be a character on its own right. I want Uematsu's fingerprints to remain on the music, and his music never blended into the background. I have other thoughts about more minor things, but in the interest of not writing a book on the subject, I'll wrap it up here. And I thoroughly loved the game. They kept so much of the spirit of the OG that I'm happy to say that they did not fuck this up at all. I think that they did a better job than I could have expected. I can't wait for the next installment. I can hope a few concerns are addressed, but I had a wonderful time revisiting this game. It's such a great time to be a gamer. I would give this game a 9 out of 10. Even with the issues, the overall product taken as a whole is just too good. Felicia.
Yeah. She didn't write a book. She merely wrote a short story.
Yeah.
That's all. All right, so what's next? We got Fiending Fantasy. Hey, guys. I just heard your...
Fucking lucky bastard. Look how short that is.
I just heard your mini-sode and wanted to share some thoughts about the remake. This isn't a review, but just an observation of the big twist towards the end of the game with the changing of fates. So it has been said many times that in order to prepare for the remake, Square observed many other remakes of classic forms of entertainment, such as other video game and movies. In doing so, they got a sense of what a remake should and shouldn't be. I feel like the ending is a very meta statement that if something is remade, it doesn't have to be the same. Many times when a movie is remade, it's almost indistinguishable from the original as far as important plot points, characters, events, etc. It's like the director's hands are tied. Okay, this protagonist has to do this or has to do that. Sure, they might tweak a small thing here or there, but the overall narrative and events remain the same. With the way VII Remake was handled, the Whispers being destroyed flips all that on its head. It's like saying, yeah, this is a remake, but it's not the Final Fantasy VII you think it is. This is so rare in media when a remake changes something so drastically. Look at the recent Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes. Both fantastic games. They added stuff, modified stuff, and trimmed the fat where it needed to be, but the overall game is the same. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it leaves little to no surprise or wonder to the audience, as the Final Fantasy VII Remake does. So in short, Square is making a statement that remakes are too predictable and scared to stray from the source narrative, and that's a lesson that the entertainment industry as a whole could learn during this fad of remakes. Thanks, guys. Fiending Fantasy.
This is from Chiju Defuxku. Don't know how to say your name, man, but thank you for writing.
Yeah, I think you hit it.
I'm going to say up front that I liked and enjoyed this game. Most people will talk about the things that they, Square Enix, got right and what they liked, so let me waste no time in talking about my 4 bad, obscure criticisms of the game that may be unique. I'm out of the honeymoon phase, so I feel I have an unbiased mind. Questions will be at the very end. Thank you for your time, good sirs. Tifa. There's some dialogue choices that I feel are too indicative of our 2020 modern times when they could have simply stuck with something more neutral wording or towards what the 1997 OG would have said, and it made me dislike some of the characteristics because of it. I'm a huge Tifa fan, as many are, but I sort of cringe when I heard Tifa's word choice explaining that Marl supports the cause, like she's some fight the power Antifa socialist. Oh, this is before this stuff has happened, by the way, guys. This is pre the world falling apart.
Yeah.
This email's older than that. I get that Avalanche is deemed a terrorist organization, but the Avalanche members themselves didn't use radical commie language back in 1997. The cause, really? And didn't it seem kind of weird when Avalanche screwed over the weapon shop keeper over a shitty water filter? Tifa's plans to use Cloud to strong-arm people into buying their shitty filters that don't work seemed like kind of a dick move. What the fuck, Tifa? You didn't seem like that kind of person to me. 2. Aerith. I think Cloud is a character they nailed and best in the remake among others, which is great, but his only not Cloud-like interactions I think came from how Aerith and Cloud interacted with each other, scaling the buildings after defeating and running away from Reno.
Yeah, I did like Aerith a lot in this thing. I think they made her more fun, kind of more flirty, and a little teasy. Yeah. It's good.
Aerith is giving Cloud shit tests the entire time, and Cloud attempts to try and backfire on Tifa, which to me is dumb. I guess this is supposed to be playful banter, but it's not even close to the original. I think it adds something that isn't authentic to how the characters should be. Cloud is fairly calm, cool, and collected up to this point, and he doesn't really care about defending his first-class prideness in front of Aerith. Even though it's part of his identity, he doesn't have anything to prove to her, and it goes against his stoic personality. And is it just me, or is Aerith portrayed extra ditzy in the remake? I didn't think that at all. She has this Luna Lovegood-esque semi-oblivious but all too cheery bubbliness turned up to 11 type of personality that I don't remember her having. She seemed a lot more down to earth to me in the OG compared to this, and I even went back and replayed the OG scene to compare it. I also find it weird that Aerith claims to have never walked into the slum rooftops before, as someone who's lived in the slums the entire life.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know about that. Yeah,
I've lived here most of my life, and I've never fucking jumped on the rooftops.
She also points out things being rusty, like, no shit, Aerith, it's a slum, you dits. Okay, I have a problem with that last line here, because I like to point out obvious things that everybody knows, just to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
That's part of my personality. I don't mind it. I go, look at that cone. That cone looks odd right there.
Don't you kind of want to
about cones?
Don't you kind of want to sleep with Tifa?
I mean, it's part of the fucking reason I'm doing a podcast, because I can't shut my fucking mouth. So
that is true.
Think about that. So I don't know. Aerith obviously doesn't like awkward silence. She just likes to talk while they're going around and climbing on buildings she's never been to before. But okay. Number 3, pointless lunchroom noise. I hate the gameplay decision. All right. I hate the gameplay decision to allow people of Midgard to just bombard you with dialogue when actual important dialogue is taking place. There are many moments in this remake, especially during the autoflow sequences, but one that truly sticks out to me is when the camera is focusing on the scene with Scarlet and the big screen TV in the middle of this slum square. While you're trying to focus on what Scarlet is saying through a TV, the people of Midgard are rambling about not important things that you don't care about. RPG/OGs back in the day forced you to approach NPCs for added dialogue that sometimes added to the story and sometimes they rewarded you with items. It was on the onus of the player to make the conscious decision on whether they wanted to talk to a NPC or not, and I think it forced the developers to think about what each NPC said. They go up to a person, hit the X for feedback, and that's what made it a game. Anyway, I think their attempt to immerse us in the slums resulted in much more annoying than they intended, because it seemed like they grabbed a bunch of voice actors and asked them to say silly lines of what it would be like to be a rando slum person.
Yeah, random poor people. This is also kind of funny because it's just like what you said before, where it's like if he feels like it's modern, and it's like in the current setting, it's like this is just everyone feeling like they have to pitch in their fucking 2 cents. It's a social media. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares what you think. You stupid peasant. Just fuck off.
I'm fucking guilty of that. So guilty of it.
That's what this is, though. It's just like his comment before.
I'm trying to curtail my social media, but I'm just like, as I'm spending more time alone right now the last 4 months, I just want to fucking, I have so many opinions.
Yeah. I deleted, or I signed out of Twitter and I deleted Facebook. So.
I tried. But
it's better.
I have to advertise my movie.
Yeah.
Number 4, bad side quests. A lot of the side quests were straight up bad. I completely understood that they attempted to flesh out the earlier portions of the game to make it longer, which is totally fine. The problem is having the opportunity to flesh out existing elements to the original, think Jesse, Biggs, Wedge, Leslie, versus unoriginal filler padding type content that has no place in the original, with standing completely on its own. Okay. The orphans of the slums are the worst. They are dressed nicely. Aviators and glasses, faux hawk haircuts. These are the worst orphans ever out of any game. One kid yelled out in order to be successful shopkeeper that he needs to study. 1, what orphans do a lot of studying. 2, you don't need to study, just sell things. Ask many successful dropout businessmen. How annoying.
Yeah, the kids are little shits.
That's funny.
It's because they're
the kids. Oh God, the kids. We didn't talk about the voice acting of the kids.
They're just adults being kids.
Adults
yeah.
doing kid noises, and it is unnerving.
It's like the cats.
Almost as unnerving as the cats.
They're
exactly.
robot kids voiced by adults. Robot kids and robot cats.
Number 1 question: what were some of your favorite quotes in the remake? There are many great ones, especially from Cloud, including "Get help, nailed it, I know, thank you, moving on." To get free shit, that's not my style. But my absolute favorite was when Barrett said, "I was born ready, Red," in the robot fight before Motorball. Forget the boss's name. We forgot him too. It definitely sent a chill down my spine in a good way. I think "nailed it, I know, thank you, moving on" was probably my biggest laugh as turns of dialogue. Yeah.
I think when Barrett when Tifa acknowledges Barrett in the very beginning of the game, and he just turns to you and he's like, like smiling, like grabbing his gun. I think that was probably my favorite. It's not really a quote, but it's just hilarious.
Thing.
Yeah. I liked. I don't know. I thought it was funny when fucking Marl's like, you take care, or you better take care of Tifa, as I'm going up to her room.
Like the granddaughter I never had.
And I'm like, oh, I'm taking care of her.
Oh, I'm going to take care of her up in that room up there.
You're going to be hearing that granddaughter here squealing. Just...
You might have a great granddaughter.
Yeah, you're going to have a great granddaughter here pretty soon that you never had. I don't know how to work that out of my mind, so good luck while I'm fucking her up there. Tell me if you figure it out. I liked that. I thought the one at the end with Sephiroth was really cryptic. I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know. I think they did a really good job with the dialogue in the game.
Yeah.
I liked Barrett's little speech that he gave right before when he thought the TVs were looking at him. I thought that was pretty funny. Where he's telling him that Shinra's just a bunch of hacks. I liked the whole part with him and President Shinra. Their interaction was really good. I thought President Shinra was pretty crazy. I don't know. It's hard because I think the dialogue is so good that it's not really so much favorite quote. It's just like excellent writing. It's just honestly surprising. But
Number 2, how do you think they utilized Sephiroth in the remake? In the OG, he wasn't seen at all, and his absence really played into the mystery of the mystique of Sephiroth as an idea as you were hunting the man in the black cape. Personally felt disappointed not following the actual blood trail in the remake because that terrified me as a kid in the OG. They probably needed to keep it rated teen, honestly, man. It also seemed like Square Enix's hand was sort of forced on this one because not including Sephiroth was too hard to resist of the debut.
I mean, it's not really Sephiroth. The hallucinations and flashbacks obviously are. The ending might be him, but like the other parts where he's there, it's just a clone. It's just one of those clone things with Genova cells and altering itself to look like Sephiroth. I mean, think Final Guy, think Kadaj and Advent Children. Like, it's not Sephiroth, but he takes on Sephiroth's form. I don't mind the utilization of Sephiroth. I feel like it does it creates like a Godzilla effect where
he's a little ham-fisted in there.
Yeah,
throughout
where
the
like
plot.
Godzilla 1954 is so good because Godzilla shows up later. Whereas the other ones where he's campily fighting in a suit against a giant moth in a suit, it's like
It's definitely a Shinra-focused game until about the midpoint of the game, and then it becomes in the original.
yeah,
Then it becomes Sephiroth as the bag.
it
as
does
the bad
it
guy.
does the bad guy swap.
It's not really a bad guy swap.
No, it's
It is
not.
slowly built up as the thing that needs to be focused on, and they do it well.
It's like, but they're both kind of like different elements though, because they're both sort of featuring the destruction of the planet and like things like that. But it's like they think Shinra's the one destroying the planet, but really it's like no, there's actually a calamity that's here, and it's being run by Sephiroth. So like that one it works a little better because we got a full game. I do kind of agree. I think they kind of tossed in Sephiroth a little willy nilly.
Yeah,
But-
it did seem like a lot of Sephiroth because there was hardly any payoff, but I guess he did have a final fight. I'm just trying to like look through it through the eyes of a first-time player, and I'm like, I don't know, it's odd. Who's this guy?
Yeah.
But whatever. Number 3, do you think they should have made the game harder or maybe only had one mode? No, I liked it as it is.
Yeah, I think it's just about right. Normal is just challenging enough the first time, and then
Normal's
hard is
pretty challenging in a couple spots. I don't know.
and then hard is definitely challenging too. I still think hard mode is so fun. It's just so satisfying to beat those bosses again in the hard mode.
In the beginning, there was a lot of discussion about Remake being multiple parts. Are you happy that they are doing it in multiple parts now? Why or why not? I do still kind of wish it was one part. But it's cool, and I'm interested in see what they're doing next. I think my DLC idea is best.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think it'd be a good way to release it. I don't dislike that it's in multiple parts. I mean, honestly, for us, it doesn't really fucking matter because if it wasn't out until it was done, it wouldn't be done for another year or two, and we would just be balls deep in mana. So it's like either way. I mean, we're playing FF or FF spinoff or FF14.
It's true.
I like the idea of it being one holistic like approach to it, but I think that would have taken them far too long, and they needed to put something out. And I don't mind that they did it this way.
What do you think they could have done better in the remake? Give me something story related and something gameplay related. Story related, I would say cut the fucking cat out of that cutscene. God damn it! That doesn't the Kate Sith showing up.
Yeah,
in the
it
middle of
doesn't
the
make
game
any
is-
sense.
And it's honestly because of how goofy Kate Sith looks, it undercuts the seriousness of the cutscene as well. Gameplay related. Give me some fucking puzzles where I don't have a cutscene every 5 seconds.
Yeah, shut the
Please.
fuck up. Yeah.
or not have puzzles. One of the two, if you're gonna do that.
All right. I think story related. I think I would have liked to see a little more on the Shinra, like being actual people. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, the whole idea like power corrupts people, but like, is everybody in this organization corrupt except for Reeve? Like, I don't know. I'd like to see a little more, maybe a little more nuance to the reasons why they're going into it. Yeah, not him. He's just fucking stupid. But like with President Shinra, even like, you know, we had that little VR section where it's like them talking about trying to find the promised land. It's like maybe make that a little more of a genuine desire, and it's like they want that to be a good thing, Like that's the ultimate good, and then they're just fucking things up along the way to get there, as opposed to Shinra basically just being evil and like kind of one-dimensional. But I mean, I think they did a good job even then with that, because it's not really about Shinra. But I think it is a big enough side plot that I'd like to see a little more conflicting, motivations from President Shinra. And I think Rufus kind of fills that role too, though. Later in the game and in the fucking spinoff, and after he goes down his little water slide in his fucking tube, his fucking like his donut tube, like woo, put your hands in the air. So Rufus kind of fills that role, but I'd like to see a little more with President Shinra maybe. Gameplay related. What could they have done better? Let us play with Red 13. That's kind of dick that they put him in there as a fucking guest character. Like, what the fuck?
What would be the worst thing they could do to mess up Sid, Yuffie, or Vincent in Remake Part 2? So far, they've done a decent job with the characters we've seen.
I don't know how the hell they're going to do Sid in a teen-rated game. He fires off. I mean, they did it with Barrett, I guess.
We have swear words back in Final Fantasy. We got a few in 15, but now we're like full-on mode.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty happy about that. Wow, how could they mess up these characters? There's so many ways to mess them up. I can't really think of one specifically.
Yeah. If they make Vincent too Dirge of Cerberus-y, I guess.
And if Vincent doesn't have a phone, I'm going to be real mad.
Yeah, he's got to have a Razor 6.
That's true, yeah. If the phones don't match... Yeah, it's going to really screw it up if the phones don't match with Advent Children. I'm going to be pretty pissed.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, they need to bring back those flip phones. I saw that one guy had a smartphone. I haven't seen Cloud's phone yet, but it better goddamn well be a flip phone again, okay?
Yeah, they got Motorola Razors, and that's the end of it.
What are you most looking forward to come to Remake Part 2? Oh, just the areas. I want to see the world.
Yeah. Cosmo Canyon, I'm super excited to see. I don't know what it is about like deserts. I just love deserts. I don't know why. They're so dead and like barren, but like I just love that as an image.
Okay.
So like I'm excited to see that area of the world. I'm excited to see how big the world actually is.
I'm excited to see like the area that Aerith dies in the first game.
Yeah, the City of the Ancients.
Yeah, the City of the Ancients. I'm excited to see the City of the Ancients. I think that's going to look cool.
Is that the City of the Ancients, or is that the...
I can't remember the name of it, dude.
Because the pyramid one that gets destroyed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that will be cool, too.
I can't remember what the place where Aerith... It's like the...
I'm trying to... I don't remember.
That area was really cool looking in the original game, though. Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see that, and maybe Sephiroth in that area, like how he's like up in the... Like he's like fucking cocooned up there. I think that'll look really cool. I also want to see Shinra Manor.
If it all goes the same way, of course.
Shinra Manor. I think we're going to have to get that for the flashbacks and the... Although maybe not. I don't know.
They can do anything. That's exactly what they sold themselves up for. They're just like, we're going to fuck around with the world.
I think they'll stay
they
somewhat...
have a bad guy with the same motivation as far as we know.
Yeah. I think they're going to add a lot of the same kind of stuff for different reasons. Yeah. But we'll see.
Given that the end of the remake wasn't as expected, how do you feel that we never actually got a true FF remake? I didn't want the FF7 remake, so I feel way better about it now.
Yeah. There was that one review that basically told us to fuck off and we're gonna eat all of our words. It's kind of true. Well, that's a little unfair because if it was a true FF7 remake, we would be bitching, and that's what it was advertised as. So, fuck that guy again, even now. But yeah, I don't mind that. I think moving forward is much better, and I think you can move forward with altering another storyline. So I like it. I think they did a good job, and I'm glad that they did it the way they did, because it gives us something new to look forward to instead of just, all right, now we'll get the second part of 7 Remake like 3 years later. It's like there's no motivation for that. But now the world is an oyster for these people. It's like, we don't know what'll happen. So the anticipation is there now where it wouldn't have been any other way.
Okay, Darren.
Darren Minton. Hey, this is Minton X. What do you guys think Sephiroth meant by 7 seconds till the end? I think it's like their version of 30 Seconds to Mars. I don't know. I've heard a couple theories, but most of them saying that the 7 seconds is the time it takes him to fall and stab Aerith in the original cutscene. If you time it from when you first see him falling, apparently it's exactly 7 seconds. until he stabs her. Haven't checked it, but that's what everyone is basing the theory on. Also, I platinumed the game, and it took me right at 78 hours. You're way faster than we were.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I tried to play slower. I wanted to get everything done in that first playthrough.
Yeah, we took our sweet time. The Pride and Joy simulator is a bitch. Fuck that dude, the guy before it. Fucking tag teamed by the 2 ultimate summons. That's bullshit. I also love how, like, in recent years, Ifrit just wears the ball gag to fucking Bahamut. Have you noticed that?
Bahamut's the ultimate.
Well, yeah, but, like, he only makes Ifrit his bitch. He doesn't make Shiva his bitch.
Bahamut is non-elemental. All the elementals
serve him, yeah. It kind of makes sense, but, like, 15, it's the same way. Ifrit's got that ball gag, and Bahamut's fucking controlling him from the sky. It's like both of these last 2 games, like, Ifrit's like the sex slave to Bahamut.
I don't know what's going on.
It's weird. I get that he's the king of the summons. He always has been, but Ifrit...
That's a good theory. I'm wondering... I guess Cloud's just he's gonna die in her place.
Yeah, I think they're gonna... I think they are gonna stop her from dying. She might end up dying...
They have to. What's the point?
She might end up dying again anyway. In some other way. Maybe some, like, grand sacrifice. But I'm kind of thinking... Because I remember all those memes about, like, FF7 Aerith Doesn't Die DLC being, like, the $1 million idea, and I'm like, I think it actually might be. I'll do the next one, too, because that was bullshit short.
Okay.
Not that that's a problem, but...
Appreciate it.
All right. John Reiner. Hi, Joe and Caleb. I am a Final Fantasy fan from England. Cue the awful accent imitation. And would really appreciate it if you could read my review on the upcoming FF Remake review episode. I have never written a review before, and I am a champion waffler. I don't know what that is. So feel free to cut it down if needed. I started listening to your podcast when I was ill in December 2019. No, not Corona. And I had a hankering for something that would get me excited about the upcoming remake.
Yes.
I had played all of the original single-player FF games at that point, and so started from the very beginning of your podcast for a bit of nostalgia. I am currently just finishing your Final Fantasy X-2 review, so still have over half of your episodes to go, but I am loving listening to it. Yes, even the cooking episodes. As a fellow guitarist and metalhead, I really appreciate the music you put together. Joe, you are an inspiration. Caleb, you always crack me up. I will put this all in a review at some point once I figure out how to do it.
You download iTunes.
Yeah, that's really it. It's pretty easy after that. I've avoided MMOs like the plague after some bad experiences on WoW.
No MMOs for me.
But your podcast has encouraged me to strong-arm some friends and my wife into playing Final Fantasy XIV. I just can't bring myself to start 11. Sorry. We are loving it and are storming on towards Heaven's Word after just 1 month. Lockdown really helps. Would be great to play with you guys if you're back on at some point. Very soon, actually. Next week.
Soon. Yeah.
So enough about me. On to the review. Story. I am writing this the day after I finished the game, with a playtime of 51 hours. I did all of the side quests I could on my playthrough, got all of the weapons apart from one, and beat all summons apart from Bahamut. Seriously? How slow is Revive to level up? I still am in 2 minds about the story.
Wait till HP up, motherfucker.
Yeah,
God damn it.
You have no idea. No idea. That is a fucking grind.
And yeah, you're going to need it for that prototype.
Oh, yeah. There are parts I love and parts I am still very undecided about. Having played Final Fantasy VII at the age of 14 back in 1998, it has been my favorite game for the last 20 years. As such, I was a bit nervous playing the game. Up until the Shinra building, I was really impressed by the story. I felt they had some beautiful nods to the original game and were very respectful while fleshing out the characters and story. One of them is very fleshy. The development of Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge was appreciated, and it really humanized them. I loved Johnny, and I thought it was brilliant how they developed him. The banter between him and Cloud had me in stitches. In the original game, it
had me in stitches.
Yeah. In the original game, it was characters like Johnny that had always left me wanting to know more about what happened after the Sector 7 slums were destroyed. Little touches like sliding down the pipes in Reactor Number 5 were great nods to the original. I thought the main characters were done brilliantly. Cloud was voice acted to perfection and really showed a tender, damaged side underneath his tougher exterior. Tifa was exactly how I imagined, and Barrett and Aerith...
Sorry. Tifa was exactly how I imagined them.
Yeah.
What's the them, buddy?
He knows. You know, Joe. Oh, yes.
Yes, I meant them.
Yeah. And Barrett and Aerith, I can't get used to calling her that. Although annoying to begin with, it really grew on me. Barrett's jokes are so lame. Lol. Even Red 13's
Guess
voice...
that makes you a 1-year-old, don't it?
Yeah. Even Red 13's voice wasn't weird.
That's true, yeah. He wasn't British.
Yeah. I bet you were real mad about that.
He didn't have one weird line where he's like, the children with the stigma.
Their stigma.
It's like, what the fuck? Were you educated? What the...
Yeah, where are you from?
Did you go to Oxford? What the shit is that voice?
There are some with the stigma, Cloud. Like, aren't you from some, like, native thing? Like, what the...
Yeah, like maybe a native accent of some kind.
Yeah.
An indigenous...
It's like, no, British. Retconning. Spoiler, now I know the game does address the reasons for this at the end, but I wanted to share my views on these as I was playing the game, as it did sour my experience somewhat. I played through the original 6 hours of VII before playing the remake, so the original was very fresh in my mind. There are several parts of the original story that did feel untouchable. For example, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse fucking die. Avalanche is a small operation led by Barrett that are fucked by the destruction of Sector 7 and now no longer exist. What the fuck is all this about Barrett being a rogue unit? Biggs is alive? Why? Wedge fell a fucking mile and broke his back. He's dead as a doornail. He's an ex-terrorist. He's gone to join the choir in Vestibule. Why bring them back? This isn't FF4. You die and don't come back because it makes the story stronger. Rage quit. Honestly, I was almost in tears when the remake showed me the after effects of the plate collapse, especially with Barrett's reaction, and I felt this was cheapened by them being alive. Barrett is killed and then comes back. Does death have no meaning? There were weird things that they took out. Reno walking across the flowers, hilarious. Why take that out? Aerith's coming up with the idea to make Cloud wear a dress, great. The group being captured in the Shinra Tower and waking up to find the blood trail, finding the president's body slumped over with a sword in the back, far greater an impact than how the game showed it. I kind of agree. There does seem to be a trend in games for there to be a lot of show rather than suggest, which I think is ultimately less satisfying. Sephiroth was so scary in the original because you had no clue who or what he was. Only the trail of destruction he left behind. Where the changes just added greater depth, I didn't mind. Where they fundamentally changed the plot, I did. Avalanche planned to blow up the reactor. It was not a Shinra plan to frame them. They made Avalanche and Shinra too black and white. Good guys versus one-dimensional villains.
Which we talked about when we did the demo.
Yeah, still agree with that, by the way.
Yeah.
However, many of the additions I did love. The side quests were fun. I didn't get bored doing any of them. Some of the extra bosses based on the standard fights were great. I always wondered what the fuck the Hell House was about. And that Genova fight was amazing. To be fair, I did take my time playing through the game, but I did find the pacing was off at some points. Having played the original made this worse, I think. When you're on your way to Reactor 5, the train graveyard, climbing to the Shinra Tower, and Hojo's lab seemed to really drag, and I think they could have cut out 20% of the game and made it even better. After the ending, I know the game is supposed to change parts of the original, but I am still in two minds about that. If anything, it has just made me more nervous about Part 2 than I was about Part 1. Like the Star Wars saga, it just means there is more that could fuck up. I don't see how it can be the same game if Aerith doesn't die. I may feel differently in a few months, but for the moment, it just doesn't seem quite the same. Overall story rating, 7 out of 10. Gameplay. One word, amazing. I have real nostalgia for the old style of FF games and hated 12 and 13 with a passion for their frantic battle systems where I couldn't see what the fuck was going on. Even 15 got boring with battles being won by just holding a button.
Your accent is making you sound more angry.
Yeah. This game manages to mix it all perfectly. I played the game through on normal and did die a fair few times. It was challenging but made me want to redo it with a few tweaks to the tactics I used and my materia set up. Unlike the original, you really feel like you needed to focus on elemental weaknesses, and this made it very satisfying. Being able to change characters was brilliant, and each one played very differently. This was something that always irritated me about 15, and magic actually has a use in this game. The stagger system worked far better than in 13, and I loved the equipment skills brought back from 9. I genuinely think the next FF game should use this system. I loved it. My only issue was that some of the targeting problems in the AI. Sometimes your characters wasted attacks if you weren't controlling them directly, which was a pain. I must admit I did get boss burnout by the end. I did the second half of Chapter 17 through the end in one sitting, and was a twitching wreck by the end of it.
3 big bosses in a row in that one.
Yeah, it's a long that's a long ass section of game. Overall gameplay rating 10 out of 10. Design mostly brilliant. It felt very like the FF7 world, and I would frequently stop to admire the view. Intent not. Character designs, areas, and monsters were all very faithful.
Twice added that,
The
by the
original.
way.
My only gripe was the random drops in graphical quality. The slums looked like they were lifted straight from a PS2 game when you looked at them from above, and were really immersion-breaking. When the party stopped to marvel at the destruction of Sector 7, I was cringing. It looked such shit quality. While the main character models were great.
Dude, I kid you not. Didn't even faze me. It just fucking kept going. Whatever. All right.
While the main character models were great, the NPCs sometimes looked really shit, and there were a lot of lip-syncing issues. Overall design rating 8 out of 10. Music legendary. Love Naboo, and this soundtrack is untouchable in my mind.
They touched it a lot.
They did an amazing job of building atmospheric variants to the musical score to fit the scenes. Absolutely epic. The ways different pieces from the soundtrack were woven together was amazing. I had the pleasure of going to a Distant Worlds concert in London earlier this year, and would love to go again and hear some of these pieces. Overall music rating 10 out of 10. Phew, sorry, that was a lot longer than I was expecting. Sorry, 2 sorries in one sentence. How English am I?
How English am I?
Technically, that's a separate sentence. I mean, and you're the one calling the shots here. I'm just fucking reading the thing.
We're American. We don't know we don't know our English. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Feel free to pick out which bits you want. Oh, that would have been nice.
I
before.
don't think English.
Thanks for reading. Toodle pip and tata. Yours grindfully.
Ta-ta.
John Reiner, Renegade 6606.
What?
14. P.S. Oh, by the way, most English people aren't as posh as you Americans think.
Oh, I see.
If you pair of twatting wank stains.
You pair of twatting wank stains.
P.P.S. In England, insulting someone is a term of endearment. Please read my review on the show. You bellends. P.P.P.S. My rankings. 7, Chrono Trigger. FF10, FF9, FF6, FF15, FF5, Crisis Core. FF14, not completed yet. FF8, FF4, FF13, 2, FF12, FF2, 3, 10-2, 1, Dirge of Cerberus, 13, Mystic Quest.
Wow, I didn't like Mystic Quest very much.
Yeah.
Mike Rivera says, hello, fellas. My name is Mike, and I'm a diehard FF fan. The original FF7 is my favorite game of all time. I've been listening to the Ultima FF pod for a while now. Started late, but I was able to catch up once I started listening. Needless to say, I am a fan. Keep up on the great work. I listened to Joseph's quick thought on the ends, and I felt I needed to get my thoughts out there as well. Now for my review. Wow, what can I even say? 40 hours I spent in the first playthrough of this game were a complete joy. Some of the highs the game had for me: the plot, the pacing, combat, and character development, the beautiful character models, the added backstory for Wedge, Biggs, and Jesse. Or how about the fact that this game was a stealth sequel? This was everything I anticipated and more. Of course, there were some lows. The textures and environments in the second sewer run come to mind. To me, though, all the pros heavily outweigh the little cons I have in mind. To me, this game is a 10 out of 10. The ending just came out of nowhere and blew my mind. Like Joseph, I am very pleased that this remake didn't erase everything from the original FF7, and I am super excited about what the future holds for this remake timeline. Finally, some questions, of which I have two. Now, with the Whispers seemingly dead and fate being a blank check for some of our heroes, so to speak, does the story follow the same path? Are we going to Calm next? Do you think the story will follow some pretty similar beats just like the remake or not? Or will there be new areas in story? I assume that the same beats in... Sorry, I'm answering the question now. I believe that... I'm guessing that they will do the same areas in a similar order, but that the stories within them will be pretty greatly changed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of similar to what's happened already, where the heroes kind of do similar actions to what they did in the original game, but the events are different. I don't know, though. They could really streamline and only do 2 parts and have just those areas as optional areas where you discover more story. That's on the side, kind of like the whole Zack side thing.
Number 2, I'm now about 90% sure that Aerith will no longer die. Of course she's not. Of course she's not going to die, at least not in that part. And that Square will kill someone else off for the dramatic twist. What is your guys' opinion on how, now that we're in uncharted territory, how will certain major plot points in the story change, in your opinion? I have my guess that Cloud is going to die instead of Aerith in that scene. What
if Cloud becomes the bad guy and Sephiroth is the good guy?
Oh, shit.
Because they're both infused with Mako. I don't know.
Zack becomes the bad guy.
Yeah, he has to kill Zack.
Yeah. I mean, they changed the future to change the past, possibly.
Yeah.
That's what Aerith saw.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I think they're going to change a bunch, but I think it's going to make sense. I think they're... I don't know. I'm excited for it. Yeah. I like that we're in uncharted territory. Like we said earlier, it keeps us waiting with bated breath, right? And if it was just, the end of the first part of the first game or the original game, we wouldn't really be waiting in the same way.
Right. He says, well, I hope that wasn't too long. I'm just really excited about the future of my favorite game of all time, sequel/remake. What a time to be an FF7 fan. Take care.
Yeah, you know when it wasn't time to be an FF7 fan? 2007. That was a bad time to be an FF7 fan, because then you had to justify Dirge of Cerberus to your buddies.
I'll read the next one, too, because it's a little shorter. Keegan Stinton says, hey, I just started listening to you guys like 3 months ago, and I'm almost caught up. Jesus Christ.
Goddamn.
Fuck, I had to do like just 2015, and that took me like 6 months to get through. You guys are great. I'm really excited to get a chance to submit a review with some questions to this great show. Questions. What did you guys think of the quality of the side quests? I thought the side quests were pretty fine.
Yeah,
I liked them.
They're okay. I think that there's some that are pretty fun, some that are okay, and some that are kind of bad, but there aren't that many to where it really matters. So, I mean, it's not like 12 or 13 quality. It's not like 12 quality or 13 quality, but it's also not the same level of importance that those games had, too. So, I think it worked well within its own game.
Did the difference in animation quality between main characters and everyone else ever pull you out of the game? For me, no.
Yeah, not the main characters and everyone else. I think everyone else looked okay enough. Yeah.
Okay, their review. I just finished this game 5 minutes ago, and the last part had me scratching my chin as I was a bit confused about everything that happened with Sephiroth. But honestly, the greatest things about this game were its battle mechanics and the CG cutscene quality. I was blown away by the detail on all the main characters for the whole 42 hours I played it. The battle mechanics were just so fun. A great mix of the good things from 15 and 7. I loved all the different ways to mess with materia, and I'm super excited to see what the next segment offers. Well, thank you very much, Keegan.
Yeah, we are too. All right, Trevor Stempert. Oh no, they went all Kingdom Hearts on us. First off, I want to start off by saying that this podcast was the first one to start getting me back into gaming about 2 years ago, and I've been listening ever since. Longest sigh ever.
That's a pretty long sigh. Fucking stop.
Was the longest ever, though, or I might have to do it again. I'll try to keep this short. FF7 Remake is the main reason I bought a PS4 about a year ago and have gotten back into gaming after a few years away from it. I was so excited to get all the nostalgia and see the characters and the environment of 7 that I have spent 20 years imagining what it could look like finally fleshed out. From the very start, I was blown away. They nailed the voice acting, character design, and development, and the battle system 100%. They did a great job giving the characters more backstory and set it up for the future games like Barrett. And they even kept in Tifa's boobs. I was even okay with the Dementors and
About
interested to see
60% of them, but yeah.
how it would add to the story. And then I got to Chapter 18. The only thing I didn't want for this game was it to be anything like Kingdom Hearts, and it is now a convoluted Kingdom Hearts-like story. Nomura said that the original ending would be the bad ending in the timeline. In my opinion, he is just trying to create a cookie-cutter happy ending to be more palatable to the average gamer or to those not familiar with the series. I still enjoy all the games, and I will still even platinum this one. But every time I load up the game, I will wish Kingdom Hearts and Tetsuya Nomura never lived. Damn you, Nomura. Damn you.
Well, we got our dissenting opinion today.
Yeah. Also, you got to realize that as much shit as we gave him earlier on, Nomura did have a big part of 7.
Yeah.
But I can see the Kingdom Hearts thing. I really can.
He accidentally sent the email twice. But Jared Carpino, you want to read that one?
Yeah, if they're going to just make a full new story, wouldn't you just rather than make Final Fantasy 16? No, I would. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't mind that they did this. This is, like we said, this was a direct answer to us.
I am pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed the game.
And
obviously.
I think we'll get 16 on the PS5 for sure.
Yeah.
I have no doubt.
I hope it's a 1 year out of launch title.
Yeah.
Like an early one. That'd be nice.
And we had 15 and 7 Remake Part 1 on PS4, so we got a couple this generation and the spin-offs, 50,000 spin-offs. So I'm not too upset.
This is from Ed Ryman. Hey guys, longtime UFF listener from Brighton, UK. Holy fuck. That ending changed everything. I love the remake, but throughout the game I was starting to get frustrated at the amount of retcon that was happening. I'm a bit of a purist, and moments like finding out Wedge survived felt like they were dampening the story and the feeling of hopelessness that the original did so well. A side note, I thought Barrett's Biggs, Wedge, Jesse moment after the plate collapse was done amazingly well. I was so choked up before I found out Wedge survived. But then the ending happened, and it all made sense. I honestly didn't have an inkling until the Zack scene. My mind was initially blown, then for a moment was like, hold on, does this just wipe the original story as if it never happened? Then realized, no. It completely makes sense of all the supposed retcons, and to me, has totally made it feel like an epic new chapter in the Final Fantasy VII universe, while keeping the original truly sacred. Hats off to Square. I'm interested to know what you guys thought of the difficulty. We already talked about that pretty
Yeah.
good. I played on normal, and there was a point about a third of the way through where I started to find it really tough for a little while. But eventually I got pretty efficient at my battle technique, plus build for each character, and I felt like I can't keep this up for that long. And I felt like I breezed through the rest of the game with only occasional difficulty. After completing it, I expected to go online and read people complaining about the second half of the game was too easy, but I found the polar opposite. People seem you must have just gotten better at the game, because the second half of the game was pretty fucking tough for me.
Yeah.
People seem to be getting repeatedly destroyed by bosses I'd had absolutely no trouble with, and I barely even recalled the Bloodhound room that everyone is bitching about as I did it the first try. I don't think I was particularly overpowered either, though not sure what I was doing differently to other people, blocking, parrying, and making good use of mana wall and regen magnify is maybe the only thing I might have done more than other people, judging from YouTube videos I've seen. And casting resist in boss battles maybe, but yeah. Interested to know your take on how you dealt with battles.
Yeah, I think I didn't really use mana wall
I
and
think
stuff
you
like
figured
that.
out the battle system faster than we did.
Yeah, I think you also used magic more than we did,
Mm.
because I didn't really use protect, haste, or
Pretty
any
much
of
used
that.
elementals and then heals.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So Ed, you're just you just cared enough to use the spells that protected your
We're
ass.
just better.
Yeah, and we're just fucking lazy Americans here.
Pause.
All right.
Ooh. What just happened there?
What?
I pressed the middle button and then it turned off. Make sure I don't have to rip this from Twitch later. I guess it doesn't matter if I do or not.
Maybe you pressed it hard enough to like pop the battery out.
Okay, we're good. Cool. Oh, I did. That must have been what I did. Actually, we need a new battery in this.
Mr. Richards said, "No, that's a British voice." Hey, what's up, Cycloptic?
You deal with that while I go to the restroom. So I've been having to go for the last 40 minutes.
My British monologue kept you. Yep, we just got done doing a couple of the reviews. All right, Strap. Hey, thanks for hanging out, man. We really appreciate it. And we'll I guess you'll hear from us on the pod. Hopefully Joe will release it as soon as he can. I mean, obviously he'll release it as soon as he can, but hopefully it's soon. Yeah. Man, I'm getting tired.
I'm not. Miraculously. Can't wait till I fall asleep at the wheel later.
Yeah.
Okay. You got the next one?
Yeah, I got it. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Tyler Wilson. Hi, gang. Tyler here from beautiful North Metro Atlanta, Georgia. I'm probably your newest listener and patron supporter. A very modest $1 supporter for the time being. Hey, that's good enough.
Thank you.
Before I give you guys, except for all the ones who are doing more, then it's not good enough. Before I give you guys my hot takes on the 7 Remake, I wanted to first thank you for having put together such a great podcast. Over the last month or so, I've listened to all of your review shows and several of the other episodes you all put out. Great content. I plan on listening to Nude Clan 2 after I've made it through some of your back catalog. I'll enjoy it, man. A few questions. Chrono Trigger. I know this has become something of a joke meme, but could you all indicate whether or not you ever plan to review this game?
Oh, my God.
See, this is the thing. We can't tell if you're fucking with us. That's maybe it'll be a Nude Clan thing. I've heard it referenced probably 20 times in the show, but it's still a little unclear to me whether or not it'll ever be reviewed. Is the plan to do it after the Mana games?
Like, if you listen to the whole show from the beginning, you'll get it. Because they fucking keep on asking.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of it. Yes, you motherfuckers, we are going to review it. We have the list in Discord. I know we got rid of our website, but you can go to our Discord channel.
We should just delete it off of fucking. You should go on there tonight and edit it and take fucking Chrono. Just keep Chrono Cross on, but no Chrono Trigger. It's like, sorry, we're only gonna play the sequel.
God damn it. Yeah, it's going to be one of the last games we play, so it's going to be a while.
It will be after the Mana games, you're right.
It'll be after
Very
Kingdom
after.
Hearts.
Yeah. Curious what you all thought about the strong language in 7 Remake. It doesn't bother me in the least, but I probably won't let my 8-year-old play this game. Honestly, the original was probably a little more profane than this one, and I thought Reno jumping off the helicopter and calling Cloud a little bitch was hilarious. Yeah, it's a lot of language. They
Loved it.
really skirted the line with what they could get away with. A short review. The game is not at all what I was expecting. I was fully under the misapprehension that this was going to be a complete remake of the game, not just Midgar. This is probably my fault because I deliberately avoided reading anything about it. 7 was my first FF, and I've probably beaten it 5 or 6 times in various stages of completion. All the same, I don't mind the way it's done, so long as the remainder of the stories are done with the same attention to detail that this one was. Visually, I think it's stunning. I spent several minutes just looking up at the Midgar underworld. The level of detail in this game is unreal. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. I played through the game very slowly just to see everything and do everything. Story. I'm going to skip this one in the interest of keeping the review short, but I'm certain you all will do it justice. I certainly hope so. Gameplay. I really liked this game's battle system. I was a little unsure about it in the beginning, but after I got into the groove, I found it very fun, challenging, and surprisingly deep. Combining different spells, items like grenades, and abilities/limit breaks, and blocking/dodging can make otherwise impossible battles super easy. I'm not a masochist, but I like that I died early and often in this game. I find difficult tasks rewarding, so I don't mind it at all. Hard mode was pretty challenging, nothing too bad, but enough to keep things interesting. That said, my only real criticism about the game and battle system is that there just wasn't enough of it. The game is really like a 20-hour-long CGI movie. As I said above, I think visually it's very well done and highly detailed, but the hallwaying was a little much. Whether you're in a junkyard, a sewer, or the Sector 7 pillar, you're basically walking down a hallway, which then opens up to a large battle area that you can see coming. Then you fight, and then back into the hallway/ladder. Wasn't that bad, though.
Kind of used to it by now. I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
But the FF13 vibes were strong with this one. All in all, I thought this was a great game. I'm looking forward to seeing the next installment in the series. I can kind of sympathize with that. I wish there was a little more fighting and a little less walking in this game. Because there's a lot of, like, slow walk and, like, watch Aerith, like, run away and, like, slow walk. And it's like, I kind of just want to fucking kill. I want to stab something with my sword, whether it's her ass or this bugaboo. I want to stab something with my fucking sword.
So I've been looking at this review for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon Gonclaves. I'm sorry, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon, for writing in. Thanks us for the kind words for his iTunes review.
Thank you for the typing, the new typewrite too. That's pleasing to our tired eyes.
The
new font.
The new font. Typewriter? What the fuck
Thank
are
you
you
for
trying
the
to say right
typewriter.
now, Shway?
It's a very heartfelt gift. I will not use it ever.
So without further ado, onward to my unorthodox style review of Beautiful Comic Sans. That's what he says here. I'm going to start off my review for Final Fantasy VII Remake by dropping a bomb in a Mako reactor by saying that this is the best Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy X, 10 being my favorite. I don't want to dismiss the other modern entries, of course. Each usually has some really good aspects to them. I personally have soft spots for gameplay of 10 2, 13 2, Lightning Returns, and World of FF. But this is the first game since 10 that delivers on all fronts. Much like 10, it's also a game that I can very easily recommend to many people, and I know to get into FF, this game is even more so due to the action gameplay of it. I just want to say going forward that I don't exactly have the longest experience or nostalgia playing the original 7, at least compared to most people. It was one of the first FF games that I was exposed to through my uncle, along with many of the other FF PlayStation games in the early 2000s. While I watched him play a bit of 7, I myself didn't get around to it until 2009. Prior to that, I was actually more familiar with the characters and vague foreshadowing from Kingdom Hearts. Even though I played 10 and 9, my favorite FF games, I still love the first playthrough of 7, and it always wrestles with 6 as my third favorite FF game. Something that really stuck with me that I don't hear too many players talk about is somewhat abnormal ending that left much for interpretation. That's true. The 7 ending is a little bit more open. I remember thinking hard about what the hell I just played upon finishing it, as I do with some of the greatest books and games. After my complete Advent Children somewhat ruins the mystery. After my first complete playthrough back then, I've played it once more recently on the PS4 in order to prepare for the remake, and my thoughts truly remain the same on it. Positives. I guess I want to start off with the clear positives of the remake that I feel no one should have disagreements on. Music and sound. Firstly, the fact that this game's soundtrack and sound in general is phenomenal. Seriously, I would hope everyone has good headphones in order to listen to everything this game has to offer. I know it's kind of common knowledge thing for gaming in general, but I personally don't like wearing headphones for long periods of time. Playing this game completely distracted me from that discomfort, though, and so I highly recommend everyone to do so. Buddy, your review is so long. I'm going to do a little bit of skipping, but this is an amazing review. Cutscenes, another amazing positive are the cutscenes. I know this is a big statement, and I haven't exactly played every AAA title out there, but these are, in my opinion, the most entertaining and visually spectacular cutscenes I've seen in a game at this current time. Of course, subject to change with next gen coming out. As you guys established plenty of times on the show, the cutscenes and story for the game are the reward for getting through the moments of gameplay. Referring to this as just a reward in the game's case feels like massively downplaying it. Like with the music, there's just so much to talk about that my short summary won't do it justice. Boss battles. The boss fights in this game are incredible. I know the hype of this game is still fresh, but I seriously want to say that they might be the best in the entire franchise. Guess that's a hard call to make in comparison to traditional current turn-based combat. Either way, some of my favorites include the Airbuster, all fights with the Turks, especially the last VR Summons, Hell House, Great Reveal, the Ranker, Ghost Dudes, Type Zero Behemoth, Genova, Rufus, the Whisper Triplets, and of course the finale with Mama's boy himself. I found the way they did Sephiroth's battle interesting since it was in his human form as opposed to the crazier forms you would fight in the original. Graphics and performance. The next point might seem fairly obvious for a Square game, but the visuals are mostly wonderful, and performance-wise the game is solid as well. I'll go into detail more on the negatives. Well, I say mostly. I do this in general with a lot of games where I like to shop more than I should to look at environments with specific details. With this game and even other remakes, I'm encouraged to do so even more just to see the visual fidelity of what I knew maxed up to 9,000. Design and presentation. I just want to touch quickly upon the design for all the characters, monsters, and summons. I think they transferred everything from the polygons to the very detailed 3D models quite nicely. You could argue Advent Children and some of the other feature titles like Kingdom Hearts helped with the character designs getting to this point, but these are the best designs for the characters by far. I really loved the look of beasts and the mechs as well. Something about the characters' eyes is really well done and a lot more alluring to look at in comparison to most games I play. I also surprisingly really like Barrett with shades on. Another quick mention goes to the great looking menus and HUD. The leveling up weapons screen is very similar to 13's aesthetic, but done even better as it looks like each sphere has glowing materia surrounding it. Love how detailed the maps are too, and they made it easy to look upon both with your main and side objectives and revisiting the game.
Yeah, I like how they brought all the old enemies back. That was really cool.
Minigames. This is something I never thought I would say exactly when it comes to FF, but if we're honest with ourselves here, this game has the best minigames in an FF game, period. I agree. Replay value. The last amazing aspect I feel most would agree with me on is the replay value. After finishing the game, you unlock hard mode and chapter select to go to any point in the story. I also like how it gives you a nice list called play log that documents completion worthy stats in one place. Hard mode is also quite a different experience as it limits your MP gain, disables items completely, adds more difficulty to the bosses themselves, even adding moves to some of them, along with a few extra missions and rewards. Having to conserve and use MP wisely was a really unexpected yet fun challenge for hard mode. I also like how the game ups your experience, skill, and AP after beating the game, really removing the need to grind for hard mode. I agree. Other positives. So this next section won't be as long, but just aspects of it that I still find good that some people might not necessarily agree with me on. The one I feel would be the least controversial itself is the actual gameplay. I love the combat of the game. It blends the perfect amount of strategy and action, though it does have a small learning curve that you have to get used to with the controls. However, once you get the hang of utilizing everyone in your party while switching efficiently during the battle, it becomes second nature. I was worried at the start of the game due to thinking it would be too easy and more hack and slash as opposed to actual strategy. Thankfully, this isn't the case. Materia and leveling. When it comes to materia, I'm so glad that they gave an option to reslot from a previous weapon. I always hated having to remember my builds in the original. That is a good addition. As for materia itself, I found most of it to be quite helpful, though I will say that I liked the detrimental spells like poison and sleep. I didn't find myself healing my party from such ailments very often, if at all. Outside of one or two, I would kind of wait for them too. I didn't usually heal those.
Yeah.
Because they're usually pretty fast. Outside of one or two bosses in hard mode, I could usually tough it out. It wasn't that big of a deal to use ATB to remedy it. I love the simple use of assembling and stealing items from enemies. With the former, I really like the fact that you can assess the enemy information once you can view it again at any time with the select button, including the ability to see if you are assessing them already or not. Of course, haste and the barriers are always useful, but another I found surprisingly helpful towards the end was Provoke. Using Cloud as a meat shield while the others attack from behind saved me from death a few times. Side quests. I genuinely like the side quests from this game. Put simply, because they're actually fun and reward you with good character moments. Story. When it comes to story, I feel like I have to judge it in two ways. The first being how well it follows and expands on the original section of Midgar, and second, how it foreshadows the future parts along with the ending. I just want to say I'm a fan of both aspects. I think they did really well honoring the original game while truly expanding it for the better. For example, I like Chapter 4. That gave more personality to Jesse and the Star Wars characters. Made for a much better feels moments when they passed, kind of. Sometimes I thought I'd never say that Remake actually made me like Aerith as much as Tifa, if not more so, to be honest. I really loved a lot of the moments with her, like when walking on the rooftop and the dream Cloud has of her in the garden at night. For the most part, I also like the added behind the scenes with Shinra and all the members. Truly shows how sick and twisted they are all. Would have liked to see more Scarlet. It talks about
see
Roche.
More and more of. Not that there's much left to be had.
Then he talks about the other one. I'm going to say I love the twist at the end, even though it was dangling in front of our faces the whole time. Before I even dedicate my own section of this review to what I think it means for the future of the series, I just want to say that at this moment, the twist is amazing. It all makes sense now, from having certain characters being saved or hurt, Sephiroth's physical appearance inclusion in the first part of Midgard, to the freaking generic subtitle of Remake itself. So with the complete knowledge of what's going on hand, my only problem with the story is not one that pertains to me, but rather the newcomers playing this for the first time. So we had a similar critique here. I'll just say for the first part of the remake, this game is completely noob-friendly story-wise until they first show Zack at the very end. This is because people who haven't played either Crisis Core or the original will not understand the significance of this character and what's going on. I know the Midgar section didn't really touch upon Zack in the original outside of the name drop, but maybe they could have gone more exposition for him to help the newbies understand more. Outside of that aspect, I really loved what Nomura did with this first part of the remake, and I can only pray that he continues to follow up and do it well for future parts. More speculation on that later.
Follow your dreams.
My last two positives, in my opinion, is voice acting and script, goes to the voice acting and the script itself. I would go so far as to say it might be the best FF game yet within this aspect. I remember at first when they announced the remake that we'd be getting a new voice cast. For me, that was completely fine with the exception of changing the frontrunners, Steve Burton as Cloud and George Newbern as Sephiroth. I grew up with these voices and I was really disappointed at first when they confirmed that they would be coming back to... when they confirmed they wouldn't be coming back to reprise these roles. Anyway, he talks about how they were champs, basically, and he says, Mark Hamill is perfectly cast as Don Corneo, and I didn't even know John DiMaggio played Heidegger till the credits rolled.
Yeah.
Wait, is Mark Hamill actually him?
No.
Okay, don't fuck with me on that.
Fred,
Did you look it up? Okay.
Yeah.
All
And I was
right.
like, yeah, I could tell John DiMaggio was Heidegger. But I mean, I've also played the shit out of like FF12, and he's kind of putting on more of a Miguelo voice in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you play, you only see that guy for like the first hour of 12, but still.
Anyway, he goes on to praise the script, and then he has some like fun little like tidbits of positives. Do you have some kind of fetish, Jesse? When Cloud gets hit by the lasers constantly, don't be weird. Cloud to himself when attempting to enter Tifa's room for the first time. Tifa's the other way, idiot. Barrett to Cloud, going the opposite direction on the train. Just swallow your pride and turn around. Barrett to Cloud, going the wrong way in the subway tunnels. Hang back. We're not in any hurry. Rito to Cloud, speaking outside of the door. If you decide to immediately attempt to exit the church after talking to Aerith. Cloud? Walking away from Aerith while she's dangling on the rooftops or attempting to crush her in the robo-arms segment. Slowly losing circulation in arm. Aerith, if you leave her hanging for a long time. There's a lot more, and I encourage you to find some yourself. Yeah, those are all pretty great things. It says got some negatives here. Notes the level design could be better in some areas, and it's a little too linear. Some pop in NPCs and textures when running. Okay. I'm not sure what that's saying.
I think
Some pop in NPCs.
when he was running around the map, like the textures got all fucked up, and they would like pop in after loading and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
So he's hauling ass.
Pixel-like textures and low-res objects, so that continues on with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that there's only 4 enemy skills to learn.
The
That was
doors-
kind of a weird thing. I was like, shouldn't there be more?
Yeah, the doors next where Cloud lives, like in the first area, like they look like shit. It's so weird. But yeah, the 4 enemy skills, yeah, that you don't get it till the end of the game, and then most of the ones you get are in the very end, like post game stuff. That is true. Enemy skill was a fun one to fuck around with. That's probably the only blue mage thing you ever cared about, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, because I
Yeah.
had to for the trophy.
Yeah.
He's got some nitpicks here, which include no playable Red 13, not being able to choose which party member who you walk around with on the outside of battle.
I thought you
Yeah.
could.
No.
Oh.
No, you don't. Repeated NPCs, not being able to switch the weapon you're leveling to another without having to completely back out of it. One scene of censorship. Ooh.
What?
Certain standards, yeah, depending on the topic matter. The scene would be Sephiroth's purple Genova symbiote sperm trail as opposed to the much more imposing blood trail,
Yeah.
the original Shinra Tower. Okay, yeah, we've had a few people talk
Man,
about
I never
that.
thought about it as like a sperm trail. That's kind of nasty.
You can't do a pure airbuster run. So you can't. His nitpick is that you can't dismantle all the parts of the airbuster. Which, by the way, I was searching like crazy. I think that's about 10 hours of my gameplay time right there. That's why I played this. That took 95 hours, right? It's because I was always looking for those fucking key cards.
Yeah,
And it's a
you
lie.
you break him down all the way, and it's just one of those dudes on fucking rollerblades, just like that's all that's left. And like, well, they ruined the airbuster. Throw out the guy on his fucking roller skates.
I ruined the airbuster.
The airbuster's gone. Yeah, you just fucking pick it all to pieces. You don't even have a boss fight. What the fuck can I complain about? That's funny though. That is true though. Yeah, you're hunting for those fucking key cards, and the game's like, just kidding. We actually lied to you. You can't actually.
So his email is so long you got to view entire message. There's
Oh,
a
is that
button
what
there.
happened?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude. Gmail has like its own
Dude,
dedicated.
you got a blog? We'll link to it.
Yeah, this is. Oh my god, dude.
We're on rating. As I said at the start, Final Fantasy VII Remake is the strongest title as a complete package since the likes of 10. I don't usually like giving number ratings, but just due to the fact that they can sometimes confuse others and discourage from playing it, I tend to rather say you should buy or borrow right away or whatever, sale, rent. Let's see. Some of my friends who weren't fond of the typical turn-based gameplay of the old, found a greater connection to the remake. The only person I wouldn't recommend trying this would be ones that just hate JRPGs in general. This was one of the most fun platinums to get for an FF game, also in general, and I would seriously do it again. I thought about this long and hard, and I realized that I'm also in early hype as the game has only been out for a month. But the only way I could see myself really giving anything longer would be if Nomura would be if Nomura really screws this up. That being said, I give Final Fantasy VII Remake a 9.5 out of 10 and rank it as my 5th favorite Final Fantasy game of all time. Many exclamation points. My personal ranking of favorites is 10, 9, a tie between 6 and 7, and then Remake. You know what, though? The latter parts could honestly surpass the original. Yeah, I said it. Especially considering the Midgar section, while good in the original, was easily overtaken by the rest of the locations of the game, in my opinion. Seriously can't wait for the other parts. On talk of remade games, though, this is definitely my favorite now, beating the likes of Crash Team Racing, Nitro Fueled, which I've never heard of, Spyro, Reignited Trilogy, Resident Evil 2, Shadow of the Colossus, and Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. So yeah, I really likes it. Future of the FF7 remake.
I thought it was funny. Before we get too far, also that nitpick of the Airbuster is hilarious. By the way, I think it's funny. He said like something about like his small review. I can't actually find it anymore because there's just too much text on the screen. But yeah, this is a behemoth. This is like as many words as we've said this whole time.
Yeah, we're 20 minutes in for this.
Oh my god, and we're not even reading it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get like the main sentences. Future of the FF7 remakes. Unlike the future of Kingdom Hearts or even the mainline FF, I can't wait for the next part of the remake. Usually the excuse of my massive backlog is enough to keep me occupied, but I want to see the rest of it now. That being said, I know the wait is going to start a trend of theories and predictions of what will happen in the next part, which is true. We're already starting that.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Questions. He said, at the end of this review. So, and with that, my master review is now complete. He basically talks about Nomura alluding to certain things, and he has a list of those things. Dude, you should put this on a blog post. I'll retroactively put this in the description for other people who want to read it all the way, because this is like a book.
Yeah.
He says, and with that, my messy review is now complete. I wasn't kidding about the length, but thank you guys for bearing with me. We mostly did. As I said, this kind of passion to talk about the game to this extent is rare for me. Without further ado, on to my questions for you guys. Actually, link it in Discord. That'd be a good spot for that.
Yeah.
Questions. Favorite character to use? Tifa, probably. And then Cloud.
Yeah. Cloud, Tifa. Yeah, probably Tifa and then Cloud.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the order he has, Tifa, Cloud, Barret, Aerith. That's probably about right.
Favorite material for you guys this time around?
Prey.
Yeah, I agree. Prey. Favorite tracks in the game? All of them?
Yeah.
No, I just like the regular Aerith theme. I like that.
Yeah, that was good.
Favorite chapters and least favorite chapter. For me, Schweiss, favorite chapter is 9. Least favorite chapter is whichever chapter you have to go in and do the lights.
I think it's chapter 3 or 2. 4 maybe.
I think it's 4.
My favorite is chapter 9, and my least favorite is chapter 9. So, it's the tale of two chapters. That's what I said. It's the best of chapters, the worst of chapters.
Favorite boss fight? Reno for me.
I thought Airbuster was pretty fucking epic. Yeah, plus we got that.
For Joe, who would you kill, marry, fuck between Tifa,
my
Aerith,
God.
and Jesse? Ooh, man, dude. I would like to marry Tifa.
Yeah.
I would like to fuck Jesse. And I guess I'll have to kill Aerith because I have no other choice. But I would like to fuck and marry all 3 of them.
Yeah, I would marry Tifa so I could fuck her every night. Just saying.
She's in great shape.
Also the same question, but with
Apparently
Madam.
she sweats a lot, though.
Yeah, that's okay.
Wait, who are you going to fucking... Oh, I guess this is only a question for me for some reason, but... Who you gonna...
I would do the same.
Okay.
I would fuck Jesse Wands probably. I'm sorry, he's 21 years old. I'm like, dude, me at 21, are you kidding me?
Also, the same question, but with Madam M, Elmira, Merle, and Scarlet?
You can add friend to this section. So who do you want to be friends with?
Oh.
God, would you want to be friends with Merle?
I guess I'll be friends with Merle.
Did really though?
Hold on, Elmira.
That's the mom. That's mom.
Oh, ooh, let's kill her.
Yeah, she's past her prime.
She's kind of she's kind of cranky too. I don't really care for that.
Yeah.
So Elmira's gonna be killed. Merle is, I guess she's my friend. I guess I'll fuck Scarlet and marry Madam M.
Those are both very difficult people, I would imagine.
I don't want to be the gimp to Scarlet, so one
That's
fuck
true.
and we're done.
That's true.
But I do want to see them puppies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Madam M, I mean, she'll give you a happy ending every fucking time, as long as you pay the premium. I agree with that.
What do you think Mako smells like?
Fish paste. It's probably horrible.
I assume it smells like nothing. I thought they were like made out of rocks, like crystal. I don't know.
No, I think the material is just like hardened Mako over time.
So like tree sap.
Yeah, it's like amber. It's like amber. Yeah, you're finding the fucking the mosquito in the amber.
I assume it would smell like a rock. Basically nothing. How do you think the next installment? How long do you think the next installment would take? I'm guessing 3 years.
Yeah, I say 2022. I'll give it 2 years.
How do you think the next part will open and end?
Open
It'll
where it ended.
open with Cosmo Canyon, right? Isn't that the next area you go into? The original? I thought it was.
I don't know. I think you go to that one town with the water tower in the middle.
But I think it will end
I don't
with
remember.
the Aerith, where Aerith died in the original game.
Yeah, I think that's the ending of 2. 1, I think it'll open right where it ended this time. I know that's a cheesy answer, but I think it'll seriously transition immediately.
And with the final thoughts from Brandon here, and that's all I got for you guys. I had a lot of fun thinking about this, and I can't wait to be part of the discussion again when part 2 comes around. Next Kingdom Hearts games or whatever comes first. Till then, I hope you guys stay safe along with all the other listeners of UFF. Take care and enjoy the best of the social distancing grind. Thank you, Brandon, for your very thought out email and very well written. So
Yeah, that's impressively.
It is a little too long for me to read the entire thing on the show, but I think I'll tell you, I'm just gonna copy and paste it into Discord so that everybody can read it and discuss it if they want.
All right, I'll do the next one. It's titled, can you guess? Final Fantasy VII Remake Review. Oh my god. Mike Duchek. Caleb and Joe, this is Emperor M from the old Discord, sending my 2 cents about the FF7 Remake. I won't comment on the story or on whether it's a remake or not, because I don't know what to think at this point, and whether we should expect something next that follows the original game or something that goes in a different direction. Hard not to think it might be a lot of both. I will say that it seems they really wanted this to feel like a complete game, and I have to admit they succeeded with that. But to put my thoughts in perspective, I would share some things I really remember enjoying about the original game when I first played it over 20 years ago. First was that moment you left Midgar, this seemingly huge city that felt like a world in itself. That moment you finally got to the world map, and it was this amazing, colorful 3D thing, and they made you wait hours to get to after the completely 2D backgrounds in Midgar, in contrast to most FF games where the world map was accessible pretty early on. I thought that was really cool, a really cool moment where you see how small Midgar actually is compared to everything else that's out there, and wondered if or how that moment would translate to the remake. I think the world's going to be fucking huge.
Yeah.
I'm a little sad because I can't see how it will, but I hope there will be other things to surprise and amaze me in the episodes to come. The second thing I'd mention was the story arc of how you never even heard of Sephiroth until later in the game, and there was this mystery to him, and you weren't sure if he was alive or not, and you experienced him through flashbacks. He was sort of like a ghost. Even in the end, you didn't really understand him, and I think that was kind of cool. That's clearly something they lost with this game, and Sephiroth not only showed up early in this game, but featured prominently in the end, and sporadically throughout. I didn't find him to be as interesting this way, more cartoony, and I feel like they kind of shot their load with him now, so I hope they are able to make up for that in other ways. the second round, I guess. The last thing I really loved about the OG was how Cloud, instead of turning out to be some Mako creature or drone, was just a phony who was trying to be something he wasn't. I thought it was a really relatable way to end it, and that it turned out Zack was the real deal, and Cloud was just some guy who never did any of that stuff. But in the end, Cloud proved himself on his own and made his own way. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, he was still kind of Mako'd and whatever. That is funny, though. That makes sense why he's such a bitch in the beginning of the game. It's like, because you're not Soldier at all. You're just a fucking guy who almost died.
Level 1.
You're level 1, you fucking puss. I think he starts out at like level 4 or something, but still. I'm again a little disappointed that they may toss that out, but I'm obviously interested to see what happens with everything. Anyway, a few things for your consideration. First, I thought the dialogue was really good compared to the translation in the OG. Aerith made me laugh a number of times. Local florist.
Pretty much everybody. Yeah, the local florist line. That's another good line.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I just felt the character development was really solid. Totally agree. I'd also say I was really impressed by the music and how many times they reworked and remixed these songs. The one song I didn't love that they did was The Oppressed, but all in all, I was impressed. But again, we got the main theme pretty much right away in a fairly mundane area. And we already got a version of One Winged Angel at the end, so they've used a lot of songs already that didn't come in until later in the original game. And so it seems like they're using up some of the best material much earlier on in the story. Last, the battle system. I thought in the end it was pretty decent and accessible for someone who isn't a big action game player. I thought about doing classic, but gave normal a try and never found it too terrible. Having said that, I hated how you'd get knocked down sometimes to get your action totally canceled out. Sometimes you'd even lose your MP without getting a spell off. Yeah, maybe that's the way it goes, but it got under my skin that not only would your action get canceled, but you'd lose your ATB bar and your MP. But clearly there is more to optimizing yourself in battle, which I am sure you guys got more into, and so I thought it was nice that anyone could probably play this game. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I'd call the game game big and ballsy, and I'm not afraid to play to people who knew the original. Maybe they know there would be all these people on YouTube analyzing the ending, and that's what they wanted, instead of just people saying, what a pretty remake. It feels a lot like judging the Star Wars sequels now, though. Impressive to pull off, but will be judged later in retrospect. I can't believe it may be 2023 before we get more. To be continued.
Good point. Ryan McPherson, a better version of FF13. In my original playthrough of the game, I felt it was overly cinematic at times and thought it would hurt replayability, but just like FF13, I was wrong and even though I have played through several chapters multiple times, I don't mind it. Battle system. Could this be the best battle system? It's a blast to play, and hard mode is actually challenging. All the characters feel different, and it doesn't get boring or grindy even when grinding. My only complaints are that air combat stinks, and I wish the non-selected characters did more to earn their ATB charges, although the latter can be mitigated with material loadout. I asked for a jump button, but they would have to map they would map it triangle, and we'd have Cloud jumping up and down in front of doors all day. Also, please give me a multiplayer co-op boss fight arena, or just anything to go back and fight them without doing the chapters. That'd be cool, actually.
Yeah, something extra, yeah.
Characters and design. It was awesome to see this version of Midgar, and each of the characters looking great. Voice acting felt pretty spot on. Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith were excellent, and the Reverend Barrett Wallace.
The great Reverend Barrett Wallace.
His favorite character in the game. I do miss Zack's Crisis Core VA, and not having Quentin Flynn continue as Reno is a crime. Scarlet and Hojo are insane over the top. What the fuck? I don't think... I mean, Scarlet is over the top. I don't think her performance is over the top.
Yeah, Hojo was pretty good.
But really, you're missing Heidegger as the over-the-top performance.
Yeah.
Heidegger. The way Heidegger would say that would be, Scarlet and Hojo are insane over the top. What the fuck? Airbuster.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking Quentin Flynn. Yeah, we met that guy.
Music is top tier.
Poor guy.
The perfect blend of new and nostalgia. The remix of the battle theme. Oh, yeah, I'm remembering that now from the... Thanks.
Yeah.
The remix of the battle theme they did for the Scorpion and the Airbuster fights, mixing the orchestra, chorus, and electric guitars really sets up the tone for what to expect in the game. It's fucking great. There were only a few times when I was confused by the choice. The music in the collapsed express ray with the robot arms immediately sticks out. Also, get the fuck out of here with those arms.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. We actually talked about that music track, too. Sounds like 13. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Overall, way better than 15. Probably the best game I've played since Bravely Default. I'd rank it just about 13. My fourth favorite Final Fantasy. Wow. So, do people who don't like 13 like this? Because it's basically just an improved version of 13. Super linear, including hallways and fury and can't get over their situations. Similar battle system with stagger, no jump button, epic multi-part bosses. Of course, I love 13, so I love this game.
Strap Coopmore.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. He was in here earlier. He had to leave. Yeah, I agree. It is weird that people hate on 13 so much.
There are less cutscenes still
But it's like...
than the first fucking 20 hours of 13.
But 13, this game is is kind of like an improved version of 13. I don't know if I think the gameplay is better. I don't think it is. But the story is certainly better than it is in 13, and that's why I don't like 13. It's the story. It's not the gameplay. That fucker's fun. So yeah, thank you, Ryan McPherson, or Strap Coopmore. William Flores, Final Fantasy VII Remake review thoughts. Hype has died down for this remake for myself by the time it finally released. Picked it up thinking this is something I've been waiting for, so should check it out. Really enjoyed it, better than I thought it'd be. I liked the combat, story, music, all the revisions in the end for the most part. If there are any complaints, some sections of the game seem dragged out, side quests so-so, few rough parts with the graphics. Overall happy with it, and I'm okay they took their time working on it. Ending was a good thing in my book, and looking forward to where they go from here. Hoping just the wait between each installment isn't too long so they don't lose momentum. Agreed. Thanks for all you guys do across all the podcasts. The effort you all put in is noticed. Best, William Flores.
Yeah, just showing up.
Yeah, just showing up.
All right, Dylan Hussey says, "Hey
Hussey.
dudes." He's probably heard that all his life. Sorry, Dylan. I have a confession. I just beat FF7 Remake, having never played FF7 OG. I knew nothing about the plot going in, except really that Sephiroth is the antagonist with Cloud as the protagonist, and of course the death of a certain main character. My question is, having never played the original, can you play and finish this game with all of its parts? Or would you recommend going back and finishing FF7 before the remaining parts of this remake series are released? That's a good question. And yes, I had no idea what the fuck was happening when Zach was introduced. Then he says, I just found your pod last year, and I'm loving the insight you guys are bringing to my favorite video game series. Keep it up. Cheers. Dylan, favorite video game series, and you never beat the most popular one. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Dylan, the ending of FF7 Remake makes it so that you don't actually have to play the original, although I think
It's good supplemental material, for sure.
yeah, I guess the second one will have nothing to do with the original. But this one is specifically them defying the fate of what originally happened in the game.
Yeah.
So in order to really kind of get your claws into the world, you would have to play the original. In order to understand the strange cat creature in the middle of that plate destroying cutscene, you would have to play the original. And to know who Zack is, you would have to do the extra stuff in the original.
And
or play Crisis Core.
Or another game as well.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Featuring dumb apples, which, yeah, they're dumb. And Kunzel. Oh, Kunzel's in this game, too. I forgot about that fucker. There's like a dude who runs into Cloud in the Shinra building. It's like, oh my god, is that you, Cloud?
A Kunzel sounds like something gross.
Yeah, Kunzel sounds like one of those like waffle stomp things you're gonna find on a sex dictionary. It's like a fucking I don't even know what you do. Kunzel, maybe you gotta like punch him and give him coon eyes.
God.
And then come in him. I don't know.
God.
The Kunzel. Give him the Kunzel. Give him the Kunzel. But yeah, that you remember that guy? You remember how the one guy talks about?
Don't remember that guy at all.
Yeah, there's a guy that's like, oh my god, it's you, Cloud. He's like, I'm gonna go get Kunzel and we're gonna come hang out. That guy's from Crisis Core as well.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and I was like, fuck, don't get Kunzel, please. Don't get Kunzel.
Kunzel, let down your cunts.
Oh, shit. Let down your cunt. Let down your cunt flaps. The cunt curtains.
Sorry.
We're here
I'm
until
so-
the cunt curtains fall.
God. Okay, Brandon Lloyd.
Be careful with this message.
Go ahead, Schweiss. It's all you, baby.
Not sure why. I mean, this guy's either ripped or that's a fucking fake photo. That's a very bizarro image.
Talking about a selfie?
But yeah, you're looking pretty good, Brandon.
Snap us the pic.
Yeah. Show us your dick.
I'm not
don't-
asking for that.
Not really, though.
That
Please,
was a joke.
please don't
Do
do
not do that.
Yeah. FF7 Remake listener review. Just finished the game last night and listened to Joe's minisode, so here goes. Sorry in advance to the Kingdom Hearts 3 and FF15 fans. I rip on them in this review. I think this is the best game that Square Enix has developed since Final Fantasy X. That also means it's the best game that Square Enix has ever developed. So, a few things. That's true, because they haven't... It's only been them since then. First off, I think the real director of this game is Kitase. He just also produced it, and I imagine he has been working ridiculous hours. It makes zero sense for Nomura to have been directing his terrible Kingdom Hearts 3 in Osaka for 4 years while simultaneously directing this much better game.
He was directing 15 at the same time as directing Kingdom Hearts 3. He never got full Kingdom Hearts 3 time.
Yeah, while simultaneously directing this much better game in Tokyo between 2014 and 2019. Yet we have Nomura credited as a director and Toriyama and Hamaguchi as co-directors. I think what actually happened is that Kitase was taking a much more active role in directing the project than, say, Final Fantasy XIII, and he was mostly just communicating with those three to reduce his workload.
There's absolutely no way for us to know this until
Yeah.
there's like a documentary making of or some confession 12 years down the road.
There's no
One of
evidence.
these people quits and he's like, Kitase was really the one directing because he wouldn't let me fucking do anything. He wouldn't let me make any creative decisions without going through him. It was such a it was a pain in the ass. Like that one guy saying that, Poltergeist was basically directed by Steven Spielberg because he was just like a producer that wouldn't keep his fucking hands off of it.
Yeah, and it's like, and then they have me fucking work on 15, then they take 15 from me, then they give me Kingdom Hearts 3. It comes out, everybody thinks it's dog shit because I'm working on 7 Remake, which I can't actually fucking work on because Kitase won't fucking stop fucking with the fucking project.
Here's my new Batman figure.
Yeah, here's another Batman. Order it now. Here's Bruce Wayne if he was Asian and ripped. Okay. All right. Honestly, I just refuse to believe Nomura could have made something this good, particularly at the same time as Kingdom Hearts 3. I can't imagine him looking at FF7 Remake, then looking at Kingdom Hearts 3 and being like, yeah, this is well written with good game design. I suppose it's possible if he's paired with Nojima, Kitase, and Hamaguchi. Still hard to believe.
I have not heard anything good about Kingdom Hearts 3
I
yet.
haven't either.
God damn it.
Except for Twitter. But, I mean, you can't believe Twitter. Still hard to believe given his track record post-Kingdom Hearts 2. On gameplay, Naoki Hamaguchi is an absolute godsend. I was super excited when I heard the Lightning Returns guy was in charge of gameplay. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't know that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's good.
Man, did he ever
It's
execute.
my new favorite.
Yeah, he's fucking good. I can't believe this ridiculous on-the-surface combat system actually works. It's incredibly fresh, unlike anything I've ever played before, and yet still manages to play incredibly similar to the PSX Final Fantasies. It has action in good order to keep the combat fast-paced and exciting, and yet it is not an action game because the way you get good at this game is not through hand dexterity, but through strategy. Honestly, maybe the most nostalgic thing about this game is the moment when you have a party member down and all of a sudden you're struggling to play catch-up against the boss in this classic tug-of-war style battle system. Exactly like the PSX games. My only complaint is that I wish hard mode was A, not a gimmick instead of mode that just buffs enemy stats, and B, optional from the beginning. I would like to have had to grind for a boss occasionally. Though I did have a few good close calls which were exciting, the only time I lost was the final boss. This is just nitpicking though, it's extremely well balanced unlike Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy 15. Also, it's not like the original was super hard either. On all things story, I was blown away. Sorry again, but I think this pretty much makes FF15 indefensible. The cutscenes are well paced with the gameplay, and there are loads of them. I think Joe on the minisode said something like it is at least as long as 15. I had to chuckle at that because I'm pretty sure there's triple the story content in this game than in 15. Perhaps most importantly, the cutscenes are funny. I was laughing my ass off throughout this game. Barrett is hilarious. Wedge is hilarious. That Andreas scene is hilarious. I realize now that this might be the biggest thing that has been missing from FF all this time. 12, 13, God, especially 13, and 15 all lacked comedy. And I think that made for more dull experiences.
Hold on. Driving around in the car with the 4 dudes was some of the best fucking character work in the entire series. Disagree on that 15 statement. And it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
It wasn't as funny as this. This is funnier, but sorry. Go ahead, Schweiss.
They also lack good romantic side plots, which I think is another key FF element. In April, I saw a negative critic review use the word juvenile, and it kind of clicked in my head. Yeah, FF 7 to 10 kind of could be described that way, but that's actually a huge part of what makes them so great. The only thing I would change is I don't think Sephiroth should have been shown so early. It should have just been his voice, but I get why they did it. All the other fleshed out storylines are fantastic. Probably a large part of the success in this area is because Nojima came back to write for this. I imagine he decided to do this after seeing the monstrosity Nomura turned Kingdom Hearts into after he let Nomura completely take over the writing. Now if only Square can find some other competent writers that aren't named Yoko Taro. Oh, fuck. On the changes, spoilers, thank you, Joe, for explaining this properly in the minisode. I wasn't really getting it. I think what I'm about to say is why it was done. I just didn't realize how cleverly they had done it. I thought what was going on was that the Dementors were just introduced in order to, A, create some additional tension and a plotline that everybody knows, even those who hadn't played it, and B, to create some sort of way to add a Sephiroth fight because they think that's what everybody wants. But also because there's always the possibility that it's a big commercial failure or Square goes bankrupt for some other reason, and the rest of the games don't get made. So they wanted that fight in there just in case. That made me feel some cognitive dissonance during those parts because I didn't really like what they were doing. And like Joe, and probably most fans of the original, I have this sort of weird concern about properly preserving the original. But as soon as Joe described it as a remake and alternate timeline and so on, it all just clicked so well. I still feel kind of strange about it, but I think I can now simultaneously enjoy the original and play this and its sequels while keeping them separated in my head, which is exactly what I want. However, I will be devastated if Cloud doesn't end up with Tifa at the end. LOL. The graphics are insane. I spent a lot of time just walking around looking at things, looking up at the plate, etc. The music is Hamazu and the other guys' best work. Most of my favorite tracks are totally new ones, and the music is actually well implemented in the game, unlike FF15.
Fuck you, man.
He's just fucking beating Joe down. I'll finish by saying this sort of
best Final Fantasy game. Go fuck yourself. God damn it.
I'll finally finish by saying this sort of feels like it's everything that both Final Fantasy 13 and 15 should/could have been. Looking forward to you guys' review. Best, Brett and Lloyd.
Well, thank you for your review. I'll read the last 2 reviews because they're both kind of short. This one's from Alan Rodriguez. I really enjoyed the game. It was honestly the best game I have ever played. Wow. Probably the first time a game has made me cry. I got the Tifa scene in Chapter 14. I've always been a big FF... Wait, hold on. When is he crying? Tifa scene in FF4 or in Chapter 14?
Yeah, there's like alternate scenes in that chapter.
Are there really?
Mm.
Okay, all right.
I don't even remember which ones I got. I don't know.
I've always been a big FF fan and always considered 7 to be the best, and I'm glad they didn't ruin it like they did 15. The story was amazing, especially the new... Did you guys get together?
Yeah, you guys buddies.
On this one?
Yeah.
Okay. The story was amazing, especially the new bits they added.
Have you ever seen Alan and Braden in the same room? I can honestly say that I
never
have.
seen them in the same room. And characters like Roche and Madame M, I really love the new path they're going with. I'm honestly just really scared they will screw up the future games like they've done with a lot of recent FFs. If I have to nitpick this game, I would say it's weird that people aren't really all that shocked about the plate falling. Hell, the Andrea dude. Well, I mean, they had one fall before. So, I don't know. They just know it's like shoddy construction.
After fully, just traumatize you once, fool on you. Traumatize me twice, fool on me.
Hell, the Andrea dude literally says he has to prep for his next show. Fuck, man. Thousands of people just died. Aren't you freaked out? And the other thing is in hard mode, you can't use items. So why is there still chest and crap if you can't even use anything?
That's true.
Fucking frustrating. It's because you can change the difficulty of the game in the menu and just keep playing. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can just like keep going and suddenly you'll be able to use items. I assume. I never actually did it, but I saw that the option was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing are the jukeboxes. You could barely hear the music over the regular music of the area you were in. They should have just made it so the area music stops when you use the jukebox. Lastly, the super boss was way too easy. Oh, you know what FF15 did do well? You could just change the soundtrack when you're walking around.
Oh, I thought you were about to say the super boss, and I was like,
that's a good way of using the jukebox. Whatever. FF15 might have done something a little better.
Well, they certainly didn't do the super boss better, though.
That's true. I will never. Nope. They now have it so you can just do the ring, so you can skip the fight and pretend that it's not as bad as it is.
Yeah. It's not bad when he's being turned into like a fucking sliver of himself.
Lastly, the super boss was way too easy. The fight before with Bahamut and Ifrit was 100% harder.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sure. I wrecked the super boss in 3 or less minutes. All you need is lightning. All you need is lightning.
Light. Light. That's the phone from Lightning Returns.
All right. This is Aldwin Riders, and they are the last one. I didn't like the original FF7 very much. All right, we're going to stop his review. And
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm going to censor.
Although I liked it more after playing Remake, funny enough, though I always held it in the same regard as FF10. Even if I personally thought the original was flawed, I knew the ideas presented in the game were special. I always liked the original story, but I didn't think it was done very well with how limited they were on the PS1 and not even using the full power of the machine from the first time I played the game back in 2003. I always thought it was dated. It was a game where, from the first moments I played it, the foremost thought in my head was that it needed to be remade to be good. A lot has happened since then. Square changed a lot. Got bigger, and now here in 2020, what seemed like a manageable feat now has Square biting off more than he could chew as they translated the first 8 hours of the original into a full-fledged 40-hour title. It's a little disappointing on how little of the original they cover while simultaneously bloating it up instead of just letting it run the pace of the original. The only saving grace being that it's not a one-to-one remake, but a pseudo-sequel done in context of the compilation that took place before. Though even with that in mind, it should have been covered more outside of Midgard. The scope of the game, as is, causes game mechanics, pacing, and other character growth from a gameplay perspective to have issues. Going through the motions of both a game where it doesn't want to give you too much in terms of power, being only the first part, while also caving in and handing out late game abilities and equipment early on and overemphasizing every single encounter in the fights to the point of tedium. There are good points. While I disliked the battle system at first, I did slowly start to get it, especially in hard mode. You start to see how balanced it is, but at the same time, there's so many little things that weren't put in that baffles me. Not being able to swap out materia lines, no aerial combat, jump button, or aerial recovery are all stuff that got left out. Outside of battle, you can only get one slow attack for cutting boxes, and you can't preemptively attack enemies with spells or skills before engaging for surprise attacks.
I like that in 13, and 13.2, and 13.3.
AI is awful, and you're left wanting to handle their actions in battle, but not given the control to do so without constant switching, without some kind of gambit system or the ability to stack given the commands to allies, you're kind of limited on how you play.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of have to play as everybody, and you can't just be like, I kind of want to play as this guy for a little while. It's like, well, that's just too fucking bad.
Yeah. It's small stuff like this that makes you feel like the game is limiting you where it shouldn't. ATB meter also stays at 2 the entire game. I assume no, you could do it by 3 if you use 3 focus. I assumed it would grow to reach like 4 or 5 by the end game, but it never expanded. Granted, the game is balanced for this, but it feels limiting, especially tying spells to it when you already have MP meter on top of that.
Yeah, that's true. That's something 13 had. It's like, you ATB bars like fucking left and right. It's like 6.
The parts that I think worked the best from the original story itself were the Aerith and Red 13, basically perfect interpretations. Notably, Red is a lot more interesting and better characterized than in the original. It's the biggest improvement, as well as the entire Shinra building for the most part, which was my favorite area in the game. Tifa, though, not as much. I mean, that's 1/3 of the game.
Yeah.
Just being in the Shinra building in different parts. Tifa, though, not as much. I always preferred Aerith, but over time I grew to really get the nuance of Tifa as a character, why she worked in the role she played in the original game, her relationship with Cloud. It's not something that I got right away, but when I did, I really grew to love FF7 that much more. In this game, though, her characterization has changed. Maybe a result of a change in perspective from a team that's changed themselves over 20 years, notably Nomura. Not satisfied with what was there, a change to reflect a modern perspective of her. They have shifted her story to account for that change in worldview, and in doing so has completely changed the character, even down to her design. Personality-wise, they made her overly timid, while also not being as reserved as the old Tifa. She just seemed to constantly act in ways the original never would. It's baffling considering in the last 20 years they always managed to keep the soul of her character right, whether in Dissidia or in Kingdom Hearts. That they faltered so hard here is something I don't quite get. She's basically a different character, and it has nothing to do with time travel or change in plot. It was needless change and was the worst part of the remake. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know if she's...
Personally, I don't know.
I think she feels similar to me.
Yeah,
she's maybe a little
at the
less
beginning
feisty.
she was... At the beginning, I thought she was a little meaner than what I kind of feel the opposite, but...
Yeah, I love her in this game.
Yeah.
Kent said the same thing at work, though. He says he doesn't like Tifa.
Huh.
I was like, man, maybe I just want to fuck her.
That could be true. Maybe I'm just like, I'm not thinking about her personality right now.
Yeah. Can't have sex with your personality.
Barrett is done. Just going to leave it at that. Barrett has done well, but his dynamic with Shinra now is a lot more one-sided. They're presented a lot more black and white to almost a comical degree, and of a lot of nuance, and a lot of the nuance placed on having Avalanche oppose them through extreme means is taken away, leaving Barrett's conflict as a character mostly a misunderstanding. The bomb mission is no longer they're doing, and Avalanche is mostly portrayed as good guys with no downsides now. The rest of the characters are good overall.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, like, the story, the structure of the game, and what they're trying to say again, this not being a remake but a rebuild of FF7 is what saves it. Like Rebuild of Evangelion before it, it's the only comparable work I know of. If the only lens in which one was looking at the game was through the original, it would fail. If all you ever do is tread old ground, you find yourself often wondering if there was ever a point. But by doing something new, you are able to give it purpose. It's funny seeing it play out. You can't help but wonder what they went through the head of everyone, Nomura, Kitase, and the rest of the team. While Nomura was the fun one to call out, really, it was no one person to put it together. The fact is more true here than ever. By taking the original and laying it out, you're able to tell a meta story on which it means to return to an old work and how it's perceived and how it works in conjunction with the original other, or the death of the author as the fans of the original shape the perception of the new entity. By the end of the game, I really ended up amazed. It's able to bring back a feeling of not quite knowing what's going on and being exposed to something so new, to what you thought you already were able to grasp, that it becomes exciting, reminiscent of your first time playing and just seeing the party come together in a way that feels at pace with the original and wholly new. It's invigorating, and I can only hope it leads to good things going forward, and that's the take. This part was a mix of emotions, but going forward we'll see what's to come. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all of our reviews and all of our questions for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think we were working on that for 2 hours.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, that's...
So,
goddamn.
in summation, And then we'll summarize, and then we'll do our fucking rankings against the other FF7 games.
Okay.
My summary is excellent game overall. I have some small issues with it, but I had so much fun playing it, and then so much fun with the characters and everything, and exploring the world some more, that those issues are kind of like pushed to the side for me. I really thought the ending was an ingenious way of satisfying both types of Final Fantasy VII fans. And I can't believe that they came up with something that clever. It was excellent, and I'm so excited to see what they do with Remake Part 2.
Yeah, I am pleasantly surprised with this game. I thought I wasn't going to like it. I even tried to not like it at one point, and I just couldn't. I think it's a pretty damn good game. There's a lot of fun to be had. The battle system is a blast. There's some problems. I mean, the side quests aren't exactly those thrilling things, but there's enough combat in there. There's enough things to do. I think they did a great job reimagining each of the characters. I think they did an excellent job making each of the characters fun to play. This is a good game. I like seeing elements from Final Fantasy 13 and 15 and you know, all the other ones kind of coming back to the surface in this game. Even stuff from like FF9, FF6 with the abilities coming from the items. I like how there are so many different ways to do so many different things in this game. I think it's a fucking fun game to play, and I think it's a really interesting path they took to tell the story. And it, honestly, it's kind of fucking genius. Like, there are times in gaming when things happen that I really fucking like. I like blow, and this is one of those things. Like this, and then the fact that Steam made fake cards that make them real money every time people sell these fake cards that they freely dole out to people. Like these two things are like of a same mind to me. Like, it's genius. They fucking cloak what the game is with the title of the game. They make you think that it's going to be what it's not, and as long as you don't fucking tell tell everyone in the world what it actually is, it remains a secret. It allows people, it basically forces everyone to play part 1 to then play part 2, because no one's going to play part 2. Thing is I don't even think you should be allowed to. I think they should make it a DLC, like you said. That's the crazy, that's fucking madness, because like plenty of people are going to play the 7 Remake instead of FF7. But you can't really play 7 Remake Part 2, or whatever the fuck they end up calling it, or making it a DLC without playing Part 1, and thus it keeps the secret alive. It's fucking genius. And I think them doing it in DLC form will help that legacy of secrecy as well.
I think they are going to full on make it a regular
It's like fucking
game,
the Japanese like Freemason society here. Like this, I honestly am amazed.
Talk about the ending.
I am amazed that they pulled it off.
You got a secret handshake.
Yeah. I just remember that one like video. It's like, you know, all the Masons do the handshake, and then it's just a regular handshake. It's like, oh my god, they're the worst kept secret of all time.
Mormon Temple's the same.
It's the worst kept secret ever. Everyone does that handshake. do 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 do. No, but really though, I'm amazed they kept this under wraps. What it actually was versus what we all thought it was. Like, very impressed. I think they did an excellent job, and I am glad that I was wrong about it. But to be fair, I was completely wrong about it. So in a way, I was almost right about it. I was so wrong. My back was so far against the wall that I am touching my back from then. And since I changed the future, I also changed the past.
Metaphor.
No. I've changed my opinion in the now, so I changed it in the past, so...
Dude, everybody's got to play 13-2 so they can fucking quote that shit.
It's so ridiculous.
If you change the future, you change the past.
Change the future, change the past.
No, you don't.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Aerith does. Aerith knows what to say.
Yeah.
My rankings are as follows. Final Fantasy VII, the original, is still number 1 in the 7 universe. But it's a complete game, and I think it's a great game, and is nearly untouchable. Remake is number 2, for sure. A good step above Crisis Core, and giant leap from Dirge of Cerberus.
One step above Crisis Core, one giant leap above Dirge of Cerberus.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree. I think 7 is a masterpiece of a game. Honestly, the translation, there's a lot of things about this that are much better than Final Fantasy VII, but got to go with the original for number 1. Number 2, certainly the remake. I think this blows Dirge of Cerberus and Crisis Core way out of the water. And yeah, after that, it's Crisis and then Dirge. Very, very far down below. You can barely even see Dirge. It's like you squint. It's like the hot road on a summer day. It's like a mirage, and like, is that Dirge of Cerberus out there? Fuck that game. And then like the mirage shakes a little, shimmers, and then it just disappears. You're like, there you go.
All right. So that's the review, guys. 2
Yeah.
announcements. One announcement is we are going to start 14. We
Yeah.
figured we're still in coronavirus mode. I don't have a job. Might as well fucking play an MMO.
Yeah, I don't have a job. I don't have a steady stream of income. Let's do a steady outbound income of $15 a
Damn
month.
straight. Support us on Patreon, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
Support New Clan on Patreon, actually. And yeah, so we will be on the Brynhilder server, is the server that we're on.
Yes.
We are going to start with the Stormblood level 70 content and then continue on to the new expansion whose name I just forgot.
Shadowbringers.
Shadowbringers, thank you.
Yep. So we will get up to date on all the Final Fantasy XIV content before we retire it once again for the next year and a half.
What's the day?
We're definitely going to do a big chunk on Mondays.
Mondays at like 9 p.m.?
Yeah, Monday
Yeah, it'll be kind of like
evenings.
Monday evening, yeah.
But I kind of want to try to maybe carve out some time during the week as well, just like a couple hours a day.
Well, join us on Monday evenings, and then we'll discuss further.
Yeah, you can find out more on our Discord channel, which you can find a link to, a permanent invite, a permanent open door policy here at Ultima, at the Twitter for the show, and also now my Twitter that I don't use, funnily enough. But at UFF Podcast, the pinned tweet will get you into the Discord. We're going to have that as the big announcement in there once we come up with a more solid schedule. Definitely Mondays, but I don't want it to be something that drags out forever and ever and ever, especially since it's a subscription fee.
Yeah, I get you.
So we'll work on that, and we'll work on better times, at least for running actual content. I mean, we might jump on and do our dailies separately or whatever, just to make sure we don't get roadblocked.
We might do that thing where every Monday we just meet up on the next dungeon.
That's what we've always done.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's like get to the story content and we'll continue on. And if anyone's playing along with us, we'll kind of keep everyone updated as far as that goes. The hard thing is either you've never played it and are going to start playing it and we'll never play with you, or you've played it and already done with all the
I think
shit.
you could probably fast forward with the leveling up.
Yeah.
Just like you could with the other expansions, I assume it's the
That's
same.
true. If you want to join us for 14, you could just buy your way
Shadowbringers, yeah.
Buy your way to Shadowbringers.
If you want to. Once again, Brynhilder server, and more information on the Discord channel. Pin tweet on UFF Podcast, and then on my Twitter, it's in the bio, so you can go onto the Discord from there. I'm at Joseph DeGolia. It's just my fucking name. The last announcement I have to make is that, guys, the movie that you guys helped me make 2 years ago now, it got into a local film festival here, Desert Escape Film Festival in St. George. That's going to be late July. Follow me on Twitter for more information about that. If you're able to make it, that'd be sweet. I'd love to meet you. Thank you to everybody who, of course, supported the film and has been waiting patiently for it throughout the years. But the second announcement is that we got something that only about 5% of independent films get, because there's about 14,000 films made a year and only about 5,000 have distribution. We got distribution. So that's a huge fucking deal.
Finally gonna get paid.
God. Yeah, it's someday. I don't know when they're gonna release it. They're still like deciding, but we've been working on deliverables and all that other stuff. So anyway, my company, Space Titanium Productions, is actually going to be a legitimate company with like some money coming in. They gave me estimates on like how much the movie can make. I can't talk about that publicly. I wish I could, believe me.
Yeah.
Because I have a big blabbermouth. It's not going to make me rich at all, but it'll. I think I'm gonna invest about half of what the company brings in. I think I'm gonna invest that into future projects.
Yeah.
And I am looking for no budget, and I mean no budget, indie micro budget kind of genre films to make. So if there's any writers out there, if you got a good synopsis, email me.
Yeah.
And because I'm interested in I didn't really have like one producer on this project, and I could have really used a person. Now that I've gone from the beginning, like forming company, getting funding for you guys, and then making the movie, and now through distribution, what deliverables are needed, and like what the distribution company is looking for in terms of like what kind of films they want. Now that I've gone through that whole process, I kind of want to produce other people's work.
Yeah, try it out.
Yeah, I want to try that out. So I don't know if there's someone out there. You can email me. If not, I'll help you guys enjoy the movie. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it for this episode.
Yeah. All right, guys. Till next time. As always, please enjoy the grind.
Anything good in the chat?
Let's see. You didn't learn any enemy skills in original Midgard, that's fair. Sephiroth wasn't your favorite what? No, I don't know. It smells like the planet, or plutonium for the Mako, or materia. It would be 5 times bigger if it goes that far. Should have had an ability to cancel out interruptions. I think Aerith actually does have an ability, but it takes like 2 ATB bars to stop it from canceling. That's what the ability said it did. I didn't actually use it other than to get the ability like on her, and then I didn't use it anyway, so I don't know. Hard mode you can't switch without restarting. Oh, okay.
Nearly 6 hours, yeah.
Yeah, they've been here a while, man. But shit, thank you for hanging out, Aldwin. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your review. Thank you all for everything you do, and we'll see you guys next time.